If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 361, Chapter 358, Vacuum Gatling. On the third day, Fujin stood facing 10 human-sized rocks on the training ground. His fingers were pointing at each of the rocks. At the same time, he fired 10 wind lasers from the tip of his fingers. Every laser hit the top of the rock it was aimed at. Fujin stopped the attack and once again pointed his fingers at the 10 rocks. 10 wind lasers were fired once again. However, this time, they didn't hit the rocks at the same time. Instead, the fastest reached in around 0.25 seconds while the slowest hit the rock in 1 second. The rest wind lasers hit at some moment in between those ranges. Fujin thought, great! I can use 10 wind lasers comfortably now. Not only can I aim accurately, but I can also control the speed. This will allow me to shoot vacuum bullets at varying speeds at the same time. This will make predicting the path of my vacuum bullets and dodging them much more difficult. In this aspect, this new vacuum bullet jutsu will be superior. The attack will be just too difficult to predict. Fujin stopped pointing at the rocks and decided, this is enough training for shooting 10 lasers at the same time. I should move on to working on perfecting the aim with 10 vacuum bullets at the same time. I can already do it with 1 vacuum bullet. So this will just need some practice until I get a hang of the remaining 9 as well. Fujin continued his training. However, shooting 10 vacuum bullets assisted by a wind laser each was very exhaustive on his chakra. In addition, he also had a couple of clones training to increase the speed delivered by the wind laser and another couple of clones training to position the vacuum bullet at different positions inside the wind laser. So he had to take a meditation break after every hour. While Fujin was training, Hiruzen was reading the reports in his office. His main focus was on the report sent by Renjiro. He analyzed the report and thought, as we analyzed. Oniki doesn't seem to have any intentions of starting a war. I'll ask them to stay there for another couple of weeks. If IWA doesn't make any move, they can pull back and leave around 100 ninjas on our border to take care of any emergencies. He wrote a message and handed the scroll to an Anbu ninja to deliver. He picked up another file and began reading. His eyes widened immediately. He thought, the rate of consumption of the wind crystals reduced. How? Did that greedy boy finally think about the good of the village? Or was the effect too little for him? Hiruzen immediately activated his crystal ball and searched for Fujin in training ground 23. On not finding him there, he turned his attention to the training rooms. After looking for a bit, he found Fujin meditating in the fire training room. A relaxed look appeared on Hiruzen's face. He could feel a lot of pressure being lifted off his shoulders. It almost looked like he became younger by a few years. He sighed in relief and thought, his rate of absorbing energy from fire crystals is just a fraction when compared with the wind crystals. If he doesn't decide to switch back to wind crystals, I can finally rest easy. Had Hiruzen been an emotional person, he might have cried tears of joy. Fujin had given him quite a headache and he had to make a lot of efforts to ensure that Konoha didn't run out of wind crystals. However, his confidence in his ability to do that was waning every day Fujin visited the wind training rooms. Despite the good news, Hiruzen couldn't help but pray, I hope his speed of absorbing energy from fire crystals doesn't increase like what happened with the wind crystals. 2 days later, Fujin was sitting with his back against a tree while breathing heavily. He muttered, I need to find who made this soldier pill. And I need to ask that person to make a better one. Despite being so good, it still isn't sufficient for training non-stop. Needing to take a break after just 50 minutes is rather annoying. Regardless. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered, I have mastered shooting vacuum bullets from my fingers. That IWA army will be decimated if they face off against me right now. Fujin looked around him. There were hundreds of rocks and walls that he had raised from the ground using earth release. Every single one of them was riddled with holes. Several trees for hundreds of meters had suffered the same fate. If someone was to walk onto that training ground, they would wonder what exactly was happening there. Fujin thought, though this jutsu is considered mastered, there is still a lot of scope for improvement. I have increased their speed to just above half the speed of the vacuum bullets I shoot from my mouth. This makes this my fastest attack behind vacuum cannon and vacuum bullets. But I can still increase this speed further. And I still need to keep working on the multi-directional variant by adjusting the position of the vacuum bullet. And I also need to work on firing multiple rounds in quick succession. Fujin analyzed for a few minutes and decided, I was planning to move on to my other ideas. But, I'll spend another 5 days, when I eat the third soldier pill, to improve this jutsu and master the multi-directional variant. After that, the improvement will become very slow. It will improve as I use them and I can spend additional time on this after I retire. In the week until then, I will begin practicing the forms of my next idea for vacuum jutsu. Still, just like wind laser jutsu, this one can also be said to be quite different. I should give it another name. What should I give? Fujin thought for a few seconds before deciding. I will just call it vacuum Gatling jutsu as I fire multiple bullets at the same time and I intend on improving it further to fire several rounds within a second. That should make the jutsu similar to the Gatling gun from my previous world. Yeah, I'll go with that. No point in thinking much about it. A/N, I wasn't planning on giving a name to this jutsu and was planning on just calling it vacuum bullet. But I felt like it would become more confusing later on. So I gave it another name to prevent any confusion in the future. Fujin wasn't very concerned with the names of his jutsus. He just thought of a basic one and stopped thinking about it. After meditating and recovering his chakra, Fujin continued his training. He stopped when just 2 hours were left for the effect of the pills to end and began moving back to his home. En route, he couldn't help but sigh and think, the 4-symbol seal is still not mastered. And the constant influx of memories from those clones gives me such an intense headache. Processing a year's worth of memories in just 5 days repeatedly is a tough job. Especially when I am also training ninjutsu. Fujin sighed again and muttered, oh well. I am almost done. I am very close now. My clones have succeeded in creating all parts of this seal. It's just that no one managed to make the entire seal by himself. Probably 2 more days of this torture and I will have this seal down. 3 at max if my luck is bad. Exhausted, Fujin took a couple of days off once again. During this time, he visited Isamu in Konoha's hospital to get his body checked and to heal any hidden injuries and eliminate the accumulated trauma. It helped Fujin in relieving the stress on his body and, to an extent, his mind. After resting for a couple of days, Fujin returned to training once again. After completing the morning workout ritual and getting some rest, Fujin decided to work on adding more jutsus to his arsenal. Fujin thought, this idea could be fun. Though vacuum Gatling jutsu will be devastating, it'll be a shame if I have to expose it against normal jounins. This jutsu can make their preparations useless while keeping my vacuum Gatling to catch any rank S ninja off guard. Even if I'm not able to kill them, causing them a serious injury should be sufficient to force these villages to back off. Fujin raised his right hand and extended his index and middle finger towards the sky. His eyes focused on the 2 fingers as wind chakra began concentrating on the 2 fingers. A 15 cm long vacuum core began forming on top of his 2 fingers. In a few seconds, the core took the form of a blade. It was soon enveloped by vines. Fujin didn't move his fingers. Despite that, under his control, the blade flew towards a rock and cleanly sliced it into 2. A smile formed on Fujin's face. He muttered to himself, my compatibility with this jutsu is too good. Just like the blade of wind jutsu, I was able to succeed on its vacuum variant on my first try. Chapter 362, Chapter 359, Vacuum Blade, Vacuum Slash, Hurricane Sword. Though Fujin succeeded in creating the vacuum blade on the first try, the jutsu needed a lot of improvements, unlike the blade of wind jutsu. Fujin concentrated wind chakra on his 2 fingers once again. 5 vacuum blades began forming above his fingers. However, before they could completely form, the vacuum core collapsed. Fujin immediately moved backwards and sighed. He analyzed, looks like mastering this jutsu won't happen on the first try. Oh well, it should still be done sooner than Hurricane Fist and Vacuum Gatling. I just need to increase the amount of blades I can create and be able to control them like I can control the blade of wind jutsu. Though this jutsu will be much slower than the vacuum bullet and vacuum Gatling, it is far superior in maneuverability. That is why, the IWA ninjas, who could easily dodge my vacuum bullets, weren't able to dodge the blades of wind at a close range. Unfortunately, blade of wind jutsu could be defended against with the iron skin jutsu. The vacuum blade won't have that weakness. Fujin began his training. He started by increasing the number of vacuum blades to 2. Within half an hour, he managed to successfully create 2 vacuum blades consistently. By the time the pre-lunch training session was completed and Fujin's chakra reserve started taking a hit, he managed to successfully create the 3rd vacuum blade as well. Since he was low on chakra, Fujin decided to use the post-lunch training session to practice taijutsu with his clones and only continued training the vacuum blade jutsu in the evening. For the next 4 days, Fujin repeated the same training pattern. The only change was that as the number of vacuum blades increased, the rate of his chakra consumption also increased. So his training time for vacuum blade decreased while he focused more on the taijutsu spars. The terrain of training ground 23 became even more weird. The rocks that were riddled with holes were now slashed into several pieces. So now, small rocks that had a lot of holes were spread throughout the training ground. Several trees also had similar holes. Luckily for them, Fujin stuck to testing the vacuum blades on the rocks. Fujin ignored the terrain and analyzed, I can already create 7 vacuum blades at the same time and control their directions very well. This should be enough for the time being. Time for the next idea. Fujin slammed his hands on the ground and an earth wall appeared in front of him. Soon after, the seal on Fujin's bracer lit up and a sword appeared in his right hand. Chakra immediately began flowing alongside its edge and was quickly transformed into wind nature. Soon, the wind chakra just in front of the edge of the sword began transforming. An extremely thin vacuum core began forming along the edge of the sword. A few seconds later, Fujin pulled his sword back and swung it, forming an arc in the air. Immediately, a sword slash was released along the arc that the sword created. However, unlike Fujin's previous attempts, this time the front part of the sword slash was a thin arc made of vacuum. The sword slash hit the earth wall in the center and cut it through into 2 pieces. The upper part of the wall was sent flying in the air by a few centimeters. At that moment, it was hit by the vines accompanying the sword slash. The impact of the vines pushed the upper half of the wall backwards, and it collapsed. Fujin analyzed, good. My normal sword slashes couldn't cut through the walls. But this attack can. I'll call it vacuum slash. If someone uses the earth wall and keeps standing like a fool, he will be cut in 2. Even if they duck or jump to barely avoid the slash, they will be hit by the falling wall. The only way to completely avoid it is by moving backwards and jumping by a safe distance while using the iron skin jutsu to defend against the accompanying vines or escaping underground instead. But Fujin raised his sword and observed it for a few seconds. He wondered, I remember that the way Danzo used the wind vacuum technique with his sword was different. He blew vines on his sword which hovered around the sword making it very sharp. But, was that technique a vacuum jutsu or just normal sharp vines? Fujin thought for some time before giving up. He thought, I barely even remember how it looked. I don't recall if any theory behind it was stated. Regardless, continuously maintaining vacuum cores around my sword doesn't seem feasible. Though I don't need to maintain vacuum cores. After all, I don't need to blow wind on my sword to create it. I can just create new vacuum slash cores whenever I need it. And I can use this attack in both close-range combat and long-range combat. In these aspects, my way of using the wind vacuum technique on my sword is superior to his, or at least superior to what I recall Danzo is capable of. That said, this isn't the max I can do. Though I couldn't add the vacuum waves to my hurricane fist, I should be able to use them with my SWO. Fujin was about to pour his chakra into his sword and try it but suddenly stopped. He thought, never mind. If I mess up, I'll destroy this sword. That'll be a rather expensive price to pay for no reason. Fujin placed his sword back in his seal and opened a scroll that had a few ordinary swords. He grabbed the sword and swung it around a few times to get a hang of it. He nodded and decided, yeah, this should be good enough. In combat, I'll leave this attack to my clones. I'll use it just as a last resort. Fujin sent his chakra flowing into the ordinary sword. Soon, it turned into wind and began revolving around the sword at a high speed. Unlike his arm, Fujin didn't bother putting a protective chakra cover that spun in the opposite direction on the sword. He didn't particularly care if the sword was damaged. Soon, 3 vacuum waves began forming just outside the hurricane. In a couple of seconds, they began revolving around the sword at a high speed as well. Fujin observed his sword and thought, it looks completely like a mini hurricane consisting of thousands of sharp blades moving at a speed. I wonder if I can make a full-scale version of this. A massive hurricane full of sharp vines and maybe a dozen vacuum waves spinning at a high speed. Preferably one big enough to consume an entire village. Fujin's eyes lit up at that idea. However, his excitement doused as he analyzed, unfortunately, the chakra consumption for such an attack will be too high. And, the ninjas who are good with body flicker jutsu or other movement jutsus can easily escape from the attack. They could even hide underground. The only way such an attack will work is if I attack a village having a lot of civilians that the ninjas care about. Not too useful. Oh well, I'll develop a medium-sized one later to see if I can think of better applications for the same. For now. Fujin pulled his right arm back and jabbed forward with his sword. The mini hurricane was launched forward. As it traveled, its size grew. It hit the remaining part of the wall. The hurricane was stopped momentarily until the vacuum waves hit the wall and pierced through it, carving a path out for the hurricane. The hurricane broke through the wall and carried some debris in it as it continued moving forward, tearing apart everything in its way and creating a new path in the training ground. As it moved, several wind blades were launched from the hurricane into the surroundings, cutting even more trees. It finally lost its power after traveling for around 60 meters. Fujin had a thoughtful expression as he observed his attack. He analyzed, I see. I never thought of this possibility. The normal winds don't have the same penetrative capabilities as vacuum waves. So once they hit a tough obstacle, they get stopped and the vacuum waves move to the front. So anyone facing the attack will just have to dodge those vacuum waves if they are confident in their defense. Still, despite this oversight, this is a great attack. If any ninja were to just dodge the incoming hurricane, they could be cut by the wind blades that randomly get thrown out due to the centrifugal force. This attack can be very devastating when facing an army. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he muttered, anyway, that's the one jutsu nearly mastered and two new learnt today. I'll call this attack the Hurricane Sword. Chapter 363, Chapter 360, finally. Fujin spent the next couple of days practicing Vacuum Slash and Hurricane Sword to get used to them. Normally, getting used to such jutsus would take a lot of time. Fortunately, the jutsus suited Fujin a lot and quickly became his second nature. Fujin quickly got used to performing them as comfortably as their normal versions. Because a week passed, Fujin consumed the soldier pill and shifted back to his previous routine with his focus divided between the vacuum Gatling jutsu and the four-symbol seal. On the evening of the second day, Fujin stood in the training ground. His chakra was low to continue training further. He extended his arms and pointed his fingers at 10 human-sized rocks. In an instant, 10 vacuum bullets were launched. Each hit their target on the mark and traveled a long distance behind them. Approximately 0.23 seconds later, Fujin shot another round of 10 vacuum bullets. They hit their target as well. Approximately 0.76 seconds after shooting the second round, Fujin shot the third round of the vacuum bullets. Fujin nodded and thought, good. This now looks like a Gatling. However, I still need to improve this more. It'll be great if I can fire 5 rounds within 1 second and 10 rounds in around 2.5 to 3 seconds. Only then it'll live up to its name. Fujin extended his index finger once again and pointed at a rock. He fired a vacuum bullet. However, instead of hitting the rock he was pointing to, the bullet hit a hole in the rock adjacent to it. Fujin muttered to himself, this has reached partial mastery as well. I can aim my target around 20 degrees away in any direction from what I'm pointing at. I guess I'll be able to go up to 60 degrees max by the time I'm done. Fujin suddenly stopped his analysis as he received a memory. Immediately, an elated expression appeared on his face. He screamed in his mind, finally. It feels like I have been working on this for fucking centuries. Had Fujin been as emotional and reactive as someone like Naruto, he might have screamed and jumped for joy. The memory he received was from a shadow clone who dispelled himself. He was the first and the only shadow clone so far to successfully create the four-symbol seal. Fujin decided, I will meditate later. Time to visit my basement. Since this clone passed on his memories, the other clones should be getting it done soon as well. Fujin immediately flickered towards his home. In his basement, 79 shadow clones were sitting, each and every last one of them in deep thought. Just like the clone who dispelled himself, the remaining 79 clones were very close as well. It was just that they were stuck at some level or the other. After receiving his memories, they compared their results with those memories and immediately had a breakthrough. By the time Fujin reached his home, they continued working on their seals. Fujin observed his clones sitting while making seals. He thought, no point in disturbing them. I'll take this opportunity to get a third person's perspective. Fujin sat on one side of the room and observed his clones closely. Within 15 minutes, a second clone managed to complete the seal. As soon as he did, he dispelled himself as well. The remaining clones received his memories as well and increased their speed of creating the seal. Fujin observed, using shadow clones for learning is crazy good. Normally, even after learning a seal, I will have to practice several times to be more comfortable with it. But with clones, when one succeeds, they dispel themselves. Due to this, the knowledge is transferred to the remaining clones. This has two advantages. The more obvious one is that every clone learns the same method. And the hidden and the more fearsome one is that every clone can think of methods to improve the seal. So by the time the last clone successfully manages to create the seal, I will have improved the seal slightly 79 times. But, that will still not be enough. The current time needed to create the seal is too high. The first clone who succeeded was at it for 5 hours straight. The second clone had started working on it 6 hours 8 minutes before he succeeded. Even if I create a more optimized version, I will need at least an hour to create a 4-symbol seal. But I remember that the likes of Minato, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were very quick with the seals. Fujin thought for a while as his clones kept completing the seals one by one. A few minutes later, Fujin shook his head and concluded, I can't think of any way to decrease the creation time of the seal to a few seconds. The only way will be if I create the seal beforehand and use it in battle. But how do I do that? Fujin analyzed, but once again, he couldn't come up with any solution. He sighed and decided, I will ask Hiruzen. Though I could come up with a way eventually, it will take a lot of time. The wait has no benefits. Though Fujin didn't ask Hiruzen for help in increasing the speed of his vacuum Gatling, that was because he was creating a new jutsu. Creating a dependency on Hiruzen for matters he could resolve could be detrimental to him in the future. But, the matter with Fuin Jutsu was different. It could be applied to all seals and Fujin wouldn't have to improve it. So he didn't mind asking Hiruzen. Fujin kept waiting in his room while observing his clones. In 2 hours, all 80 clones had successfully created the 4-symbol seal. On receiving the last clone's information, Fujin realized, not bad. I think I can create the seal within an hour already. Of course, that's still too slow. Fujin created a shadow clone who left his home and flickered towards the Hokage's building. Fujin's clone thought, it's kinda late. I hope the old fox is still in the office. Otherwise, I'll have to wait till tomorrow. He reached the building in a few seconds. Fortunately, the lights of his office were still on. Fujin's clone wasted no time in flickering to the office. Inside his office, Hiruzen was writing on a scroll. There were a couple of dozen more scrolls on his desk. Konoha's decision to withdraw the majority of their forces was conveyed to Takigaku, who immediately became worried. They tried making the Konoha ninjas stay, however, they didn't have anything to convince them. IWA had left no clues in the Ito family's territory. So Taki refused to blame them openly. They had also been unsuccessful in curbing the rumors that were spreading. These 2 points caused dissatisfaction among Konoha leaders. So Hiruzen didn't intend to keep the army deployed for any longer. The only way Taki could make the Konoha ninjas stay was by issuing them all missions. Unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of budget to splurge money. So they couldn't stop Konoha from retreating. Hiruzen had concluded his negotiations with Takigaku. The scrolls he was writing on were for the noble families in the land of Waterfall that supported Konoha. He assured them of Konoha's support and stated that they were retreating because the chances of IWA attacking were very low. Hiruzen also assured them that if IWA attacked them, Konoha would send an even bigger army. Hiruzen had just started writing the second scroll when he heard a knock. He looked up to see Fujin's clone entering. A smile formed on his face. He said, Fujin. Why are you here? Hiruzen had always been fond of Fujin. However, he had been more fond of him than ever for the last couple of weeks since Fujin stopped visiting the wind training room. Fujin's clone wondered, why is he so happy to see me? Wait. Does he know that I'm here to ask for help and he is so enthusiastic to help me? Yup, that must be it. Sigh, we have such a benevolent cage. Fujin asked, Grandpa, are you done with your work? Hiruzen, who was in a happy mood a few seconds ago, suddenly became alert. He thought, I know that tone. He is here to ask me for something that would cost me a lot. He put up an exhausted expression and replied, unfortunately I had some extra work today. I will be busy here for another couple of hours. He thought, sigh, I thought I'd leave in 20 minutes. Now I'll have to keep waiting here for another couple of hours in case he tries to check where I am. Meanwhile, Fujin's clone wondered, really? Or is this old fox faking? He said, that's rough on you, Grandpa. I'm here because I need your help. I was hoping you'd come with me. But since you are busy, you can send a shadow clone with me. Hiruzen was speechless. He thought, despite being Hokage for so long and having helped so many young ninjas over decades, this is the first time someone directly asked me to send a clone to help him. Wait. He isn't even asking. He is directly giving me a choice. Chapter 364, Chapter 361, Seal Imprint. Hiruzen took half a minute to compose himself and gather his thoughts. However, despite his lively thoughts, the look of exhaustion never disappeared from his face. Of course, Fujin's clone completely ignored the long pause he needed. Hiruzen asked, "What help do you need?" Fujin's clone replied, "I am working on Fuinjutsu but have hit a roadblock in terms of speed. At my current speed, I need around an hour to create that seal. It makes it useless in war. I need some help and advice in regards to that." Hiruzen was surprised. He thought, he has already reached that stage. A seal that needs an hour to create will be a very complicated one. It looks like he will soon be a grandmaster. No harm in teaching him seal imprints. But Hiruzen said, "All right. I can help you with that. But I have a question as well. Did you ask anyone else to help you?" Fujin's clone tilted his head and asked, "Why would I ask anyone else, Grandpa? You are the one everyone calls the professor." Despite his vast experience, Hiruzen couldn't help but look at Fujin's clone with a deadpan expression. He muttered internally, "I have led Konoha for over 4 decades. I have lived through 3 deadly wars. I never expected that I would experience so many firsts within a few minutes at this age. This is the first time anyone sent a clone to ask for my help outside of wartime. Apart from my students and children, this is the first time anyone has come to me directly for help without asking anyone else. And this is the first time someone directly asked me to send a shadow clone to help him." Fujin's clone maintained his innocent expression. However, he was laughing in his mind. He thought, "Old man, you have tried brainwashing me with the will of fire so many times that I don't even remember the count. I guess you even believe that you have succeeded. You even asked me to call you Grandpa. Let me see with what face you decline my request when there is no good excuse." Hiruzen was in the same dilemma as Fujin had calculated. Though he regularly preached the will of fire to motivate his ninjas to push themselves harder for the village without having to do anything himself, the will of fire was a two-way street. Just as he had expectations from the younger generation also had expectations from him that he had to live up to. Of course, that wasn't necessarily bad for Hiruzen. After all, unlike Fujin who viewed the will of fire as an ideological tool, Hiruzen believed in the will of fire completely. In fact, he could be even said to be the most devout follower of the will of fire. So he usually did what was expected of him even before anyone asked him to do so. However, when faced with someone like Fujin, Hiruzen realized an issue. He shuddered while thinking, "If I agree, it will create a dangerous precedence. What if everyone else begins running to me for every small thing? How many shadow clones can I even create? Until now, though everyone knows that they can ask me for help, they are very respectful and mindful to not disturb me too much. But this boy..." Unfortunately, Hiruzen could just sigh internally and hope that others didn't get any ideas from this instance. His principles didn't allow him to say no to Fujin without any reasonable reason. He replied, "All right. I'll send a clone to help you." Fujin's clone smirked internally and thought, "Lord Hokage really is the best. I can't imagine this being done in any other village. Even among the Hokages, I guess just future Naruto and maybe Minato and Hashirama would agree to such requests." He weaved a hand sign and a shadow clone popped next to him. The clone approached Fujin's clone and said, "Let's go." Fujin's clone immediately said in a respectful and excited tone, "Thank you, Grandpa." The two clones immediately left and arrived at Training Ground 23 where Fujin was waiting for Hiruzen while thinking about the 4-symbol seal. He looked up and looked at the two arriving and thought, "I see. He sent a clone." As their eyes met, Fujin's clone dispelled himself and passed the memories to Fujin. Fujin smiled and said, "Thank you for coming here despite being so busy, Grandpa." Hiruzen's clone's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. However, he immediately put up a smile and said, "How can I say no to a youngster who is working so hard? Which seal are you working on?" Fujin replied, "The 4-symbol seal. But I'd like the same advice for other seals as well. I recall you sealing up the Sunajounins using Juinjutsu. But despite learning almost all Juinjutsu, I can't activate them that quickly. I still need more than a few seconds, which is just too slow to be used in a battle." Hiruzen's clone was surprised. He thought, he has already learnt the 4-symbol seal. That's the most difficult seal available in the library. Has he learned all the other seals or did he just focus on this seal? But why does he need this seal? He became suspicious but didn't show it on his face and asked, have you learned all the other seals in the library? Or did you focus on the 4-symbol seal after becoming an Anbyo captain? Fujin answered, I am done with all Juinjutsu and simpler seals in the library. I still have a few complicated seals to learn. But they didn't seem as good as the 4-symbol seal at restraining enemies. Especially the enemy Jinchurikis. So I decided to leave them for later. Hiruzen's clone realized, I see. I guess he is more obsessed with this seal due to his encounter with Rashi. Normal chakra suppression seals have no effect on a Jinchuriki. Even advanced ones are useless against ones that can use most of the tailed beast's chakra like Rashi. Regardless, such speed is very good. In terms of speed of learning this seal after getting access to it, he is slower than only Kushina and Minato ever since I became the Hokage. And his chakra is lesser than theirs at his age. So the effect of shadow clones should be lesser for him than them. He nodded and answered, I understand. It is a good choice. Your issue is a pretty basic one that all seal masters have to face. Unlike ninjutsu, you can't create seals in the blink of an eye as it isn't entirely dependent on merely manipulating your chakra and is much more complicated. Especially complicated seals like the 4-symbol seal. Fujin analyzed Hiruzen's words and nodded. He asked, so, how do we shorten the time? Hiruzen's clone said, it's pretty easy. The concept is similar to pre-made seals that you use instantly in battle. Can you figure it out? Fujin began thinking. After a couple of minutes, he shook his head and answered, no. I had thought of creating seals for the same. But, those are for one-time use. While I can make a lot of them as a preparation and have a similar effect, it won't be the same. In addition, I won't be able to modify the seal if I use seals I drew on paper. The only workable idea I have is probably creating the seal partially so that I can use it by just completing the remaining seal. But I am not sure how I could sustain a partial seal for that long without it putting a drain on my chakra reserves and taking a lot of my attention. Hiruzen's clone smiled and said, not bad. You are a bit off, but the method is similar to the two ideas. The clone raised his right hand and showed his palm to Fujin. In an instant, the 4-symbol seal appeared on his palm. Fujin's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, that was almost instantaneous. It's as if he merely needs to think about it to create the seal. Hiruzen's clone said, most people consider Grandmaster as the peak level of Fuinjutsu. Every Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu is respected by every ninja. However, for the ones who reach that level, becoming a Grandmaster is just the start of the journey. Once you reach this level, there are two things you need to do. The first one is imprinting all the seals you have learned on your body, preferably the palm. This allows you to use every seal that you have imprinted instantaneously. I would have taught you this after you became a Grandmaster. But since you asked me before you became one, I'll teach it to you now. Fujin smiled and said, thank you, Grandpa. But what is the second thing? The clone smiled and said, it's to create new seals. Fujin thought, that was a stupid question. What else could they do? He replied, I'll leave creating newer seals for the future. For now, can we start learning the imprinting part? Chapter 365, Chapter 362, The Complications in Creating Seal Imprints. Hiruzen's clone nodded and said, yes. But before we start, I need to warn you. To complete this is even more difficult than becoming a Grandmaster. In Konoha, we have 10 Grandmasters, the most of any village. But, including me, there are only 3 ninjas who have completed this step. And even we can't be said to have truly completed this step as we didn't imprint hundreds of seals that we judged to be unneeded in combat. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, why is it so difficult? Hiruzen's clone answered, it is easy to imprint seals at the start. But as you keep increasing the number of seals imprinted on your body, it becomes increasingly difficult. The reason has to do more with your ability to create multiple imprints on your body and your ability to remember everything about them without any error. Due to this reason, this step becomes very difficult to complete. It takes around a couple of decades to complete this step as the shadow clones won't be of any help here. And, the high time required makes every Grandmaster reluctant to complete this. They will just imprint a few important seals and instead use their time for other tasks. So before we begin, remember this. Only imprint the seals that are important for you on your body. If you create a good seal in the future that you want to imprint, you will face difficulties if you imprint all the useless seals on your body. In the future, if you want to complete this step like me, go ahead. But don't waste your time on this in the short term. Fujin thought for a bit and nodded. He said, "All right, Grandpa. Now can we begin the process of imprinting the 4-symbol seal?" Hiruzen's clone immediately shook his head and said, "No. 4-symbol seal is a very high-level seal. Creating that imprint will be a task for you, so you can learn how to do this by yourself. I will teach you how to create imprints with 2 other seals." Though Hiruzen's words sounded sensible, Fujin couldn't help but think, why does it feel like he is not saying something? Hiruzen's clone didn't say the following out loud and only muttered in his mind, not to mention, making an imprint of the 4-symbol seal will need around 1.5 to 2 weeks and will have to be done in multiple phases. I don't want to keep sending a clone daily for the next 2 weeks. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't read his thoughts. He replied, "All right. Which 2 seal imprints will you teach me?" Hiruzen's clone replied, "The 2 seals that you'll use the most. Chakra suppression seal and self-cursing seal." Fujin said, "I see. A fuinjutsu and a juinjutsu, so that I'll get a hang of both." Hiruzen's clone nodded and said, "Yes. Once you get a hang of how to imprint these seals, you should be able to slowly work the rest out yourself. But I'll advise you to not work on the imprint of the 4-symbol seal until you try a few other seal imprints to get a hang of this technique." Fujin nodded. Hiruzen's clone said, "Before we start, extend your hand and show me your palm." Fujin followed his instructions. The clone asked, "Are you aware of where the chakra points in your palm are located?" Fujin nodded. Inspecting chakra points on his own body wasn't a difficult task. After all, those were the points from where his chakra would be emitted from. Hiruzen's clone said, "Good. Create the chakra suppression seal and observe from which chakra points your chakra is being released to support the seal." Fujin nodded and created a chakra suppression seal on his right palm while observing the chakra points that were releasing the chakra. He mentioned the location of the chakra points to Hiruzen's clone, who nodded his head in agreement. The clone instructed him to memorize those chakra points. Once Fujin was done memorizing, Hiruzen's clone said, "Now, place this seal on your palm without activating it. Remember to place the seal such that it covers all the chakra points that release the chakra to power the seal. Try to place the seal as much as the center of those chakra points as you can." Fujin followed his instructions. Hiruzen's clone continued giving instructions to Fujin on how to imprint the seal on his palm. Around 15 minutes later, Fujin exhaled a lot of air. On his right palm, the chakra suppression seal was imprinted. Fujin observed the seal and thought, "Wow! The seal is completely imprinted on my palm. I can activate it with a mere thought. This is different from my earlier uses of this seal. Though I could use this seal rather quickly, it isn't even comparable to my current speed. But the imprint is a problem. Won't everyone be able to see this? I don't see any such imprints on Hiruzen's hands either." Hiruzen's clone immediately noticed his confusion. He asked, "Are you wondering why my palms don't have any such imprints?" Fujin nodded. The clone answered, "Because you have just completed the first step. Now sit down and focus entirely on this imprint. Flow your chakra through it, control the seal and reduce its size to as much as you can." The clone extended his palm and showed it to Fujin and said, "Focus chakra in your eyes and observe me properly." Fujin's eyes began glowing as he concentrated chakra in them. A chakra suppression seal appeared on the clone's palm. Immediately, chakra began flowing through it and its size began decreasing. In mere seconds, the size became so small that no one could see it with a naked eye. A couple of seconds later, Fujin couldn't see it despite concentrating chakra in his eyes. Hiruzen's clone instructed, "Now that you have seen how it works, copy the method and try it yourself. Don't worry about messing up. You can always destroy the imprint and create a new one. But the process is a bit complicated. So try to get it done on your first try." Fujin nodded and began copying Hiruzen's method. Soon, chakra began flowing through the seal. Fujin took control of the seal and began decreasing its size without changing the shapes and proportions of the symbols. Over the next 5 minutes, it decreased to the size of a mere black dot. Fujin's concentration was at its highest level. His mind didn't have any thought apart from maintaining the shape of the symbols while decreasing the size even further. Hiruzen's clone observed, "I didn't expect him to do so well on his first try. His chakra control is better than I thought. It looks like he kept working on the Senjo Taijutsu style even after leaving Renjiro's squad." And his skill with the seals is very promising too. Though seeing his performance, it doesn't look like it's due to his talent in Fuinjutsu and is instead due to the amount of practice he has. He took a look at Fujin's face again and wondered, how long does he use the shadow clones to practice seals? He sighed internally and thought, though he becomes very greedy when he wants something, his work ethic is admirable. It is comparable to my 3 students and Minato when they were young. In terms of Fuinjutsu, he is already superior to what my 3 students were when they were his age. Only Minato did better. But he had Kushina's help, which not only made his path simpler but also gave him a lot of motivation to become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. And unlike those 4, Fujin has done it while staying hidden in the Anbu and keeping his skills a secret. To be able to push himself without having a friend to push him or having the common people and other ninjas sing his praises is remarkable. It looks like my previous analysis of him becoming capable of leading Konoha's darkness was on point. While Hiruzen's clone was analyzing Fujin, Fujin made rapid progress. The size of the seal was finally reduced by so much that Fujin couldn't see it. However, he was very much aware of where the seal was. Hiruzen's clone observed it as well and said, "Good work. You have succeeded on your first try. Can you feel where the seal imprint is?" Fujin nodded. The clone continued, "Good. I'm sure you can sense it very clearly. But the reason for this is that this is the only seal imprint you have created. Once you create hundreds or even thousands of seal imprints, sensing every seal individually becomes very difficult. As for remembering their locations, that is difficult as well. While you may remember the seals that you use regularly, you will struggle with the seals that rarely get used. That's why I instructed you to not imprint too many seals right now." Internally, Hiruzen sighed and thought, seeing the crazy work he has done with his house, I have no doubts that he will create hundreds of imprints on his body if I don't stop him. He turned his head to his left and gazed towards Fujin's house, which was just outside the training grounds, and thought, 3 years ago, that house had more than 2,500 seals. Its number has been steadily increasing since then. Right now, there are so many seals that even I can't see them all. Despite being better at Fuinjutsu, the quantity of the seals is so much that I couldn't keep track after the number crossed 5,000, as even I can't see through all of them. Chapter 366, Chapter 363, Another Base. Fujin noticed Hiruzen's clone's gaze and a wry smile appeared on his face. He realized, so that's why he keeps saying that again and again. He isn't wrong though. This method, though complicated, is still very easy to implement. If I didn't know that it would get complicated at a later stage, I would be tempted to do just that. Fujin replied, "All right. I'll limit the number of seal imprints to just the essential seals. I have a question though. Since I created the imprint on my right hand, doesn't that mean that I can use this seal quickly with just my right hand? So do I need to create the same imprint on my left arm as well?" Hiruzen's clone answered, "If you want to, then yes. But it's pointless to do that for a seal like the chakra suppression seal. This seal merely suppresses your enemy's chakra. There are many other seals that offer similar or even better effects. Like the self-cursing seal, which paralyzes your opponent. This is another reason why I suggested you start with these 2 seals. You can use the chakra suppression seal with your right hand and the self-cursing seal with your left. If you feel like a seal is very important and irreplaceable, then feel free to create imprints on both your hands." Fujin nodded and said, "All right. I'll keep that in mind. Another question. Does the seal have to be in between the chakra points that release the chakra? I was thinking about imprinting a few stealth seals on my body, perhaps barrier seals as well. That way, I could activate them instantly and gain an advantage, be it in stealth or defense." Hiruzen's clone answered, "Well, seals don't need to be imprinted between the chakra points. But, the closer they are to the right chakra points, the faster you'll be able to activate them and the lesser the chance of any of them failing. Since your main concern was speed, placing them in between the chakra points is the most reliable method. As for seals like stealth, hardness, barrier, and other similar utility seals, having them on your clothes like you have now is more than sufficient. There is no need to create imprints for them." Fujin thought for a bit and decided, "Yeah, you are right. Doubling them up won't help a lot. If someone is strong enough to deal with those seals on my clothes, having those seals on my body might not help me much." Fujin recalled the time he was escaping from Rashi's tailed beast bomb. Just the mere blast wave destroyed his clothes despite the high number of seals he carved on them. Only the iron skin jutsu managed to hold on for a few seconds. Hiruzen's clone replied, "Good analysis. Let's start creating the imprint for the self-cursing seal. Though it is Juinjutsu, its process is almost completely similar to that of Fuinjutsu. He began guiding Fujin once again, who absorbed all his teachings in no time. An hour later, Fujin completed imprinting the self-cursing seal on his left palm. Fujin observed it and thought, no wonder so few use Fuinjutsu in battle despite there being so many seal masters. Without completing this step, it is very difficult to use seals in combat. Hiruzen's clone said, you have learned the way to create imprints for both Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu. I will leave the work of imprinting the remaining seals to you. Just remember my warnings. If you face any confusion or have any doubts, you can come and see me. Fujin nodded and said, thank you, Grandpa. I will. The clone smiled and dispelled himself. In his office, Hiruzen, who had already completed his work, received the memories. He sighed and thought, fortunately, everything went well. I just hope that I don't end up regretting that last sentence. Hiruzen left his office and returned to his home to sleep. As for Fujin, he still had 3 more days for the soldier pill to run out. He sat in the training ground while analyzing, what do I do now? Should I begin working on creating the imprint for the 4-symbol seal? Should I make imprints for a few more important seals? Or should I just focus on learning the remaining seals? After analyzing for a while, Fujin concluded, creating an imprint for the 4-symbol seals might take a longer time. It's probably why Hiruzen didn't want to teach me that. While the imprints of some simpler seals will take a lesser time, they will be a waste. Imprinting seals need a high amount of concentration and not a lot of chakra. Though I could create shadow clones to train, if one pops and sends me the memories, I will fail in creating an imprint. For now, I'll continue with learning the remaining seals while I train vacuum jutsus. Once I run low on chakra, instead of meditating in the training rooms, I'll begin imprinting seals. However, I need to decide which seals I should imprint. Sigh, that will take a long time as well considering the insane number of seals I have learned over the last year. Fujin got up, went back to his house and entered the basement. He created 80 shadow clones with 1% chakra each so that they could continue working on the remaining seals. Though he had learnt the most complicated seal in Section A of the library, he still had a few more top-level seals to learn like the 5 Elements Seal, 5 Elements Unseal, Evil Sealing Method and Iron Armor Seal. His clones immediately began working on the 5 Elements Seal. Thanks to having already worked on the 4-symbol seal, their progress was much smoother. As for Fujin, he sat down in the basement and began analyzing which seals to imprint while waiting for his chakra to recover. For the next hour, Fujin recalled and analyzed all the seals he had learned over the past few years. A complicated expression appeared on his face as he let out a sigh. He thought, though I have learned thousands of seals, the seals I can use directly in battle are almost non-existent. Hiruzen knew what he was doing when he asked me to create imprints for these 2 seals. Apart from the 4-symbol seal, none will be as effective as these 2. The issue is that though many seals are very good, they are designed to fulfill just one purpose. Though they are useful in one way or another, they aren't so useful in battle. While I can use them by becoming creative, like say storing a lot of one element in element-specific storage seals, their effect in battle would be equivalent to just rank D jutsus. And I can't supercharge them. And, in almost all cases, I can just inscribe those seals on my clothes and activate them when needed. There isn't much reason to create imprints. So, what do I do? Fujin fell into deep thought. After a few minutes, he decided, though my main reason for learning Fuinjutsu was for the tailed beasts and the flying thunder god technique, it will be a shame if that's all it is good for after spending such a long time learning it. Though I can still use it to set up traps or create defensive bases like this house, it still isn't good enough. There is only one way to make my knowledge implementable in battle. A very simple way. I need to create seals that I can use during battle. Of course, creating entirely new seals would be a very difficult and time-consuming task. It won't be worth it as the chances of success will be low. What I need to do is use the knowledge of my current seals to create complex seals that contain several of those seals and replicate their effects at the same time. Only such combinations of seals could be of some help in battle. Though this can be complicated as well, fortunately, I already have 2 good ideas. Hopefully, I'll get more in the future. For now, I'll create imprints for the 2 seals that might be of some help to me. A/N, more ideas are always welcomed, smiley face. While Fujin became busy with learning more Fuinjutsu seals, creating seal imprints and perfecting vacuum Gatling, the Konoha's army, which had stayed on the borders with the land of Waterfall for over a month, began withdrawing. During the past month, the Konoha ninjas had created a large and permanent base on the border with the land of Waterfall. Though the majority of the ninjas withdrew, 100 ninjas under the leadership of a veteran Jounin from the Nara clan stayed behind. This base served two purposes. The first one was that it acted as a forward base. If Iwagakure took any action in the land of Waterfall or even in the land of Grass, the ninjas from this base could act as a vanguard and slow them down while cooperating with Kusa and Taki. Secondly, it also acted as a mission center for missions coming from the land of Waterfall. Thanks to the Konoha ninjas being stationed directly on their borders, their location was closer than to Kigakure for some of the citizens in the land of Waterfall. So it would bring in more mission revenue from the land of Waterfall. Now, in addition to the land of tea and the land of noodles, Konoha had a forward base alongside the border with the land of Waterfalls as well. Not only were those countries not offended by it, but they requested for these bases to be created and even paid Konoha to keep them running. Chapter 367, Chapter 364, Exposed. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was sitting in his chair while reading something. He had a complicated expression on his face. Even though he expected Oniki to do this, when it truly happened, he couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. After a couple of minutes, he exhaled the smoke and said softly, "Bring Fujin here. He should be in training ground 23. Immediately, an Anbu guard disappeared from the room. Fujin, who was training his vacuum gatling, stopped because he sensed a ninja entering the training ground. After getting the messenger, he left to see Hiruzen. He entered the office and before he could ask anything, Hiruzen pushed forward the book on his desk and said, "Take a look at this." Fujin picked up the book while muttering, "Bingo book." As soon as his eyes landed on the page Hiruzen had opened, his eyes widened. He sighed and muttered, "IWA finally decided to do this." Hiruzen nodded. IWA had increased Fujin's bounty from 20 million ryo to 50 million ryo. Surprisingly, his summon and Fuinjutsu skills weren't mentioned in the report. But they labeled him as the spectral swordsman. Fujin said, "Exposing this identity will cause a lot of trouble. I have killed way too many people in the last 3 years." Hiruzen replied, "Yes. It will be a diplomatic disaster. To avoid this, you won't ever accept this title." Fujin nodded and said, "That goes without saying. But I doubt the neighboring countries will accept that so easily." Hiruzen replied, "It doesn't matter. IWA can give no proof. I can just deny everything they say. And considering the recent movements in the other 4 major villages, these smaller countries don't want any trouble with Konoha. They can only accept their losses and move on. But, they might try something against you when you are on missions. Be it for revenge or the 50 million ryo. There are a few bounty hunters as well who would be tempted." Fujin replied, "Yet. I will be careful. But, why didn't IWA mention all my details?" Hiruzen chuckled and answered, "They want others to suffer losses against you just like they did." Fujin was surprised. He thought, "That's smart. And so fucking shameless. Irrespective of whether I'm dealt with or if I deal with the attackers, they will benefit." Hiruzen understood what Fujin was thinking about and said, "It doesn't matter what they are scheming. Just ensure that you don't fall prey to any more traps." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, I won't. Thanks for the warning. I have another question though. Did you find out if anything was fishy in the previous incident?" Since there were Anbu guards in the room, Fujin was vague about the question. Hiruzen understood and answered, "It wasn't anyone from the village. Shikaku and I concluded that they set a trap for any top-level ninja we send. Though you might have been their primary target. Regardless, you were just the unlucky one. As for your identity, that should be due to the previous information about you in the bingo book." Fujin thought, "That's just as I predicted. Oh well, I'll just need to be more careful in the future. I can't take the lazy route." He placed the bingo book back on the desk and said, "All right. Thanks for the information, Grandpa. I'll return to training." Hiruzen nodded and saw Fujin leave. He looked back at the bingo book and thought, 50 million ryo. The same amount as Kakashi. Looks like Oniki sees the same potential in him as he does in Kakashi. He closed the book and continued working. As for Fujin, he wasn't very worried. While walking back to his training ground, he thought, "I had expected such a thing to happen. In fact, I am sure that a few schemes that are several times worse than this are already cooking behind the scenes. I just have to be more careful to avoid falling for such schemes and be strong and resourceful enough to destroy those schemes if I get caught up. Unperturbed, Fujin continued his training. However, many influential people paid great importance to this news. On an obscure island in the middle of nowhere, a camp containing more than 500 ninjas existed. In the central tent in this camp, a lady with long, auburn hair sat while reading the bingo book. Her eyes showed a glint of interest in what she was reading. A smile appeared on her face and she said, "He is very good at bluffing." Since he is Renjiro's student, it was unlikely that he would have carried out the threat he made when we met. Ao, who was standing next to her, said, "We benefited heavily from the information he shared. So it doesn't matter much. Still, he is merely 14 years old. I didn't expect him to be so young." Mei nodded and said, "Yet. He is already as strong as me. If he successfully keeps growing for another decade, Konoha will once again have a fearsome rank S ninja. No wonder such a bounty was placed on his head. I'm sure that whoever placed the bounty is scheming a lot in the background." Ao thought for a few seconds and said, "If he has such a potential, should we try to kill him? If a second Minato appears in Konoha, then we won't be able to defend in a war against Konoha." Mei shook her head and said, "No. That would be a big mistake. Since the third Hokage sent him to meet me with the secret information, it should mean that he is hoping for an alliance in the future. If it does happen, then I will have to negotiate with this boy. Those negotiations won't be easy if we try to kill him and fail. Not to mention, Kumo will do everything they can to eliminate him considering that he specializes in wind nature manipulation. Besides, I doubt all his skills are mentioned in the bingo book. Even if they are all, killing him will still be a very costly affair. But, if the Mizukage's faction wants to take him out, then we could benefit heavily. Ask our spies to spread out rumors. There is a lot of hatred in the Mizukage faction for the spectral swordsman due to how many of their fake rogue ninjas he killed. Let them try to fight him and lose their elites." Ao nodded and got to work. Sitting in his office, Raza had a thoughtful expression on his face as he read Fujin's information for the umpteenth time. A frown appeared on his face as he thought, "I remember Iwagakure sending information regarding him and speculating that he was the troublemaker. This sudden increase in his bounty should be Iwa's work. But, is he worthy of such a bounty or does Iwa hate him for some reason?" He fell into deep thought. After a few minutes he shook his head and concluded, "Regardless of whether he is worthy or not, I can't overlook him. For Iwa to be so troubled, he should at least be at the elite jounin level. And at such a young age too. Not to mention, his skill set is too similar to the culprit who created so much chaos in my country. It doesn't matter if it was the copy ninja or him, I need to eliminate him if I get the chance." Kumo and Iwa leadership didn't have much reaction towards this news for obvious reasons. However, the information caused a lot of chaos in the minor villages that were allied with Konoha. Their leaders immediately called for council meetings and sent a scroll to Hiruzen asking for an explanation. The people who took this news seriously weren't limited to other countries. In an office under the Konoha, Danzo sat with a thoughtful face as he read Fujin's bounty and information. He thought, "The boy I asked Hiruzen for less than 4 years ago has already reached this stage. No wonder Hiruzen refused to tell us who the spectral swordsman was no matter how many times I asked him." Danzo was genuinely surprised. However, he curbed his surprise and wondered, who exposed him? And who did he offend to get such a huge bounty? Danzo thought about the recent events and realized, recently, Iwagakure created a mess in the land of Waterfall. Hiruzen didn't tell me or the other elders what happened, but according to my information, one of our Enbu squads clashed with Iwa there. So it should be his squad. But why would that make Iwa so alarmed? Danzo's left eye widened as he recalled, wait, around half a year ago, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, went on a rampage in the land of grass. Information regarding that incident was buried as well. I thought we benefited only due to Iwa's folly. But if I assume that Rashi clashed with him, then it would make sense for Kusa to trust Konoha so much and for Iwa to attach so much importance to him. But, can Fujin go up against Rashi? Danzo looked at his bounty and a frown appeared on his face. He thought, no wonder Iwa put up such a huge bounty. He must have survived against Rashi and they probably set up a trap for him in the land of Waterfall. I should have been more forceful and inducted him in the route. Such a talent will now be corrupted by Hiruzen's naive thoughts. But, this can be an opportunity as well. Danzo entered into deep thought. He analyzed, for an Enbu, maintaining their disguise is the most important. If their identity is leaked, then everyone who they targeted and their families will try to get back at them. Hiruzen has failed him by failing to protect his identity. I can use this to try and recruit him. In addition, the spectral swordsman is known to be very ruthless and efficient. His method seems to be very similar to mine. I could try to influence him with my ideology as well. He looked at a root ninja in his office and instructed, "Call the two elders here." Due to his analysis, Danzo was upbeat about his chances of recruiting Fujin. However, if he was to know that Hiruzen was planning to pass the route to Fujin in the future, one would wonder what Danzo's expression would be. Chapter 368, Chapter 365, A Casual Spar. The people surprised by this bounty weren't limited to just village leaders. Akimichi Choza saw Fujin's bounty while looking through the new bingo book. A thought, such a high bounty. No wonder Lord Hokage wants to nurture him. But, I still don't understand why he wants to make someone this talented a negotiator. Yamanaka Inoichi thought while looking at Fujin's information, so this is the boy that has been giving Shikaku sleepless nights. Fumito is on his squad. I'll ask him to improve his relationship. Hyuga Hayashi analyzed, so this is the boy pushing Hoka to continuously become stronger. I hadn't paid much attention to him earlier. But if someone like him is pushing Hoka, then it'll be very beneficial for Hoka. A look of surprise appeared on Inuyasukatsume's face as she thought, I remember how dedicated he was to training during the Chunin exam. I knew he'd become strong. But I never imagined he'd reach such a level so quickly. The other clan leaders had similar reactions. However, because they hadn't been in direct contact with Fujin, they had to look up for more information on him. Since not everyone checked the bingo book regularly, the ones other than the clan leaders didn't get to know about Fujin's bounty immediately. But as the word about this matter, almost everyone in Konoha became aware of another talented youngster rising through their ranks. Of course, the one who was the most proud was Renjiro. A smile formed on his face as he muttered, "It looks like I might not be able to keep up with him anymore." He looked at the sky and wondered, is this a sign for me to retire and leave active duty? Fujin was unaware of the fame he was gaining in his village. However, even if he had known, he wasn't in a state to think about it. The effect of the soldier pill had run out and he was in a deep sleep as his body and mind were completely exhausted. He rested for a couple of days before continuing his morning routine. To push himself to his limits, he started to use his training seal at 100% capacity for the duration of the training. After the training, he sat with his back against a tree while breathing heavily. He thought, 100% capacity is too much to handle with that intense workout. I should go at 92% from tomorrow and slowly increase it to 100% in a month. Fujin took a while to catch his breath. On recovering, he analyzed, in the last 3 days before the pill ran out of energy, I managed to create imprints for all the seals that I decided on. And my clones managed to learn both, the 5 elements seal and 5 elements unseal. I will next create imprints for these two. Their complexity level is much higher than the other seals I imprinted. Once I manage to create imprints for them, I'll begin working on the 4 symbol seals imprint. My vacuum Gatling is also at a usable level now. Its speed is around 71% of my vacuum bullet. And I can fire them at an angle of up to 45 degrees. In terms of firing rate, I can fire 4 rounds in a second and 10 in 3 seconds. Spending more time on improving any of these aspects would be pointless. Over the next few months, as I become more used to this jutsu, its speed should increase to around 90% of the vacuum bullet and the angle should increase to 60 degrees. The firing rate should also increase to 5 rounds in a second. I only need to train one more thing with the vacuum Gatling. After I'm done with it, I'll begin working on an AoE vacuum jutsu. But, these can wait for some time. I need to do something more important today. Fujin kept resting until he had completely recovered and then got up and began moving towards another training ground. He thought, I hope this goes well. If possible, I would love to explore this route further as well. Maybe not to the limit, but close to that point. Fujin disappeared from his spot and moved at a rapid speed using body flicker. In one of the many training grounds in Konoha, a voice could be heard reverberating among the trees. 894. 895. 896. 897. 898. 899. Suddenly, the person stopped and looked up. After a moment, he continued doing his push-ups and asked enthusiastically, Fujin, how have you been? Fujin replied, doing well, Guy-san. How about you? Guy replied with the same enthusiasm, never been better. Why are you here? Also, just call me Guy. Fujin, sure. I need your help. My taijutsu skills are growing rusty and I was wondering whether you'd be up for some sparring. Guy said, so you want to spar? Alright. Just give me a few minutes. 932. 933. 934. 935. 936. 937. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression as Guy doubled his speed of doing push-ups. He sighed internally, as expected. Fujin moved away and began stretching his muscles until Guy was done. In less than a minute, Guy shouted, 1000. He got up and said, all right, let's fight now. Fujin nodded and took his stance. A smile appeared on his face as he felt a sudden surge of excitement. He thought, might Guy. Though I have fought a lot of exciting battles, be it against Kakuzu, Darui, Rashi or Kitsuki and have seen someone like Hiruzen in action, no one comes close to this beast in terms of real strength. Despite it being over a decade, Fujin couldn't help but recall the scene of Uchiha Madara declaring Guy as the strongest in taijutsu. Guy shouted, here I come. Let the power of youth explode. Without further ado, Guy burst forward like a whirlwind at an incredible speed. At the same time, Fujin moved forward as well and unleashed a punch. Their fists clashed, producing a loud sound and a minute shockwave. A look of surprise appeared on Guy's face. It soon turned into a grin as he exclaimed, good. I can feel the power of youth coursing through your body. A grin appeared on Fujin's face as well while he said, might Guy. I have heard that you are the greatest taijutsu master in our village. A shame that I couldn't spar with you until now. I really hope you live up to your reputation because I haven't felt so excited about a fight in a long time. Fujin immediately unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks relentlessly, forcing Guy on a back foot. Guy blocked and dodged his attacks and in a few seconds, began counter-attacking. The two exchanged blows without a break. As the fight continued, Fujin slowly started getting overwhelmed. He parried Guy's kick while thinking, such crazy raw power and speed. His experience in taijutsu is far superior to mine as well. I haven't seen anyone apart from Hiruzen move this fast. And we aren't yet using chakra to enhance our power and speed. Though Guy was better and was overwhelming Fujin, Fujin could still hold on. Since he was the one to request a taijutsu spar, Fujin refrained from using chakra to enhance himself to get an advantage. If someone were to see this fight, they would be shocked. Both Fujin and Guy moved at such a tremendous speed that neither could be seen by an untrained eye. Only the sounds of their fists and legs clashing could be heard. Occasionally, some part of the ground would blow up or a tree or two would be broken. After 5 minutes of such intense combat, both fighters finally stopped and stood around 10 meters apart while facing each other. Fujin's breathing was slightly rough. A few bruises could be seen on his arms and legs. However, none were serious. In comparison, Guy didn't have any injuries on his body. His breathing, though slightly heavier, seemed normal as well. Guy praised, excellent, Fujin. You truly embody the spirit of youth. Fujin replied, thanks, Guy. Your reputation doesn't do you justice. A grin appeared on his face as chakra began flowing around his body. He asked, I wonder if you'd like to get serious now. Guy observed Fujin and said, the Senju Taijutsu style. Good. Other than Lady Tsunade, I haven't seen any other ninja from the Senju clan exerting more chakra than you. Guy took his fighting stance. Fujin immediately became extremely serious. He immediately concentrated chakra in his eyes. He could sense an intense chakra being radiated from Guy. It wasn't as strong as his chakra in quantity, but it felt far more intense. Sweat dripped down Fujin's forehead as he observed Guy's application of chakra. He could only think, this guy. Chapter 369, Chapter 366, Strong Fist Style. Looking at the serious look on Fujin's face and his glowing eyes, Guy said, my fighting style is called the Strong Fist Style. Unlike the Senju Taijutsu style which uses chakra to just enhance the power behind the punch or the kick, this method enhances the entire body. Though it lacks explosive strength, its impact is much higher. Fujin was still surprised. He replied, I see. He thought, I should have expected his fighting method to not be merely taijutsu. His chakra is completely infused in his body. There is no leakage. But this method is different from just concentrating chakra in one part of the body. Infusing chakra directly into the body puts intense pressure on muscles and the chakra network itself. I can understand infusing chakra in limbs. I should be able to do that as well. Though it might be a bit painful. But infusing chakra in vital organs is very risky. Is his chakra control and medical knowledge so good that he is so confident in not damaging himself? But that doesn't sound like Guy at all. Before he could analyze further, Guy made a move. He burst forward like a bullet and within the blink of an eye, he had reached Fujin. Fujin's eyes widened as he thought, so fast. He immediately clenched his right fist and concentrated a lot of chakra on it and punched at the incoming fist. The two fists collided, causing a strong shockwave to spread from the impact. Fujin and Guy immediately jumped back and created some distance between themselves. Fujin shook his right hand and complained, "What is your fist made of? I felt like I was hitting iron." Guy chuckled, "You aren't bad yourself. Get ready. I'm about to be serious." He moved towards Fujin and both exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks once again. Suddenly, Guy took a step back and began spinning while shouting, "Severe leaf hurricane." He unleashed a series of kicks, targeting Fujin's legs, waist and head in a random pattern. However, Fujin managed to block or dodge every kick. Suddenly, Guy jumped in the air and attacked Fujin with a heel drop. Fujin immediately moved out of the way and retreated. As he expected, as soon as Guy's kick landed on the ground, rocks were sent flying everywhere around him. Guy ignored those rocks and attacked Fujin again. As the two of them fought, Fujin analyzed Guy's abilities. He thought, in terms of speed, he is just barely slower than Hiruzen. The only way I could be faster than him is if I use Assassin's Rush Jutsu. Though if he uses the inner gates, I doubt Assassin's Rush Jutsu would be able to keep up. Not to mention, Assassin's Rush only provides a linear speed boost. That said, though he is faster, I can still keep up and defend myself, even if just barely. One mistake and I'll take a bad punch or a kick. I'm very intrigued about this strong fist style though. His punches and kicks are enhanced with chakra. But not the same degree of chakra as the Senju Taijutsu style. I can concentrate far more chakra in my fists and legs than him. On the flip side, the Senju Taijutsu style consumes chakra at a much higher rate. And it doesn't buff speed or defenses like the strong fist style. Still, despite seeing it for a considerable amount of time, Fujin could still not wrap his head around one fact. He cursed, "I still can't believe how fucking good Guy's chakra control is. Isn't he supposed to be an untalented ninja who reached the top with nothing but hard work and determination? This changes my entire understanding of this world." Of course, Fujin would never say that out loud. Fujin and Guy kept going at each other relentlessly for over 2 hours before finally stopping. Fujin sat on the ground while breathing heavily while Guy sat on a broken tree while taking deep breaths as well. Guy said, "You are good. No one other than Kakashi gives me such an intense fight. I see why you received such a huge bounty." Fujin was surprised to hear that. He asked, "You know about my bounty?" Guy replied, "How could I not? It's the talk of the village as of now. Everyone is curious about you." Guy put on his trademark smile and gave Fujin a thumbs up as he said enthusiastically, "Seeing someone as young as you getting such a high bounty makes the youth in me explode." Fujin watched Guy and sighed in relief internally while thinking, "Lucky. I thought he might begin shedding tears and summon a sunset right at noon." Fujin got up and said, "I'm more impressed by you, Guy. Is it fine if I ask some questions about your strong fist style?" Guy replied, "Ask. I can't deny the request of someone so youthful." Fujin asked, "How can you infuse chakra in your entire body? Doesn't it put a strain on your muscles, chakra network, and even your internal organs?" Guy answered, "It's simple. The answer is hard work." Fujin was confused. He asked, "What do you mean?" Guy put up his trademark smile again and answered, "You just have to keep training day in and day out until the chakra infuses naturally in your body." Fujin's left eyebrow twitched. He asked, "Do you mean that you don't do that via chakra control?" Guy replied, "No. That's too complicated." He gave Fujin a thumbs up again and said, "You just need to keep training until that happens naturally. There is no other way. At least none that I know of." Fujin sighed internally and thought, "I should have known. Top-tier chakra control and medical knowledge just don't match Guy's personality." He became serious as he analyzed, "Still, though the method is strange and unconventional, I don't think it will be risky. In fact, I have a feeling that this might be a prerequisite for learning the 8 inner gates. Or at the very least, being able to strengthen the body this way could help in improving the ability to sustain the 8 inner gates. The reason why I don't think this is risky is due to how often Guy might be using it. In the future, Lee would master this easily too. And it's possible that Might Do knew this as well. Or perhaps he knew something similar and Guy improved upon it. Guy saw Fujin in a deep thought and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Fujin said, "I have been feeling like my taijutsu has been stuck at the same level for a couple of years. I was wondering whether you could help me develop a new training plan for myself." Guy raised his thumb again and replied with his trademark smile, "You can count on me." Fujin said, "Also, one of the reasons why my taijutsu was stuck was due to a lack of fights, as I prefer using ninjutsu in combat. So, can you please spar with me on a regular basis?" A grin formed on his face as Fujin added, "I have a feeling that I'll improve rapidly if I keep sparring with you like we did today." Guy grinned as well and said enthusiastically, "Of course. I can already see us unleashing our youthfulness in our spars. Do you have any other requests?" A smile formed on Fujin's face. He said, "Just one more thing. How much did you hold back against me today?" A look of surprise appeared on Guy's face. However, it quickly turned into a smile. He said, "I am surprised you noticed." Though Fujin had said that his taijutsu was growing rusty, he was still very confident in his taijutsu. He was confident in winning even against the Hyuga elites in taijutsu. The number of ninjas who could defeat him in taijutsu was quite low. However, despite his confidence, Fujin was one of the few who knew how insanely strong Guy was. In fact, even the ones who knew Guy's strength didn't know how strong Guy could be for sure. In fact, Fujin knew about it more than even Guy himself did. In addition, unlike Fujin, who trained in every aspect, Guy focused entirely on his taijutsu. Despite his confidence, Fujin clearly knew that he was far inferior to Guy in taijutsu. Guy answered, "Not much. My speed and power are as you saw. I just pulled a few punches to not injure you." Fujin thought, "I see." He didn't consider the 8 inner gates. Fujin replied, "All right. Thank you. Hopefully, you won't have to hold back against me soon. Let's start creating a training plan." Fujin and Guy began discussing Fujin's current body training plan and began creating a new one. Fujin's goal for this new training plan was to infuse the chakra in his body just like how Guy could. Chapter 370, Chapter 367, Deadly Training and a New Danger. Fujin and Guy discussed the training plan for quite some time. It wasn't like when Fujin asked Genki or Renjiro to help with training plans. Back then, his knowledge was too low and he merely followed the training plans they created with little input from him. But now, Fujin was quite experienced as well. In addition, his relationship with Guy was more like a colleague rather than a teacher-student relationship. So both were quite casual. After around half an hour, the plan was finalized. Fujin thanked Guy and took his leave. As he left the training ground, Fujin sighed involuntarily and thought, what a weird exchange. He recalled Guy's first words. After asking for Guy's help, Guy immediately created a complete training plan and explained it to Fujin with extreme enthusiasm. His words left Fujin completely speechless. Guy had created a training schedule that started at 5 a.m. and went on till 11 p.m. with extremely small breaks sprinkled in between for eating. In addition, some of the training involved embarrassing tasks like walking around Konoha on his hands. Fujin thought, he is even more crazy than I remember. Training in such a manner is very harmful to the body. Not to mention, it is useless for anyone who doesn't want to abandon ninjutsu and genjutsu. More than half the time we spent discussing it was to cut the training time from 18 hours to 4 hours. A good amount of the remaining time was spent on removing the embarrassing exercises. While I don't mind some strangers laughing if I can benefit heavily, those exercises don't provide any significant benefit. I guess he does it to improve his mental fortitude and to keep himself humble or grounded. But that isn't an issue for me. Fujin shook his head and thought, all the weirdness aside, the interaction went quite similarly to how I imagined it would. His nature is as helpful and straightforward as I remember. But, he definitely isn't as simple or naive as he was in the series. No, even in the series, though he acted as a fool, I didn't consider him as one. Though he wasn't the sharpest, he was still very mature, stable and decently smart. But, in this treacherous world, he'd be even more smart. Regardless, since he has decided to help me, I don't need to worry much about it. This method of training will be very effective. Since my body is already very strong, I won't need a long time before I can replicate this. In maybe 3 to 4 months, I should be able to infuse chakra throughout my body. And, unlike Guy, I can combine the strong fist style with the Senju Taijutsu style. As long as I ignore the 8 inner gates, my Taijutsu could surpass his level if I devote the majority of my time to it. Sadly, the gains won't be worth it, as what makes Guy stand out is his skill with the 8 inner gates. I wonder if he'd be willing to teach me the 8 inner gates. Fujin analyzed for a bit and concluded, asking for it right away will be foolish. Let me first master the chakra infusion. In that time, I can improve my relationship with Guy considerably with regular spars. It'll be best if he proposes this idea himself. If not, I can ask him when I feel it'll be appropriate. If he refuses, I can only ask Hiruzen whether Konoha has this forbidden method. Hiruzen should know about it, considering that Madara was aware of this technique. So Might Do shouldn't be its creator. Though I'm not interested in the 8th gate, the ones before that will be very helpful. The ability to open the 2nd gate is the one I want the most. To be able to get a second chance in the middle of a fight is invaluable at the top level. Even if my enemy is too strong for me, I can at least get a second chance at running away. From the 3rd gate onwards, if I can use that excess chakra to supercharge my ninjutsu while amplifying my taijutsu, it would instantly take me to the peak among the rank S ninjas for that duration. However, that might not be easy considering that there is no precedent for it. Oh well, I'll leave this matter for later. Fujin flickered towards Yakiniku as he remembered another matter. He thought, Guy said that my name is getting well known due to the bounty. I was afraid that something like this would happen. Sigh, fame isn't good. Hiruzen, Shikaku, and Eagle have done a great job in keeping my identity under wraps until now. Even the elders didn't know about my identity. This sudden fame will probably pull me into this village's political mess sooner than I wanted to. I need to be more alert from now on. It was a lucky break that I learned seal imprints and developed a cool idea that happens to help me in this regard. Hehe, I wonder who'll be making the first move against me. Though Fujin preferred dealing with matters with a swing of his sword, he didn't mind clashing with just intelligence either. Suna was still suffering due to the schemes he set in the process almost a year ago. He had also managed to get away safely from a terrible position against Mei with just a verbal exchange. Despite not wishing for it, he was looking forward to dipping his hands into Konoha's internal mess. After having lunch, Fujin returned to Training Ground 23. He created a dozen shadow clones to think about how to create a wide-range vacuum jutsu. As for his main body, he decided to practice the training plan he had finalized after a long discussion with Guy. Fujin stretched his body while muttering, "We packed an 18-hour workout session into 4 hours. I hope my body still stays in one piece after this." Fujin began the most intense workout session of his life until that moment. After a couple of hours, one of Fujin's shadow clones suddenly snapped his eyes open. He disappeared from his spot and flickered rapidly towards the border of the training ground. He landed on a spot and thought, "That's weird." I locked onto a couple of minute chakra signatures that suddenly appeared. However, it dissipated as soon as I locked onto it. Other ninjas entering his training ground happened every once in a while. In most cases, it'd be someone who wanted to visit Fujin. In some rare cases, it'd just be someone who was passing through. However, it was the first instance of someone disappearing after being sensed. The clone squinted his eyes as he noticed something on the ground. He bent down and picked up 2 dead bugs. He analyzed, these should be the source of the chakra. What was an Aberme ninja doing here? And why did he kill his own bugs and run away? He spread out his chakra field, covering a circular area with a radius of 3 kilometers. Immediately almost every high-level ninja in this area looked in the direction of Fujin's clone. Fujin's clone deactivated his chakra field and analyzed, "I didn't find anyone hiding in nearby training grounds. Whoever it was should have mixed with the civilians and the ninjas. Regardless, why would the Aberme clan send a ninja to do something so fishy?" He thought for a few seconds before shaking his head. A frown formed on his face as he concluded, "No, this isn't the style of the Aberme clan. It should be Shimura fucking Danzo. Why the hell is that bastard crawling out of the ground?" He took another look at the bugs and observed, these bugs aren't poisonous ones. Rather, they are the ones used for scouting and spying. He wants to collect my information. Knowing his record, he wants to either eliminate or recruit me. If it's the latter, I can handle him. But if it's the former... The frown on his face deepened. He thought, though I am confident in being able to go up against Danzo and even his remaining root ninjas in a fair fight, these bastards will never fight fair. In addition, though Hiruzen is extremely devious, he has a soft spot for Danzo. Even though taking the root from him might seem a big punishment, it is very tame considering that he killed a rank S ninja, caused another rank S to go rogue and was the main reason behind the massacre of Konoha's strongest clan. So even if Danzo makes a move against me, I can't count on Hiruzen to back me up. And, I'll also need to be on guard against that freakish eye. Sigh, as I expected, fame is a pain in the ass. Danzo, I hope you don't make things difficult for me, else I don't care if Hiruzen gets offended. I should wait till I take the Flying Thunder God though. It shouldn't be an issue as I doubt Danzo would make a move against me in a hurry. After completing his analysis, the clone clenched his fists. The dead bugs in his hand were cut into minute particles and cremated. A second later, he dispelled himself. Fujin was sweating heavily as he exerted his body to the max. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he received the clone's memories. His expression went back to normal and a smile appeared on his face as he thought, so you have decided to crawl out. It looks like things might not get boring even after I retire from the Anbu. Chapter 371, Chapter 368, Failure. Fujin didn't bother thinking about Danzo anymore and focused on his training again. After 4 grueling hours of relentless training, Fujin's body felt like it had been pushed beyond its limit several times. His muscles burned with a searing intensity, and every breath he took was a laborious effort. With a deep, ragged exhale, he finally released the tight control he had maintained over his body. He collapsed backwards onto the training ground, his back making contact with the earth. Drops of sweat glistened on his forehead before trickling down, mingling with the earth below. His chest heaved as he lay there, staring up at the sky. He muttered, finally done. What a fucking crazy training plan. And I have to put my body through this hell on a daily basis. Fujin closed his eyes and kept lying there, recovering both body and spirit. After around 5 minutes, Fujin finally got up. He stretched his sore muscles while thinking, no wonder the 8 inner gates isn't popular. Only a maniac can put his body through this hell for years. Still, there is no doubt that this will be very beneficial for me. I should have gone to Guy right when Renjiro's training plan began losing effect. I should also make a new training seal. I will be comfortable with the maximum limit of this seal in less than a month with this training. Fujin dispelled his clones and received their memories. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He thought, that's weird. None of my clones could think of a good AoE vacuum jutsus. He began walking home while analyzing. The only decent idea they came up with was using several vacuum jutsus while using the infinite breakthrough jutsu at the same time. It would affect a wide range. But it isn't the same. It is merely spamming the normal vacuum jutsus. Though it would appear as a similar effect, it won't be the case. Not only will there be a lot of gaps to dodge the attack, but it won't be stronger than my normal vacuum attacks either. I need to think of something better. Fujin freshened up and had dinner before calling it a day. Lying in his bed, Fujin wondered, now, what to do about Danzo. He stayed quiet for some time while recalling all the information he could about Danzo. He analyzed, from what I remember, Danzo stayed inactive since the Uchihas massacre until he put Sai on Naruto's squad. He didn't make a move during Konoha Crush or for the 5th Hokage, either. While I can understand the former considering his actions during Pain's assault, the latter is very suspicious. Why didn't he try and claim the 5th Hokage's spot after Hiruzen died to his own student? Fujin analyzed for a while before concluding, the only reason I can think of is the fame and reputation of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Perhaps, even if he tried, the other council members would push for Jiraiya to take the seat. After all, in terms of fame and reputation, Jiraiya is in a whole different league than Kakashi. Even if he tried using Shisui's eye to influence the daimyo, everyone would become very suspicious of such a decision. So his secrets would be out and would be far more detrimental for him in the long run. Wait, now that I think about it, the Hokage's appointment needs a vote from Jounins. Without a crisis created by Akatsuki and an opportunity to create and lead a shinobi alliance, he wouldn't be able to become the Hokage. No wonder he didn't fight for it. But, since he is making a move now, there might have been a change I'm not aware of, or perhaps my existence is tempting him to make a move. Either way, he has the potential to create a lot of mess. Fujin was unaware of the fact that Hiruzen allowed Danzo to recruit talented orphans from the Land of Water into the route. Though the route was merely in the beginning stages of recruiting and the recruits didn't add any immediate power to the route, it increased Danzo's hope. It also gave him an opportunity to exert some political influence in Konoha again. Fujin analyzed, if Danzo begins interfering, then he has the ability to change the future events. If he does that, I will lose a lot of my advantage needlessly. Though he won't be able to affect Akatsuki's operations much, he could alter the future by interfering in Konoha's politics or worse, by interfering with Naruto and Sasuke. What to do? Fujin kept lying in his bed while thinking about the insane amount of complications that would occur if someone like Danzo began acting in a different manner than what he remembered. After a long while, he let out a sigh and decided, the best case scenario will be if he doesn't interfere beyond a certain limit. But if he does, then I might need to interfere. Though killing him will be difficult and raise too many questions, I can cut off his arms by eliminating the few loyal root ninjas he has one by one. Without them, his ability to act will be severely restricted. And though Hiruzen has a soft spot, I doubt he'll give Danzo additional forces. He isn't that naive. But, I can't use wind release. Even though I can remove the traces, Hiruzen and Eagle have too much information about me. They will become suspicious and begin keeping tabs on me. Fortunately, I still have a hidden card. Lightning sparks appeared on Fujin's body before disappearing. Though Fujin's lightning jutsus weren't as broken as his wind jutsus, they were still strong enough to take on a jounin. More importantly, they were backed by his fearsome speed and strength. Normal jounin level root ninjas wouldn't stand a chance against him. Fujin analyzed, no one is aware of my skill in lightning release. To avoid any suspicions, I didn't visit the lightning training rooms. If I kill some root ninjas using lightning release, Danzo will suspect Kakashi. Since Kakashi wouldn't do something so drastic by his own will, he will suspect Hiruzen. If a conflict between the two happens, then that'll be for the best outcome. Fujin yawned and muttered, enough planning for today. I'll have to wait to see what he does first. He closed his eyes and fell asleep within a minute. The training had drained him entirely. From the next day, Fujin followed this routine. He trained with the new training plan early in the morning. He would follow it up with a 3-hour-long taijutsu spar with Guy. After lunch, he would experiment with the ideas he had for an AoE vacuum jutsu. This continued for 5 more days until Guy said, the power of youth overflows in you, Fujin. Unfortunately, I have to take a mission tomorrow. Fujin nodded and said, good luck, Guy. Let me know when you return. I am usually in training ground 23 or the large house next to it. Guy gave Fujin a thumbs up and said, definitely. Fujin took his leave. Guy's trademark smile faded away as Fujin left. He thought, Suzuki Fujin. I never thought that someone so talented in ninjutsu would be willing to undergo such a training regime for 6 days straight. His taijutsu is already better than Kakashi's if he doesn't use the Sharingan. His grin returned as he exclaimed, A Junior is pushing himself so much. I need to increase my training even more. Before I leave, I will do a week's training in only a day. He immediately dropped down and began doing push-ups at such a speed that his body looked blurry and left several after-images. Fujin didn't bother Guy anymore. He had another issue to take care of. While eating in Ichiraku, his mind was occupied by the issue he was being troubled with. He thought, it's almost been a week since I started. But I still haven't had any success in creating an AoE vacuum jutsu. Though I could create the idea I had, its effect was much lower than what I wanted. I won't be able to pierce a Susanoo with this method. Unfortunately, I don't have any other good ideas. Creating a large enough vacuum core for an AoE attack is not possible. Perhaps spamming vacuum cannon might be the only way to replicate Danzo's success against the Susanoo. I wonder how he does it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Fujin thought, he couldn't come up with a decent idea. It came as a surprise to him considering how quickly he could create the other vacuum jutsus. The next day, after consuming the soldier pill, Fujin decided, there is no point in wasting a lot of time trying to figure this out. With vacuum gatling, vacuum blade, and vacuum slash, that IWA army will be helpless against me. So I don't need to worry much about this. I will begin working on taking my wind release to the next level. Hopefully, I'll find some inspiration as I work on it. Chapter 372, Chapter 369, Wind Domain. Fujin was sitting on the training ground while waiting for his chakra to recover. His clones had continued working on the remaining seals. Fujin didn't bother visiting the training rooms because he was deep in thought. His mind was occupied with thinking about what he wanted to create. Once his chakra recovered, Fujin got up. He began emitting chakra into the air from every chakra point on his body. As soon as the chakra was released, it transformed into the wind and mixed with the surroundings. If a normal person saw, he wouldn't feel anything different. However, any ninja would immediately feel the high amount of chakra concentrated in the area. Fujin analyzed, unlike the wind-style genjutsu, this can be easily detected. But doing what I have in my mind can't be done with that little amount of chakra. But, it shouldn't be an issue. Even though I'm sacrificing stealth, it will be compensated by the abilities of this technique. Fujin focused his eyes on a branch of a tree in front of him. More accurately, he focused on the wind around the branch which had his chakra mixed in. In an instant, the wind attacked the branch. The winds caused the branch to sway. A few leaves fell but no damage was inflicted to the branch. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows as he analyzed, this will take a lot of time. He closed his eyes and continued emitting more chakra in the surrounding area. As he did, he also focused all his attention on sensing his wind chakra that was mixed into the surroundings. After 5 minutes, he snapped his eyes open and exerted control on the chakra he had released. Immediately, winds began flowing around him. The branches of the trees around him began swaying in the wind and a few leaves broke off. Fujin sighed and thought, it's very difficult to exert control over this chakra. Making it sharper is even more difficult. Though my control over wind jutsu is normally very good, it is because I manipulate it however I want before it leaves my body. Even though I have some more control over jutsus like blades of wind and infinite breakthrough due to yin-yang manipulation, it still has more to do with what I do before I launch the jutsu. As I speculated, this will be a rather difficult technique to create. Memories regarding his idea flashed into his mind. Fujin thought, it has been a long time since I wanted to create something like this. I first had the idea after seeing the Ranki wind jutsus. But the idea was very vague back then. And I didn't have any idea of how to even start working towards it. That changed when I fought with Susumu. His application of wind release to cast genjutsu gave me an idea of how I could start. My idea is to emit chakra into my surrounding winds and control it. If it goes as I want it to, then I should be able to create extremely high-speed winds at will. I should also be able to make those winds extremely sharp. At a later stage, I should also be able to mix vacuum blades in this technique. Once it is completed, it will be akin to the wind variant of the Raikage's Cloak of Lightning. Though it won't buff my speed or physical defense and attack like the Cloak of Lightning, the entire area around me will be a death zone. I can use the winds to tear apart anyone who enters in the range of this technique. I can also use the winds to defend against ranged attacks. And though I'm not sure whether I can use this to buff my speed, this could potentially aid me in another way. That is, the power of flight. A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes. The ability to fly and to create such a domain around him were among the top abilities that he craved. He thought, considering the nature of this technique, it can't be called a jutsu. Instead, I will call this my wind domain. Once I master it, even Obito would be very wary of sneak attacking me in the middle of a battle. He can enter my domain, but he can't deactivate his intangibility while he is in it. Unfortunately, this technique will be very difficult to create. According to my calculations, I'll need at least a year of extreme training to make this technique workable. Raising it to a level comparable to Raikage's Cloak of Lightning will need even more time. In addition, I will have to break this technique into several parts as trying to directly master it in its entirety will be doing too much at the same time. Also, these parts would help me keep track of my progress. As for what these parts will be, Fujin chuckled as he thought, they would be the rank E jutsus in the library. Wind levitation jutsu, projectile control jutsu, wind retrieving jutsu and the rank D propelling winds jutsu will be ideal for creating this technique. It's just that instead of using my own chakra, I need to perform these jutsus with the chakra I have emitted into the surroundings. Of course, these alone won't be enough. They can improve my control but won't help me much in attack. For that, I need to create blades of wind and later vacuum blades with the emitted chakra. In addition, I need to create a new jutsu. The jutsu will be the ninjutsu variant of wind-style genjutsu. While maintaining the stealth aspect, I want to form an attack with the wind chakra I have emitted. Since the chakra will be very low, I can only create one attack. One simple cut with sharpened winds at the neck. I will call it the silent cut jutsu. This will have two usages. The first one is obviously for assassination. The second is to use this to sneak attack anyone who detects my technique, stays a safe distance away and is able to defend against me. Though I have a few more ideas, this should be enough for now. I'll begin my training. Fujin created 5 shadow clones. Fujin and his clones spread out around the training ground. Each of them emitted their chakra into the air and tried using it to use the wind retrieving jutsu. Fujin quickly became engrossed in his training. Though the jutsu had the potential to require a large amount of chakra, Fujin didn't have much mastery over it. So he and his clones only released as much chakra as they could control. Due to this, Fujin's chakra regenerated at a much faster rate than he and his clones could use. So apart from needing a break after dispelling and recreating the clones working on Fuin Jutsu, Fujin didn't need any other break. Fujin ignored everything else and continued his training. 3 days later, a ninja wearing a mask appeared in an underground tunnel. He walked towards a room and entered it. He knelt and respectfully said, "Danzo-sama." Danzo looked at him and said, "Torun, report your observations." Torun reported, "I tried keeping an eye on Suzuki Fujin for the last 10 days. For the first 6 days, he woke up at 4:30 am. He went to training ground 23 at 5 am. He stayed there until 10 am. From 10 am to 1 pm, he went to the training ground where Might Guy was at. He spent 3 hours there before going to have lunch in either Yakiniku, Ichiraku, or his house. He returned to the training ground 23 after lunch and spent another 4 to 6 hours there before going back to his house. On the 7th day, Guy had to go on a mission. So Fujin stayed in the training ground 23 until lunchtime. But, in the last 3 days, he has stayed all the time in the training ground 23. He hasn't left for food or sleep. I believe he is using a soldier pill to train continuously." Danzo was surprised. He thought, so much training. Is he preparing for something? Or is this how he always is? He asked, "What is he training in? And did you inspect his house?" Torun answered, "I planted some of my insects to spy on what he and Guy were doing." They both sparred for 3 hours straight on a daily basis. Fujin's taijutsu is very good. He uses the Senju taijutsu style. In a pure taijutsu fight, I don't think any root ninja will be a match for him. As for what he did in training ground 23. He took a pause before continuing, "I couldn't find out. He keeps his chakra field activated in the training ground all the time. I tried sending in some insects, but he detected them and even tried looking for me. I planted some bugs in the training ground in the night, but he could somehow find and kill all of them before he began doing whatever he was doing. So I have no idea what he does there." As for his home. Sweat gathered behind Torun's mask before he could give an answer. Chapter 373, Chapter 370, Limitless Applications of the Wind Domain. Danzo asked, "What about his house?" Torun answered, "Whenever Suzuki Fujin leaves his house, he puts a 5-seal barrier tag on the door. I managed to find 2 more tags within a day. But despite searching for a long time, my bugs couldn't find the 2 remaining tags around his house. I can't say for sure, but I think that there are a lot more seals on and around his house. I got a feeling that if I had gone to inspect myself instead of sending bugs, I would have been discovered even if Fujin wasn't there." Danzo was stunned. He began analyzing, such carefulness while training and such protection for his house. Even the Uchiha clan wasn't so much on guard despite knowing that we could attack preemptively. What is he up to? Danzo became very suspicious of Fujin. No other Konoha ninja took so much effort to protect their secrets. The only one who did was Danzo himself. Danzo analyzed, there shouldn't be anything fishy in what he does in the training grounds. Hiruzen can inspect them anytime he wants to. However, his house might contain a lot of secrets. But, why didn't Hiruzen look into it? Such behavior is even more brazen than what Orochimaru did. At the very least, he didn't do anything in his own house and created secret bases around the village. So why didn't Hiruzen look into it? Or could it be that he has given the boy his approval? Danzo analyzed for a few more minutes before concluding, "I forgot that Suzuki Fujin is only 14 years old. What secrets can he hide? Apart from some sessions to learn mystical palm, he has no record of any expertise in medical ninjutsu. Hiruzen is likely using that boy to bait me." The seals should have been placed when Hiruzen understood that it was inevitable for his identity to be leaked. "Once I make a move, he will get a reason to take the orphans I just recruited." Danzo looked at Torun and instructed, "Don't spy on him continuously for now. Instead, you will spy on him for 2 days once every fortnight. Select the days randomly." Torun replied, I will, Danzo-sama. Torun left his office. Danzo watched him leave and thought, though this might be a trap, I can't stop spying on him. There is a lot about this boy that doesn't add up. To recruit him, I will need information about his personality, values, ideology, and his abilities. I can then find a way to drive a wedge between Hiruzen and him. A frown formed on Danzo's face as Hiruzen's face appeared in his mind. He thought, Hiruzen is up to something. He is hiding a lot about this boy. Despite pushing him so much in the last meeting, he refused to tell us anything about the boy's abilities that wasn't already mentioned in the bingo book. Seeing how secretive he is, there should be a lot more to this boy. Unfortunately, Danzo had no way to know what was being hidden. He could only stay patient and wait for Torun to find something. Though Fujin had an idea that Danzo's subordinates were likely spying on him, he didn't know who was doing the job. After the first mistake, Torun was extremely careful. He stayed long away and only sent scouting bugs to check on him. He avoided doing anything that could expose him. He didn't send his bugs when Fujin was inside the training ground and stopped planting bugs in the training ground during the night after Fujin got rid of them thrice. As a result, Torun managed to stay hidden. But as a consequence of such carefulness, he wasn't able to get any information about Fujin's abilities other than his taijutsu. He did collect some other data like the restaurants Fujin preferred to visit, his schedule and similar miscellaneous information, which was important as well. However, Fujin was aware that there was no way of hiding such basic information about himself. So he didn't bother trying to hide them. Instead, he just raised his guard against any attempts to poison him. Since Torun didn't expose himself again, Fujin stopped caring about him and continued his training. His progress with the wind domain was slow, but he made rapid improvements in taijutsu after Guy returned from his mission. However, his biggest gain was something else entirely. Fujin was sitting in his basement, his mind completely focused. His eyes were glued to his left arm, which was entirely covered in various symbols. Under Fujin's control, the symbols began rearranging themselves, forming a seal on his left arm. Fujin let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face as he muttered, 4-symbol seal imprint is done. He focused once again. The seal on his arm began moving to a point on his left palm. Within minutes, it completely disappeared. Fujin observed his hand and thought, finally I have a reliable method to deal with Jinchurikis. However, for it to be successful, I'll need to use the seal before they transform into their tailed beast mode. Otherwise, it might be very risky. However, I can't say for sure until I experiment. Experimenting on tailed beasts right now isn't possible. But I should try to experiment on other stronger beasts. Though the 4-symbol seal is mostly used for tailed beasts, there is no reason why it can't be used to seal other beings. The scene of the gigantic whirlpool appeared in Fujin's mind. He shook his head and analyzed, but, unlike the tailed beasts, the other beasts can probably not be used as a chakra battery. The best way to use them would be a summoning contract. If they disagree or lack intelligence, then I can seal them with this seal and release them for rampaging around. They would serve as a good distraction. I also need to create the 8-trigram divination seal. That would require some experimentation as well. Once that is done, I can begin working towards an original seal. I will have my clones working towards this after the remaining seals are learnt. Shouldn't be too long now. I should be done with this in the next round of training. Fujin left his house and went to the training ground to continue with the wind domain training. Fujin walked to the center of the training ground while inspecting the training ground with his chakra field and stood facing a tree. After confirming that there was no one spying, he began emitting chakra into the air. Soon, the entire surrounding was filled with his chakra. Fujin concentrated on the chakra in front of him. Vines formed and began moving towards the tree. However, instead of moving normally, the wind moved in a unique pattern. A large amount of wind concentrated together as if it was forming something. Soon, it took the form of a human hand. Its size was as large as a normal person, and instead of fingers, it had sharp-looking claws. Fujin controlled it and used it to grab a branch of the tree. Immediately, around a quarter of the leaves on the branch were pulled off. The branch itself was assaulted by the vines several times. Fujin observed the attack and thought, though I haven't made any groundbreaking progress in the wind domain, I am progressing steadily. This attack is a result of 3 weeks of training. I will call it the Ghost Palm. Once I master it, I can use it to grab or just slash my opponent. If I grab it, then I can use it to either immobilize him or to shred him. Fujin controlled the Ghost Palm and pulled all the leaves that were broken off towards him. The ghost palm slowly dissipated while a few hundred leaves moved towards Fujin. The branch stopped swaying. Some of its bark was peeled off, but the branch itself was largely unharmed. Fujin analyzed, its power is still lacking, but I still have more than a month of vacation left. By the time it's over, this attack will be ready. Regardless, the wind domain has a lot more applications than I thought. Due to my chakra getting mixed with the wind, I get a lot of control over it. I can use it to concentrate the wind in one spot and decrease its density in the remaining places. It's this ability that I used to form the ghost palm. And by doubling down on this, I can use the ghost palm to create an immobilizing effect. Even without the ghost palm, if I just increase the concentration of air around and above an opponent, he will feel immense pressure. And, once the wind domain is properly developed, I'll be able to do the vice versa as well. Every ninja, barring Obito, Pain's 6 bodies, and maybe the likes of Kakuzu, Haiden, and Sasori, needs air to survive. Though this technique wouldn't be effective by itself, as even an academy student can move out of the range, if I combine it with a Fuinjutsu battlefield, this will be an easy killing move. If my opponent doesn't have a space-time movement jutsu like reverse summoning to escape, they'll die helplessly. Chapter 374, Chapter 371, The Promised Fight. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by Kendrick. You can thank him for the double release. Fujin continued analyzing, the ability to control the wind and increase and decrease its density also has another advantage. My projectile control jutsu is on a whole new level inside my wind domain. As my control improves, I'll be able to use it to redirect my vacuum bullets and Gatling. Though the control over them wouldn't be too high, it'll be sufficient to deal with anyone who tries to preemptively dodge them or barely dodge them by a few inches. Though this slight redirection can happen only inside the domain, it's fine as I could redirect them just before they leave the domain. And Fujin's eyes sparkled as he had a terrible idea. He analyzed, if I can go one step forward and control individual gases in the air inside my domain, then I'll reach a similar level of battle prowess as Hashirama and Madara despite having far lesser chakra. Controlling what my opponents breathe. They wouldn't even know how they died. Unfortunately, I have no clue how to differentiate between gases, let alone control them. The difficulty of learning how to do either of that will be insane. It'll be like trying to come up with a new Kekii Genkai. Leave it. This kind of thing can't be forced. It's like what Renjiro said for Kekii Genkai. If I'm lucky and have the inspiration or somehow manage to merge the two elements properly instinctually, I'll learn the Kekii Genkai. Otherwise, I might not learn one even after spending decades working on it. Besides, even if I can't learn this, I do know how to learn a rank S jutsu that could neutralize almost all rank S ninjas if I hit them. The Rasen Shuriken. Should I try to learn it? Fujin fell into deep thought. After a few minutes, he concluded, there are a lot of drawbacks. Though my body is strong, I doubt it compares to Naruto's in healing and resilience. The backlash I'll receive will be even more severe. However, I could circumvent that by just having my shadow clones use that jutsu until I am strong enough. The other issue is time. Despite having the right idea, Naruto still needed several days or weeks with hundreds of shadow clones to learn this jutsu. Though this soldier pill is impressive, it is shit when compared to Kurama. Even if I assume that my affinity for wind is significantly greater than Naruto's, I will still need a lot of time to master this jutsu. And, these aren't even the main issues. How do I explain to Hiruzen how I learned Raise Nan? That bastard regularly peeks at my training with that perverted crystal ball. What's so entertaining about my training to peek so frequently? Can't he just watch girls like his perverted student? Anyways, he will notice my training if I train anywhere other than my basement. But learning such a destructive jutsu in my house is a strict no. Even with barriers, I don't think my house will last for long. I had hoped that the Raise Nan would be in Section A of the library. That would have given me the perfect explanation for how I know this jutsu. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Apart from some scrolls about Minato mentioning this jutsu, there is no information about Raise Nan or how to learn it in the library. Fujin began thinking again. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any method that could work. He sighed and decided, leave it. I'll learn this technique after I master the Flying Thunder God. I can just leave the village and create shadow clones to learn it where no one is present. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he had an idea. He thought, wait a minute. Why do I have to say that I replicated Minato's Raise Nan? I'll use the same reason that Minato gave. I'll say that I was inspired to create this technique by Rashi's tailed beast bomb. I can even say that I thought that the fourth Hokage's jutsu sounded similar to the tailed beast bomb and was inspired to create it this way. Since I'll be trying to merge wind into it to create something that Minato failed in, I can claim the Rasen Shuriken to be my personal invention. The only flaw in this line of reasoning is that it's been just around 8 to 9 months since I saw it. Minato needed 3 years to create this jutsu. Fujin thought for a few minutes again and decided, screw Minato. Let Hiruzen think that I'm more talented than him. Or let him think that I got lucky and got the right inspiration quickly. However, showing Rei's Nan will undoubtedly attract some suspicion from Hiruzen. I'll wait until I get the Flying Thunder God from him. After that, there isn't much that I'll want from Hiruzen. The only things that come to mind are Edo Tensei and 8 trigram divination seal. But the 8 trigram divination seal isn't very complicated. I already have a basic idea and should be able to create it quickly. As for Edo Tensei, Hiruzen won't give it to me no matter what. So it's pointless to think about it. Alright, after I get the Flying Thunder God, I will also begin learning Rasen Shuriken. Until then, I'll continue working on my wind domain and taijutsu. Fujin suddenly looked to his left. Someone had entered the training ground. A confused look appeared on Fujin's face as he wondered, why is he here? A few seconds later, Hoka appeared in front of him. He had a serious look on his face. Fujin asked, hey. Did something happen? Hoka shook his head and replied in a serious tone, 3 years have passed since the day we made that promise. Fujin became silent. He recalled the promise he made to Hoka in front of Mieko's grave. He also recalled the words they exchanged when they met a few months ago. Fujin said, I am still a part of the Anbu. I can't go on a hunt right now. Hoka replied, it's fine. We can start once you quit. But since you are here, let's fight. I want to see how far I have progressed. If I beat you, we will begin looking for and hunting Uchiha Itachi. Fujin asked, you haven't ever defeated me yet. Are you confident in doing so now? Hoka took his fighting stance and said, I have trained every day for the past 3 years. Don't underestimate me, Fujin. It'll be the worst if we meet a calamity in the future because you didn't take me seriously today. Fujin was surprised by Hoka's words. He thought, so he figured that out. I wonder if it was time, experience, or guidance that made him understand. Hoka was thinking about the same matter as Fujin. He thought, 3 years ago, I was very impulsive and naive in wanting to hunt someone who could exterminate the entire Uchiha clan alone. Thankfully Fujin stopped me and put forth this challenge. I didn't completely understand him back then. But I now understand why he wanted me to defeat him before we could begin our hunt. I understand why Renjiro-sensei didn't try to get revenge. If I can't fight Fujin equally, then we will stand no chance against someone like Uchiha Itachi. In order to kill someone like Uchiha Itachi, we need to be strong enough to defeat the entire Hyuga clan by just ourselves. Fujin took a deep breath. He deactivated the training seal on his body. He grabbed a pebble, looked into Hoka's eyes and said, get ready. I won't hold back. We start when the pebble hits the ground. Fujin tossed the stone into the air. Unlike Hoka, he didn't bother getting into a fighting stance. He didn't even bother looking at the pebble. Instead, he just stared straight into Hoka's eyes. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, Hoka attacked. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Hoka thrust his right palm at Fujin's chest. A vacuum shell compressed with gentle fist style was fired at Fujin's heart. However, Fujin's figure disappeared and reappeared a meter to the left. Hoka's eyes widened. He thought, so fast. Fujin disappeared again. This time, he was moving rapidly towards Hoka. Hoka slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, stone shuriken jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of stone shurikens formed and were fired at Fujin. They targeted Fujin as well as his escape routes. However, contrary to Hoka's calculations, Fujin didn't retreat. Instead, he continued moving forward while easily navigating through the gaps in between the hundreds of stone shurikens flying towards him. Hoka was surprised once again. He analyzed, his speed has increased too much. But why is he closing the distance between us? I calculated that he'd stay far away and tire me out with clones and long-range jutsus. Fujin's approach to the fight was completely different from any of his previous spars with Hoka and Mieko. It made all of Hoka's plans useless. But, it wasn't an issue with Hoka's strategic skills. Logically, Fujin should have maintained a distance from Hoka to avoid getting his chakra points blocked by gentle fist style. If he doesn't, then he'll be allowing Hoka to use his speciality against him. But for some reason, his approach to the fight was completely opposite of his normal fighting style. Hoka thought, all my plans were to force you into a close-range fight. But if you want to fight me with taijutsu yourself, then I don't need to bother with any distractions and complicated tactics either. Regardless, you are in my range. He immediately took his stance. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Chapter 375, Chapter 372, Fujin vs Hoka. As soon as Fujin appeared in front of him, Hoka unleashed a barrage of strikes. He didn't increase his attack step by step and directly unleashed 32 consecutive strikes. Fujin looked at the flurry of incoming attacks and thought, correct response. His arms moved at an even faster speed than Hoka's. But instead of attacking, he blocked all 32 consecutive strikes from Hoka. Hoka didn't manage to block even one chakra point on Fujin's body. After blocking the last strike, chakra concentrated on Fujin's right fist as he punched towards Hoka. Hoka's eyes widened as his Byakugan noticed the high amount of chakra concentrated on Fujin's fist. He immediately moved backwards and released chakra from all of his chakra points and immediately began spinning. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Fujin followed him and punched the protective shield around Hoka. The rotational force of Hoka's jutsu repelled Fujin's attack with an equal amount of power, forcing Fujin back a couple of dozen meters. Hoka wasn't spared either. The force of Fujin's punch was too high and he didn't have enough time to reach his maximum rotation speed. As a result, he felt the full impact of the force as well and was sent flying backwards towards a tree. Hoka flipped at the last moment and landed on the tree's trunk on his feet, before jumping back on the ground. Fujin shook his right hand while looking at Hoka and evaluating him. He analyzed, not bad. I would have been disappointed if 32 palms was the best he could do. I wonder how he learned it. Did he copy it like Niji or did Hayashi teach him for some reason? He said, palm rotation, the secret taijutsu of Hyaga's main clan. It's impressive that you learned it. Hoka was in no mood to hear Fujin's praise. His mind was in shock at how good Fujin's taijutsu was. Not only did he take on the 32 palms head-on, but he also made a dent in his best defense. He asked, did you ever take me or Mieko seriously in a spar, Fujin? Fujin answered, I always take all my fights seriously. I just prefer fighting in a way that has the least amount of risk. Hoka immediately realized, he is fighting in this manner so that I won't be able to complain about not being able to use my forte in the spar. Fujin said, don't get distracted. He disappeared and appeared behind Hoka and attacked him with a kick. Hoka barely managed to dodge the kick and counterattacked with gentle fist. Both entered into an intense taijutsu fight. Hundreds of punches and kicks were exchanged every minute. Neither Fujin nor Hoka made a single unnecessary movement. All their strikes were precise. Fujin had an advantage in speed and power. However, Hoka relied on his gentle fist style to counter all his attacks and forced Fujin to pull his attacks back several times, despite having the advantage, to avoid getting his chakra points blocked. After 4 minutes of intense fighting, Fujin finally created an opening. He had blocked Hoka's arms and Hoka was barely off the ground. He immediately kicked towards Hoka's chest. Hoka saw the kick and cursed, shit. I won't be able to block or dodge it. He immediately emitted chakra from the chakra points on his chest. Fujin ignored it and his kick landed on Hoka's chest. Hoka immediately coughed blood and was sent flying back. However, Fujin had a thoughtful expression. He analyzed, I was planning on decreasing the amount of chakra I concentrated on my leg to not kill or injure him badly. But, I didn't expect him to emit such a large amount of chakra from his chest to soften the impact of the kick. He has improved a lot. However, it isn't enough. Though Fujin wasn't known for his taijutsu, it was at a very high level as well. Sparring with Guy for a couple of weeks had resulted in rapid improvements due to how rarely Fujin had sparred in taijutsu prior. As such, Fujin was sure that no one in the Hyuga clan, barring Hayashi, would be able to defeat him in a taijutsu fight. By giving Fujin such a close fight, Fujin was sure that Hoka was one of the strongest among the Hyuga clan despite his young age. Hoka, who was flying backwards, gritted his teeth and ignored the pain and blood as he began weaving hand signs. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Hoka spat out a large amount of water as soon as he landed on the ground. It immediately took the form of a dragon and began moving towards Fujin who was just observing it. Fujin analyzed, his ninjutsu is the biggest surprise though. To be able to create such a huge water dragon so quickly. Combined with his taijutsu, he is definitely at the Jounin rank. However, he is still some distance from the elite Jounin rank. As for rank S, Fujin sighed and muttered internally, that's just too far. Just like Fujin, Hoka was thinking a lot as well. He had a bitter expression as he thought, my plan was to use ninjutsu to force Fujin into fighting me with taijutsu or at least his sword. To think that I'm the one resorting to ninjutsu in order to buy some time. The water dragon reached Fujin. Fujin ignored it and just flickered out of its path. Though the jutsu was impressive, it was just too slow to be of any threat to Fujin. He flickered again to approach Hoka. Hoka's Byakugan were glued on Fujin. As soon as he saw Fujin, he immediately attacked the spot he was moving towards with the vacuum palm jutsu. Fujin immediately sidestepped it, but Hoka continued spamming the attack to target Fujin. Fujin continued dodging while getting closer to Hoka step by step. He wondered, did he take inspiration from my wind explosion jutsu? Not a bad tactic, but he doesn't have my chakra reserves to support such a high chakra expenditure. In order to spam such tactics, the basic requirement was that your chakra reserves had to be higher than your opponent's. As Hoka fired the vacuum palm jutsus rapidly, he concentrated chakra under his feet. His eyes followed Fujin closely. After Fujin dodged the last attack, Hoka thought, that's it. He immediately jumped towards Fujin at blinding speed. At the same time, he shot the last vacuum palm. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he thought, as I expected. He was trying to lure me in. He dodged the incoming vacuum palm and got ready for Hoka's attack. Hoka took his stance and muttered, you are in my range. Hoka attacked Fujin twice, but Fujin blocked his wrists and didn't allow Hoka to hit him. Hoka followed with 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes and eventually 32 strikes, his momentum increasing each time. However, Fujin blocked all of his attacks perfectly. Hoka gritted his teeth and began attacking with even more ferocity and speed. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. This attack finally forced Fujin to his limit. However, instead of being bothered, a smile appeared on Fujin's face as he continued blocking the attacks and thought, now that's more like it. Fujin's arms moved at the same speed as Hoka's as he continuously blocked every strike that Hoka did. Hoka had a grim expression. He had already attacked 48 times without any success. He gritted his teeth harder and pushed himself to his utmost limits. Fujin finally started having trouble keeping up. He barely managed to block 12 more strikes. However, just after he had blocked the 61st strike, Hoka's right arm passed through his defenses. Hoka's eyes lit up. He thought, finally. His right palm reached very close to Fujin's chest. However, before he could hit Fujin, blood sprouted out like a fountain. Hoka was shocked. The blood that erupted was from his right arm. He didn't understand how he was hit. The sight and pain made him stop momentarily. Fujin used that small opening and kicked his stomach, sending him flying across the training ground once again. This time, Hoka couldn't recover. Though Fujin hadn't concentrated chakra in the last kick, the attack had caught Hoka completely off guard and stunned him. In addition, he was mentally and physically tired from using the 8 trigrams, 64 palm jutsu. So he couldn't brush off the kick and fight back like the previous times. Hoka slammed into a tree and dropped to the ground. Fujin observed him and realized, it looks like he isn't used to using the 64 palms attack. All his focus was on the attack and he didn't have the capacity to focus on anything else. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he thought, I expected him to get much stronger than this. Did he lose the conviction that he had on that day? Or did he think that his current level was sufficient? This time, Hoka didn't get up. Instead, he just sat there while coughing. Though the kick hadn't done a lot of damage and the cuts on his arm were shallow, Hoka understood that he would have died had Fujin concentrated chakra on his leg. He muttered in disbelief, I lost. Chapter 376, Chapter 373, Harsh Truths. Fujin sighed on hearing Hoka's words. He flickered next to Hoka and tossed him a bottle stored in his bracer. Hoka caught it and began drinking the water. After a minute, he said, thank you. Fujin nodded without replying. He wasn't sure what would be the appropriate thing to say in that situation. Both stayed there silently. After a couple of minutes, Hoka said, you have become very strong, Fujin. I managed to defeat my father for the first time in the last month. I even learned several ninjutsus to improve my medium and long-ranged fighting abilities. So I thought that I'd at least be able to fight equally with you. I never imagined that your taijutsu would be as good as mine. And he looked at the cuts on his right arm and continued, and that it would be so good that I forgot about your wind jutsus during our fight. Fujin extended his palm towards his arm and began healing him while replying, you have grown strong as well. Palm rotation would have been an obstacle if I had used ninjutsu. And I heard that only the main family in your clan can use the 64 palms attack. Hoka nodded and said, I haven't yet mastered it. I managed to push myself to the limit in the last week as our challenge was close and barely managed to learn it. I still can't do it successfully every time. That said, I didn't know you learnt medical ninjutsu. Fujin stopped healing him as the cuts had already closed up. He replied, just the mystical palm jutsu. It is a handy skill to have. Especially if you get trapped in enemy territory. It can save your teammates' lives. You should learn it as well. You can ask about it in the hospital when you go to check your chest and abdomen. With your expertise in the gentle fist style, you should pick it up very quickly. Hoka chuckled and said, we Hyuga ninjas already serve as the best support on any squad due to our Byakugan and ability to protect ourselves. If we learnt medical ninjutsu as well, then our clan would be known as the support clan, ha ha ha. Fujin chuckled as well and commented, yeah, that's true. Hoka said, well, at least I didn't lose to you in just taijutsu and forced you to use a wind jutsu. I would have been extremely embarrassed if that happened. Ha ha ha. Fujin didn't join in his laughter and had a peculiar expression. Hoka immediately noticed it. His eyes widened as he cursed, asshole. Don't tell me you held back. Fujin replied awkwardly, well, not exactly. It's just that I could have just stepped back to avoid your attack which broke through my defense. Even though we were clashing using taijutsu, it wasn't a reason for me to defend against every attack. And seeing how much attention and energy you had to put into the 8 trigrams, 64 palm, you'd probably be defeated quickly with my counterattack. Hoka's expression immediately fell. He muttered, you don't want to leave me any dignity, do you? Why did you use ninjutsu if that was the case? Fujin shrugged and replied, you didn't have any guard up. So I couldn't resist the temptation of using it. Besides, I have defeated you several times by exhausting you to your limits. I didn't want to do the same this time. Hoka's head fell due to being depressed. He muttered, I didn't have any chance, did I? Fujin didn't reply. The two fell silent once again. After a couple of minutes, Hoka looked at Fujin and asked in a serious tone, Fujin, since you are so strong right now, why are you still against hunting Uchiha Itachi? If you catch him off guard, you can kill him with a single vacuum bullet. Fujin didn't answer Hoka's question and instead replied with another question. He asked, you were recently dispatched to the land of Waterfall, weren't you? Hoka nodded. Fujin asked, do you know why our armies were dispatched there? Hoka furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't understand where Fujin was going with this. He answered, we were dispatched due to some weird movements made by IWA. They first kidnapped a large number of civilians and later released most of them and tried to pin the blame on Konoha. However, I have no idea why they did that or how they were discovered. Fujin nodded and replied, they were discovered by my squad. Hoka was surprised. He hadn't expected that the situation would have anything to do with Fujin. Fujin continued, I fought with Kitsuki in the land of Waterfall. Hoka's eyes widened. He exclaimed, you mean that Tsuchikage's son-in-law? The rank S ninja. Fujin nodded and continued, he can barely be considered a rank S ninja. Kinda like the previous Uchiha clan leader, Wicked Eye Fugaku. But due to his Sharingan, I believe that Fugaku would be a much more difficult opponent on the battlefield. Hoka nodded. He had frequently struggled against Mieko due to her Sharingan. By comparison, he had a much easier time against others at her level. He asked, what are you implying by this? Fujin replied, if I had fought against Kitsuki in a one-on-one battle to the death, I would have most likely been the one to die. Uchiha Itachi killed someone stronger than him along with the rest of the Uchiha clan ninjas at the mere age of 13. Just like how we became stronger in the last 3 years, it is very likely that he has gotten stronger at the same rate. Hoka became silent on hearing Fujin's words. He sighed internally. Hoka's entire basis for revenge was Itachi getting overconfident and cocky and not becoming any stronger than he was 3 years ago. He thought, though I want to deny it, what Fujin said is true. If Itachi became stronger, then we might die without even getting a chance to escape. Fujin continued, we probably can't even beat the attacker that killed his entire clan. Even if we assume he hasn't grown even a bit since that day, our chances of victory are very low. To make matters worse, we don't know what skills he might have been hiding back then or the new skills he might have picked up since then. We also don't know what he has been up to since going rogue. I did try to look at his information in the Anbu, but there was no news about him. If he is alone, we could try to test him out. But if he has made any allies or created a base, then the matter will become far more complicated. Hoka stayed silent. What Fujin said wasn't a lie. The Anbu had no record of Ataka's movements after he went rogue. Though Hiruzen knew about Ataka's movements and Akatsuki, he hadn't passed the information to anyone other than the elders. Even Shikaku was kept in the dark, though he had some estimates. As for the abilities of his Manjikyu and his spirit weapons, Fujin wasn't sure whether even Hiruzen and Danzo were aware of either of them. After some time, Hoka sighed and said, "You are right. Trying to attack him with our current ability and information will be suicidal. I will continue training. But, how strong do you think that we need to be to hunt him down?" Fujin replied, "We will both need to be at least rank S ninjas. That will allow us to fight and retreat several times so that we can force him to expose all his cards one by one and create strategies to eliminate him. Killing him will take several rounds of battle. And that is assuming he has no help. But if we are both at rank S, then we could even test out his allies." Hoka sighed and said, "Rank S is more difficult than I thought it to be." Fujin nodded and said, "Even your clan leader isn't a rank S ninja. To become one, you'll have to defeat him at the very least." Hoka winced at that thought. Though Hayashi didn't use the threat of the curse seal liberally, it always stayed in the back of the mind of every branch family member of the Hyuga clan. He sighed internally and thought, becoming stronger than the clan leader himself. "I hope nothing bad happens." Fujin looked at the expression on Hoka's face and immediately understood his dilemma. He sighed internally, what teammates I received. One whose death was a certainty and another whose life and death aren't in his own hands. Though there isn't a record of Hayashi abusing this power, who would like to leave their life and death in someone else's hand? Fujin understood Hoka's internal struggle. The main job of the members of Hyuga's branch family was the safety of the main family. The clan leader was always looked at as the leader. If a member of the branch family gained higher strength or higher influence than the clan leader, then that member could be looked upon as a threat. For this reason, the Hyuga were kept out of Anbu, Root, and any high-level positions in the village. Chapter 377, Chapter 374, Hoka's resolution and Fujin's reasoning. Was the only one to whom Fugaku showed his Manjikyu. Maybe his wife knew as well. Perhaps a few others had speculations, but someone like Hoka doesn't know that. So Fujin can't tell Hoka that Fugaku had the Manjikyu and hence was one of the strongest ninjas in the world. So yet, Fujin may lie/bluff depending on the situation. Don't assume everything that he says is true. Despite his complicated feelings, Hoka said, "I will train even harder, Fujin. Though our target is very strong, I'll be disappointed in myself if I don't even try to avenge our friend." Fujin nodded and said, "Good luck. You will need to train a lot more. The difference between a Jounin and a rank S ninja is very high. A couple of years of training isn't enough to bridge that gap. In addition, you will also need a lot of strong fights during missions to help understand what you lack." Hoka nodded and smiled. He said, "I believe you aren't too far from that level. Good luck, Fujin. I am sure Sensei will be proud of you for becoming one so quickly." Fujin smiled and said, "Thanks. But I still have a lot to grow. Don't count on me to slack off just so that you can catch up to me." Hoka grinned and replied, "I will be disappointed if you do that. If that happens, then it won't be satisfying to finally defeat you." Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't forget to visit the hospital. I don't have much expertise in detecting or healing internal wounds." Hoka nodded and took his leave. Fujin looked at his back and thought, though I was a bit harsh, it was needed. Mieko is already dead. There is no point in meaninglessly joining her. Though he is strong, if I give him false hope and he tries to go after Itaka by himself, he will die without a doubt unless Itaka convinces his partner to leave him alive. If Hoka doesn't surpass Hayashi and reach the rank S, then it is pointless for him to even think about revenge. As he left the training ground, Hoka sighed and muttered to himself, "I thought that I was training too much for the last 3 years. My parents as well as clan elders frequently told me to take it easy. But Fujin. How hard did he train for his taijutsu to become better than mine? And the information in the bingo book says nothing about his taijutsu. Meaning that his ninjutsu skills should be even more fearsome. I will have to train like a crazy person if I am to have any hope of catching up to him. After all, he doesn't have anyone to tell him to take it easy. Fujin was lost in thoughts as well. After Hoka left the range of his chakra field, Fujin sighed. He thought, though everything I said was what almost everyone believes to be true, I didn't tell him that I am probably the one who knows the most about Attacker's abilities. Though I am quite strong, and probably could even barely be considered a rank S ninja or at least extremely close to it thanks to the jutsus I learned in the last 2 months, defeating Attacker is still pretty much impossible. He can neutralize me at a glance using Tsukuyomi. Though I am confident in my speed, if I mess up and get hit by Amaterasu, it would be deadly as well. Now that I think about it, I should make a seal imprint for sealing Amaterasu. It could be useful if I do end up fighting him or Suzuki. Anyways, in addition to being vulnerable to his attacks, I have no methods of piercing through his Susanoo. Even if I did, he still has the Yata mirror to block anything I can throw at him. That asshole is full of cheats. And that's not even considering Kisame or Yozu who might be with him. Anyways, what's the use of killing someone who is suffering himself, be it mentally or from a deadly disease? He is already dead inside and isn't even the true culprit behind the event. If there is a culprit. Fujin looked in the direction in which he had sensed the bugs around 3 weeks ago. A frown formed on his face as he thought, Danzo, I hope you don't give me a reason to eliminate you so soon. Just keep hiding in the roots and wait for the death I have planned for you. I promise you, it will be a death in every possible meaning of that word. Fujin stopped thinking about Danzo and Attacker and returned to his training. However, there was a bit of restlessness in him, a restlessness to become stronger quickly. Fujin suppressed it and continued his training. Unfortunately, it didn't diminish much even after he was done with his training. While eating dinner, Fujin sighed and thought, this restlessness is similar to what Ryo had pointed out. I was already upset at being countered that badly by IWA. I haven't even gotten a chance to repay that tailed beast bomb Rashi shot at me. And now Hoka brought back memories of Mieko and reminded me of the abilities of those crazy bastards. Fujin sighed once again and thought, I hope the opponent in my last Anbu mission gives me a good fight. I have been itching for one ever since my fight with Rashi. That said, I need to return to Mount Mutki to calm myself a bit. Impulsiveness and restlessness are the bane of any ninja. A moment's distraction is all that is needed to lose my life. The next day, after sparring with Guy, Fujin informed him that he would be away for a few days and returned to Mount Mutki to meditate and calm his mind. He spent 3 days at Mount Mutki, mostly flying extremely high in the sky while meditating on Kaito's back. He also used the environment to improve his control over the wind domain at a much faster speed. After returning from the small break, Fujin returned to his routine of training to his limit. Though the progress he made wasn't visible on a day-to-day basis, the massive amount of hard work he put in finally started showing results. 1 week before the end of his 3-month-long vacation, Fujin was training in the training ground along with a dozen shadow clones. Standing facing a tree, Fujin extended his right arm ahead and made a grabbing motion. In an instant, a claw formed around the trunk of the tree. Following the motion of Fujin's hand, it grabbed the trunk as well. The sharp whines that made the claw immediately pierced into the tree, breaking it in two. A smile formed on Fujin's face. He analyzed, the ghost hand is finally ready to be used in combat. It also provided me with a lot of insights into the entire wind domain. The reason why I managed to make the ghost hand sharp so quickly was because of the increase in the concentration of air to create the ghost hand. Though it's good enough for the ghost hand, I don't want to do this with the wind domain. If I have to concentrate the air in one place to make it sharp, it will make the process very slow. And anyone will be able to sense the change in air density, making dodging the attack much easier. For the wind domain to be as effective as I want it to be, I need the wind blades to be created spontaneously without any signs or a lot of time. ALS. Fujin suddenly received a bunch of memories. So did his shadow clones. Immediately, everyone stopped training. An elated expression appeared on Fujin's face. A massive grin broke on his face. He muttered, "It's done. I'm a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster." Fujin's clones had learned each and every seal in Section A of the library. He had fulfilled the requirements of becoming a Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. Fujin almost began moving towards Hiruzen's office to demand the Flying Thunder God Jutsu when his foot stopped. A frown appeared on his face as he realized, though Hiruzen unknowingly promised me the Flying Thunder God after the Chunin exam, knowing how cunning he is, I doubt he will hand it to me so easily. How do I ensure that he does so? Fujin dispelled the shadow clones in the training ground. At the same time, he created a new shadow clone and dispelled itself. Immediately, the clones that were still in the basement received a message. One by one, they dispelled themselves as well after short intervals. While he received their chakra and memories, Fujin sat down on a rock with his chin resting on his right hand while thinking about how to approach Hiruzen to raise the probability of his success as much as he could. Fujin's mind was completely focused. He completely exerted himself and extracted every last ounce of shamelessness hidden in each and every cell in his body to come up with arguments to confront Hiruzen and create contingency plans in case they didn't work. When the last clone dispelled himself, Fujin decided, there is no foolproof way. I did think of 2 arguments to appeal to him emotionally and another 5 to appeal to him logically. I can only hope that they work. If he still denies me the jutsu, then that would mean that the chances of getting this jutsu in a fair manner will be very low. Or rather, he would only give it to me when I make a huge contribution to the village. But, there is no significant event that is about to happen for me to make such a contribution. And when one happens, Hiruzen will be the one kicking the bucket unless my actions change the future. And getting it from Tsunade or the elders will be even more difficult as I have little to no connection with them. So waiting obediently is out of the question. If he doesn't give it to me willingly, I can only force him to give it unwillingly. As for the method, a sadistic smile appeared on Fujin's face. If Hiruzen had looked at Fujin's expression at that moment using his crystal ball, he would have shivered involuntarily. Chapter 378, Chapter 375, A Feeling of Emptiness. Fujin decided, if Hiruzen doesn't give me the Flying Thunder God Jutsu at all costs, I will take Naruto under my wing. I will first teach him the Shadow Clone Jutsu and then teach him the Wind Jutsus that would be perfect for pranks. And since he is so gullible, I'll convince him that in order to become a Hokage, he will have to successfully prank the current Hokage 1000 times. Though I don't think Hiruzen would refuse to relent after that, if he does, I will drop hints of intending to teach Naruto the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and also of teaching him how to supercharge it. Fujin almost laughed in an evil manner while imagining the scene of 1,000 shadow clones spamming a supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu. He seriously doubted whether Konoha would continue to remain standing. There was no way Hiruzen wouldn't take that threat seriously. He began walking towards the Hokage building. En route, he thought, maybe that's why Kakashi never taught Naruto any jutsu to take advantage of his ridiculous chakra levels. But still, it's such a waste to know 1000 jutsus if you aren't going to use them yourself or teach them to his students. Could have at least given Naruto a few jutsus that weren't too destructive in nature. Fujin stopped thinking about Naruto and went over the plans he had come up with to convince Hiruzen. After all, Naruto was his last resort. He'd prefer getting the jutsu directly from Hiruzen on that very day. If he failed, then he could think of all the nefarious plans for however long he wanted to. Soon, he arrived at the building and knocked on his door. Hiruzen looked towards the door and wondered, why is he here? He put a smile on his face and said, come in. Why are you here, Fujin? Fujin entered and put up the same smile as Hiruzen. He said, Grandpa, I have something to tell you. But it has to be alone. Hiruzen wondered, alone? Did he figure something out about Iwa's intentions? Or is he here to ask me for some favor? Due to his previous interactions with Fujin, Hiruzen was on a high alert. He nodded and said, sure. His eyes moved towards the ceiling. Immediately, all 4 Enbyo guard flickered out of the room and shut all doors and windows. Hiruzen activated the seals and said, speak. Fujin said in an excited tone, Grandpa, I have learned all the seals from the library. I'm now a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Hiruzen immediately understood. He thought, so that's why he is here. As I guessed, he wants something. Knowing what Fujin wanted, Hiruzen relaxed. He said, that's good. Have you created an imprint for the 4-symbol seal as well? Fujin nodded. He extended his left arm. Immediately, a seal spread out from his left palm and covered his left hand and forearm. Hiruzen observed the seal imprint and analyzed, this is good enough. Since he could create a seal imprint for such a complicated seal so quickly, I don't need to test all his remaining seals. Hiruzen nodded and said, you have done a good job. Congrats. You are the 11th Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu in our village. Fujin immediately replied, thank you, Grandpa. Hiruzen asked, Do you want to keep this a secret, or should I make your status as a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu public knowledge? There were quite a few advantages of making the knowledge public. As a Fuinjutsu grandmaster, Fujin's status would be on an entirely new level. His prestige would increase. A lot of ninjas and even the clan leaders would try to create good relations with him. Though it would put a mark on Fujin's back, Fujin already had a 50 million ryo bounty. So, by no means would it make his situation any worse. And, unlike most grandmasters who focused entirely on Fuinjutsu and hence had limited combat strength, Fujin's main focus was ninjutsu. So he didn't have that weakness just like Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Danzo. However, Fujin still preferred keeping his cards hidden. He replied without thinking much, "Keep it a secret. If need be, we can make it public anytime we want to in the future." Hiruzen nodded and said, "All right." Fujin said, "Actually, there is one more thing." Hiruzen thought, "Here it comes." Fujin continued, "After I became a Chunin, you promised that you would teach me the Flying Thunder God Jutsu after I became a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. So could you teach it to me now?" He looked at Hiruzen with a hopeful look on his face as thoughts clashed at the speed of light in Fujin's head to counter anything Hiruzen might say to decline his request. Hiruzen sighed internally and thought, "I just said it so that he would stop bugging me. How would I have even known that he would become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster from nothing in less than 4 years? It almost feels like he already knew that this was a requirement and baited me into saying it." Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder, "I wonder what sensei would think if I started giving the Flying Thunder God as a reward for breaking a record in the Chunin exams." Hiruzen could imagine Tobirama lecturing him on making promises so carelessly. He thought, "Well, this won't be the first time I have disappointed sensei." As Fujin expected, Hiruzen shook his head. However, Hiruzen's words were something he never imagined. Hiruzen said, "I have no talent for space-time ninjutsu. The only ones I can use are summoning and reverse summoning jutsus. So I can't teach, guide or even help you in this regard. But, I'll hand you the scroll for learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that the second Hokage created and the fourth Hokage improved. Whether you can learn it or not depends upon you." Fujin was stunned by Hiruzen's words. He thought, "That's it. He isn't going to make me work to get the scroll? And he isn't going to give me a Will of Fire lecture for 3 hours." Hiruzen continued, "I will arrange the scroll for you in a week. You can take it from me after you return from your next Anbu mission." Fujin was still speechless. He had calculated numerous schemes and arguments for so long. He never imagined that Hiruzen would just hand it to him. He just nodded absent-mindedly. Hiruzen asked, "Anything else, Fujin?" Fujin gathered his thoughts. He shook his head and said, "No. Just keep this a secret as well." Hiruzen nodded and replied, "Of course. You have done very well, Fujin. Though no one knows it yet, Konoha is proud of you. If you manage to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, then you will be a beacon of hope for our village, just like the fourth Hokage was. Even if you don't, you are still doing very well. So don't force yourself too much." Fujin nodded and replied, "I will, Grandpa. Thank you. I will see you later." Hiruzen nodded and Fujin took his leave. Fujin didn't talk to anyone and just began walking back to the training ground at a slow speed. He was still processing his thoughts. Finally, he let out a sigh and thought, "I should be happy and ecstatic for receiving this jutsu so easily. But for some reason, it feels like I have just suffered a great defeat. It almost feels like there is an empty feeling in my heart. Why is that?" Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen continued his work. He recalled his earlier interaction with Fujin and chuckled. He thought, "Does he still think that he is 11 or that I don't know him? I could smell his intention to fight for that jutsu from miles away. Why would I even bother making things difficult for myself when I intended to give him that jutsu eventually in any case?" Though Fujin had tricked Hiruzen 4 years ago, Hiruzen didn't mind it. In his view, Fujin was already capable enough to receive a jutsu like the Flying Thunder God. After all, he had given it to Minato when he was even younger and weaker than Fujin. Though he would prefer to make Fujin contribute more to Konoha before giving him the jutsu, Hiruzen decided against it after recalling Fujin's actions in the Land of Wind and the Land of Grass and his way of contributing. Fujin reached the training ground but was still a bit down. He shook his head and thought, "Ah, screw it. I got the jutsu. That's all that matters. I'll teach Naruto some wind jutsus to compensate for the emotional roller coaster Hiruzen put me through. Besides, I will need some entertainment in my retired life. But since Hiruzen gave me the Flying Thunder God Jutsu without any trouble, I'll leave out the shadow clones, supercharging, and the part about pranking the Hokage 1,000 times. Having cheered himself up, Fujin returned to training. Chapter 379, Chapter 376, The Mole in the Anbu. In one of the many training grounds inside Konoha, it looked like a calamity had struck. Hundreds of trees were broken. The ground had dozens of craters. In fact, the entire training ground was covered in cracks. In this training ground, 2 individuals sat on broken stumps while breathing heavily. Guy said, "You are growing very rapidly. Small quantities of chakra have already started infusing into your body." Exhaustion could be heard in Guy's tone. Fujin's breathing was even rougher. He said, "It's thanks to your training plan. I already feel much stronger. In another couple of months, this process should reach the initial completion stage." In the last month, Fujin visited Yoji in the Konoha hospital several times to confirm that the process wasn't harmful to his body. Though he trusted his analysis and Guy's intentions, there was no harm in being more careful. Fortunately, the process was very safe and beneficial for him. Guy nodded and said, "Yet. Your progress will slow down once you reach that stage. But don't be discouraged. As long as you keep training, your body will keep getting stronger." He grinned, gave Fujin a thumbs up and said, "There is no limit to how much our bodies can improve." Fujin nodded and thought, "Yet. Who'd have imagined that this crazy guy would nearly kill Madara, who was at a level far beyond what he was in his prime?" Fujin said, "Don't worry. I'll keep working on my body." He chuckled and added, "I'd hate it if I couldn't make you go all out in our spars." Guy chuckled as well. Fujin continued, "But, we won't be able to spar for a few days. I'll be going on a mission." Guy replied, "Actually, our spars will have to become less frequent." Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, "Why?" Guy grinned and said, "Because I'm gonna be a sensei." Fujin acted surprised and said, "Ah, I nearly forgot that a new batch will be passing out from the academy." He chuckled and teased, "But I didn't think you were the sensei type, Guy." "Ha ha ha." Guy ignored the teasing tone and claimed proudly, "My squad will have a very promising youngster. In the future, he may even give you a tough time, Fujin. So don't get too comfortable with your power." Fujin waved his arm dismissively and replied, "I'm still a few days away from my 15th birthday. So, I am still in my youth and have a lot to grow. It's you and Kakashi who are getting older and have to be worried about being surpassed." Guy immediately stood up and exclaimed passionately, "Don't underestimate the power of my youth." Fujin chuckled and said, "I'll see you around, Guy. Good luck with your new students." He disappeared from the training ground. Guy muttered in annoyance, "Did Kakashi send him to me so that I wouldn't challenge him anymore?" He snorted and exclaimed loudly, "Kakashi! My eternal rival! We need to have another competition before we both become sensei." He disappeared from the training ground as well. Fujin returned to his home. Since it was the last day of his vacation, he decided to rest so that he would be at his full strength during the mission. Fujin analyzed, "This vacation was very fruitful. I created an array of new vacuum and wind jutsus that compensate for my previous weakness. Though a new counter can be created for my new fighting style, it will be more difficult and take a longer time. More importantly, they would have to know about these new jutsus. And I have several methods of keeping them hidden. Beyond that, my biggest gain was becoming Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and creating seal imprints. My Taijutsu has also made massive improvements. And, I have made my idea of the wind domain a reality, though it still needs a lot of work. After I quit Anbu, I will have to keep working on my Taijutsu and wind domain. Along with them, I'll have to work on learning the Flying Thunder God and creating the 8 trigram divination seal. Of these 4, the 8 trigram divination seal should be the easiest. Once I'm done with it, I'll create its seal imprint and then begin working on creating a battlefield as Uchiha Sora did. Sigh, the next year is going to be as hectic as my last 3 months. And that's without considering any outside interference." Fujin rested for the remaining day. The next day, he returned to the underground Anbu headquarters after 3 months. As usual, the Anbu headquarters had several Anbu moving around it. A few glanced at Fujin before continuing with their work. Fujin noticed their glances and didn't mind them. He just entered his assigned room. Unknown to him, one Anbu ninja became serious about seeing Fujin. However, he didn't glance at Fujin for more than a second, due to which Fujin didn't notice anything odd. He thought, that's Suzuki Fujin, the spectral swordsman. Though he is wearing a mask, I can easily identify him. Danzo-sama said that he had taken a 3-month-long vacation. Since he is back, he should be taking a mission today. He immediately moved towards Eagle's office. Inside his room, Fujin met up with his team. He looked at all three and asked, "So, did you enjoy the vacation?" Bunjiro grinned and answered, "Of course. I was afraid that my sensei would have broken his ties with me had the vacation been any longer." Hearing his words, Yujao's expression also became weird. She had made Heiei teach her so much that he had fallen sick. Fortunately, she was wearing her mask. She and Fumito nodded. Fujin said, "I would have loved to spar with you guys once again. But we will be hitting the ground running. Our next mission will be completed by you three. I will be just observing you three and will only interfere if you can't handle the mission." Yujao replied, "You can leave it to us, Captain." Fumito nodded and added, "I have been wanting to test my skills for some time as well." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. I'll go take a mission from Eagle. You three wait here. By the time I return, decide on which disguise you want to use during the mission. We will be completing the mission under disguise." After the last mission, Fujin didn't want laziness to be the reason for getting caught in another trap. Though maintaining transformation jutsu all the time strained chakra reserves and concentration, it wasn't unbearable. The trio nodded. Fujin left his room. While Fujin was talking with his team, Danzo's subordinate entered Eagle's office and approached him. Eagle looked up and asked, "Tiger, does your team want to go on a mission again?" Tiger nodded. He was an Anbu captain just like Fujin. Of course, he was much weaker. Eagle quickly handed him a mission. Tiger read the mission information and asked, "Can I look into the other missions as well, in case there is one that suits my team more?" Eagle nodded. Anbu ninjas picking out missions for themselves during peacetime wasn't strange. Pretty much everyone did it regularly unless there were special instructions from the Hokage or a mission required a particular set of abilities. Tiger quickly looked into all the available missions. After a couple of minutes, he shortlisted 2. He analyzed, a diplomatic mission to the Land of Grass. Danzo-sama said that Fujin was frequently given diplomatic missions in the last year. So he could be given this mission. But Tiger looked at the second mission and analyzed, but the situation in the Land of Waterfall is more important. We have to eliminate an entire noble family because they are planning for a deep cooperation with IWA. They will have a few jounins protecting them and IWA ninjas could also be involved. With his past record, Fujin would likely be sent here. Tiger said, "I want to take this mission to the Land of Grass." Eagle replied, "All right. Your team can take it." Tiger nodded and left. As soon as he left, he created 2 shadow clones. One shadow clone went out to inform his teammates while the other shadow clone snuck into the root facilities hidden underground. He himself kept waiting in the hall. His shadow clone reached Danzo's office in a minute. Danzo noticed him and asked, "Did Suzuki Fujin appear?" Tiger nodded and said, "He and his team have appeared in the Anbu headquarters. I believe they will take a mission today. I checked up on all the missions. There were 2 that I thought he would be given. I have taken one of them. So he should be dispatched to the Land of Waterfall to eliminate the Yanagi family." Danzo nodded and analyzed, the Yanagi family. They are trying to enter into an alliance with Uegakuer due to the previous events. A good mission. The presence of Uegakuer ninjas wouldn't be seen as suspicious. He said, "Good work. Return to your duties. Send me a confirmation when you see him leaving. After that, just complete your mission properly." Chapter 380, Chapter 377, Danzo's treacherous scheme. Tiger nodded and dispelled his shadow clone. Danzo got into action as well. He dispatched a couple of root squads. Both squads consumed soldier pills and traveled straight to Uegakuer. Their goal was to inform Uegakuer of the fact that Fujin was sent to eliminate the Yanagi family. Danzo saw the 2 squads leave and thought, Uegakuer suffered heavily at Fujin's hands last time. They should understand that his threat is far greater than the benefits of befriending the Yanagi family. So Oniki will use this opportunity to set up a trap to lure and kill Fujin. But, according to my calculations, they will fail. Oniki and the Jinchurikis can't move. They can only send Kitsuki and more jounins. Though I'm not sure what training Fujin did, considering how intense and secretive it was, I believe he should have trained in a way to counter Kitsuki and other IWA ninjas. So Fujin won't die. But the same can't be said about his teammates. However, losing 3 Anbu ninjas in exchange for dozens of Iwagakure Jounins is beneficial for the village. This clash, in addition to the previous one, will significantly weaken Iwa's morale and confidence. More importantly, getting ambushed for the second time will make Fujin question Hiruzen and the Anbu organization's competence and intentions. I can use that to recruit him. Hiruzen has been giving Fujin diplomatic missions and taking him along for negotiations. Such a waste of his potential. Only under my guidance can he contribute the most for Konoha. Danzo's strategy was extremely treacherous. Even more impressive was that he came up with it in mere minutes. His scheme would cause heavy damage to Iwagakure and create a deep wedge between Fujin and Hiruzen. If everything went according to his plan, then he could get a very capable subordinate. Even if calculations were inaccurate and Fujin ended up dying, Danzo wouldn't suffer any losses or lose any sleep over it. Fujin was unaware of the treacherous trap targeting him. Though he had taken sufficient precautions against Danzo, he never imagined that Danzo would use such an unconventional method to create trouble for him. He entered Eagle's office. Tiger, who was near the office, noticed him entering. Eagle saw Fujin and said, "It's good to have you back." Fujin nodded and said, "It's good to see you again as well. We will be hitting the ground running. Have any good missions?" Eagle nodded and handed Fujin the mission to eliminate the Yanagi family. Fujin read the information and analyzed, a typical elimination mission. They have 2 Jounins, but they are from Taki and not one of the 5 major villages. It won't be any challenge to eliminate them. However, since Iwagakure is involved, a couple of their Anbu could also be hiding there. That could make things interesting. But Fujin sighed internally and thought, it'll be a rather lousy mission for my last Anbu mission. Fujin placed the mission file back on the desk and said, "It's not good enough. Do you have any rank S mission?" Eagle was confused. He said, "This is a rank S miss." Fujin interrupted him and said, "It's too easy. I want a tougher mission to test my team. Something that will have multiple Jounin level ninjas in the enemy ranks." Eagle wondered, is he upset that his team wasn't much help in the previous mission and wants to put them to the test? Suddenly, Eagle's eyes widened. He asked, "Do you intend to?" Fujin nodded and said, "It's time. Yujao and Fumito are already very capable." Eagle nodded and said, "All right." He went through his files and grabbed another file. He handed it to Fujin and said, "This is a mission from the land of hot water. Their southern territory has seen a lot of attacks from rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. The high number of attacks shows that there is some sort of cooperation among those rogue ninjas. Lord Hokage believes that Kirigakure itself is involved in these attacks and these rogue ninjas are just a front. As we aren't sure of the situation, we were planning to send 3 Jounin squads left by 2 elite Jounins to deal with this situation. However, since you want a more difficult mission, your squad can take it. But, you will ascertain the situation first. If it is beyond what you can deal with, you can retreat. We will be sending the units we planned 1 week later. You will cooperate with them to get the job done." Fujin went through the details in the file and said, "All right. We will take this mission." He tossed a seal to Eagle and said, "If we can't complete the mission, this seal will burn." Eagle took the seal and said, "All right. Good luck. Meet up with the daimyo of hot water to get updates on the situation. They could have already found out the location of any enemy bases in their country." Fujin nodded and stored the file in his bracer before leaving. He quickly met up with his team and they left the Anbu headquarters. Tiger noticed their movements and thought, "I was right." He quickly sent another shadow clone to Danzo to inform him about Fujin's team's departure. Unfortunately, despite making an excellent plan on the go, Danzo failed to consider that Fujin would refuse the assigned mission and take a mission that required several squads to complete and wasn't supposed to be an Anbu mission. So the root ninjas he deployed moved in the complete opposite direction of Fujin's squad. While Tiger could glance a few times at Fujin inside the Anbu headquarters, he didn't dare to chase Fujin outside to keep an eye on his movements. So Danzo would stay unaware of the real mission that Fujin took for a few days, making it too late for him to do anything about it. Fujin's team moved rapidly through the land of fire. En route, they had used transformation jutsu to disguise themselves. No one would be able to link them to Fujin and his team. They rested at the border between the 2 countries at night and continued moving the next day. At noon, they reached Yugakure. They quickly flickered in front of the daimyo palace. The samurai guards were startled to see 4 masked ninjas suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Before they could ask anything, Fujin tossed a file and said, "We come from Konoha regarding the mission Lord Daimyo issued. Inform him of our arrival." The samurai caught the file and looked at it before replying, "All right, stay here for a few minutes." He immediately sent a servant inside to deliver the message. Opposite the daimyo palace was a small shop. As soon as Fujin's squad arrived, his eyes immediately moved towards them. He observed them and within a second turned them away. He thought, from Konoha, et. If Fujin had known that the words he spoke were heard by a shopkeeper across the street, he would be surprised. After all, though he wasn't too soft, his voice wasn't loud enough to be heard on the other side of the street. The shopkeeper analyzed, 2 fatties, 1 skinny and 1 with a slightly decent build, all 4 men. Lord Rakage had said that the squad he is looking for has 1 girl who has long purple hair, a blonde man and 2 with black hair. And none of them were fat. This isn't the squad he is looking for. He went about his business and didn't look at the Konoha ninjas again. Unknowingly, Fujin had dodged 2 menacing bullets in 2 days. Had he known about it, he'd be amused and be thankful that luck was finally with him. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing the 2 devious schemes he avoided unknowingly. After a few minutes, Fujin and his team were invited in. They were escorted to the conference room. On entering the room, Fujin noticed the daimyo sitting on the farthest seat from the door. Several nobles were also sitting in the room. In addition, there were a few samurais in the room. There was a familiar face as well. Fujin looked at a large man sitting next to the daimyo and thought, Takuhei. Since when did he start sitting next to the daimyo? Is there a change in the internal politics of this country? Takuhei was one of the few who advocated for more funding for the ninjas in the land of hot water. On the other hand, the daimyo and most of the nobles wanted to completely stop funding for the ninja academy due to numerous reasons. Though Fujin was intrigued, he didn't have any time to investigate it. The daimyo said, "This mission will require more than just 4 ninjas. And it will be a joint mission with our ninjas. Why did Lord Hokage send just the 4 of you?" Fujin replied, "Lord Hokage believes that Kirigakure might be the ones backing the rogue Kiri ninjas. So this mission could be far more complicated than what you imagined it to be." Alternate title, Dodging 2 Bullets. Chapter 381, Chapter 378, A Massacre. A frown formed on the officials from the land of hot water. Takuhei said, "We have that suspicion as well. But it still doesn't answer why there are only 4 of you here." Fujin answered, "We will be entering into their territories to investigate. If Kirigakure is involved, then Lord Hokage will send the required forces a week later. You can join them but be prepared. The conflict could be a lot more intense than what you have calculated. If Kirigakure isn't involved, then we will be completing the mission by ourselves." Takuhei thought for a bit and replied, "All right." Fujin said, "Hand over what you have already analyzed so that we won't waste any time repeating the same or searching fruitlessly." Takuhei nodded and placed a map on the table. He quickly explained their findings and analysis to Fujin and his team. After getting all the required information, Fujin and his squad left immediately. After they left, Takuhei sighed and muttered, "It is so difficult to cooperate with the Anbu of other countries." However, one of the nobles snorted and commented, "At least they are willing to undertake such risky missions." Takuhei looked at the noble but didn't say anything. The amount of ninjas in the land of hot water was already pitifully low. He had no intention of wasting their lives just to prove a point. Fujin's team rapidly moved through the land of hot water towards the coastal areas. While moving, Fujin instructed, "As I said, this mission will be up to you. Yujao, you will take over my role. I will keep an eye out from far and will jump in if need be, but operate under the assumption that I'm not here." Everyone nodded. Within a couple of hours, they reached one of the locations that Takuhei had pointed out. The location was a small hill that had a large cave within it. Fujin stayed back while Yujao took charge. She moved close to the cave along with Fumito and Bunjiro. Bunjiro softly said, "The cave seems to be abandoned." Yujao nodded and instructed, "Fumito, send a shadow clone through the underground. See if you can feel any chakra signatures. If you don't, then activate your chakra field and inspect." Fumito nodded and created a shadow clone. The clone moved through the ground into the cave. He tried to feel any chakra fluctuations in the cave passively but didn't sense anything. After a few minutes, the clone activated his chakra field. It covered the entire hill. He didn't detect anyone and came out of the ground and began inspecting the cave. After some time, the clone dispelled himself. Fumito received his memories and said, there is no one inside the cave. There aren't any traps inside either. Even if there was anyone here earlier, all traces have been eliminated. Yujao said, alright, we will move on to the next location. The group immediately began moving towards other bases that Takuhei had pointed out earlier. However, every base they went to turned out to be empty. Yujao fell into a dilemma. After thinking for a bit, she said, the mission also requires us to check up on the villages in this area. We will do that before moving closer to the shore. Fumito and Bunjiro nodded. They arrived at the first village. However, to their surprise, it was empty as well. Bunjiro frowned and asked, what the hell is going on here? Why is everything that guy pointed to empty? Fumito muttered, I'm afraid that something huge is happening here. Fujin, who was observing from a bit away, wondered, that's strange. Why is this village empty as well? If there was a clash, there would at least be bloodstains in the village. But there is nothing of that sort. It's as if everyone left obediently. He thought for a bit before his eyes suddenly widened. He thought, don't tell me Haiden is planning his ritual. I haven't heard any news of his slaughter yet. Things will be a lot more complicated if he gets involved. Yujao instructed, let's check up on the other villages. They immediately began moving. The next village turned out to be empty as well. Fujin wondered, exactly how many people does he need for the ritual? Now that I think about it, Haiden would be the perfect target to master reading memories perfectly. But should I kill him now? It'll create some changes in the Akatsuki. Fujin was on the fence. He followed his subordinates while analyzing, right now, Haiden is the only future Akatsuki member that I'm confident in defeating other than Deidara who hasn't gone rogue yet. I can cut him into pieces and seal him up. But who would partner up with Kakuzu if I eliminated Haiden now? It will be a pain in the ass if the pairings of Akatsuki are changed. It could change the future completely. If they decide to not recruit Deidara and partner Sasori and Kakuzu, then I'm not sure how the Gaara rescue mission would go. I will have to convince Tsunade, or Hiruzen if he lives, to add me to that squad as well to ensure that the future doesn't get too disrupted. Fujin suddenly looked up and a frown appeared on his face. He decided, I'll decide when I encounter Haiden. Just like Fujin, the expressions of his teammates became dark as well. Despite wearing masks, their gloominess could be sensed. Bunjiro entered the village and muttered, which bastard would do something like this? After finding 5 empty bases and 2 empty villages, the group finally entered a village that wasn't empty. Instead, it was dyed in blood. The streets were littered with dead bodies. The 3 of them immediately began inspecting the bodies. Fujin entered the village as well and began observing. He thought, it looks like everyone was killed by a sword. It doesn't look like a ritual. He was confused. He wondered, this should be done by rogue Kiri ninjas. So is Haiden not involved? Or did he take the opportunity of the chaos to kidnap normal civilians for his ritual? Bunjiro asked, should we bury them? Yujao shook her head and said, they are already dead. There is no point in wasting time here. The killings happened more than a day ago. We will move to the next village. Bunjiro didn't argue. He knew that saving the ones alive was more important than burying the dead. They immediately began moving towards the next village. After a few minutes, they arrived in the next village. This time, they finally found someone alive. The village was largely abandoned as well. Only a few dozen elderly and a handful younger people were in the village. The people immediately became tense after seeing them. Yujao approached an elderly man and started having a small conversation. After learning that they were sent by the daimyo, the people finally relaxed. Yujao asked, why are there so few people in the village? The elderly man sighed and said, around 2 months ago, all the money in our home started disappearing. Every house in the village had most of their money taken away. And not a single person saw anything. So we believe that a ninja stole all our money. Yujao and the rest were surprised to hear that. The elderly man continued, it caused a lot of unrest in the village. However, we slowly moved on from it as nothing could be done. But then it happened again a month ago. That made many people leave the village and migrate closer to Yugakure. Until the day before yesterday, around half the people had migrated. However, yesterday, one person came running to the village. He told everyone that everyone in the neighboring village was killed and their bodies and blood littered the village. That caused almost everyone in the village to panic and escape immediately. Only us old fellows who don't want to leave our home stayed behind. Yujao, Fumito, and Bunjiro let out a sigh. They understood the trauma those people would have faced. However, they were glad to realize that the people in the empty village were moving to Yugakure instead of being dead. Yujao said, "Thank you for telling us. We will take action immediately." The elderly man and others around him immediately thanked her. The Konoha ninjas moved out and began moving towards the shore. As she moved, Yujao thought, being a captain is a lot more taxing than just having to follow orders. I have to accept the responsibility for the lives of so many people. One wrong decision could result in more massacres like the one in the previous village. No wonder Lord Hokage hasn't promoted me yet. A few dozen kilometers away, along the shores of the land of hot water, a miserable shriek was heard. A person, dressed in civilian attire, was on his knees. Though he looked ordinary, he was a jounin from Kirigakure. His right arm had been cut off at the elbow. However, instead of being concerned about it, he looked hatefully at the person standing in front of him. In front of him was a tall and slender man. He had no eyebrows, creases under his eyes, and a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His hair and eyes were dark grey in color and his hair was short and spiky. He also had a red grid-shaped marking covering his jaw. However, the thing that stood out the most was that he held a sword that was as long as his height. Chapter 382, Chapter 379, Betrayal. The man cursed, "Jozo! You bastard! Our village raised you and trained you for years. The third Mizukage even gave you that sword. Why the hell did you betray us? And why are you attacking me? Did you forget how long we fought together before you were chosen as one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Also, what's with that weird cloak?" Jozo didn't answer his question and instead asked, "Mitsuru, were you the one to slaughter those 2 villages?" Mitsuru frowned. He asked, "What of it? We have done the same thing so many times in the past war. Our village needs funds for defeating those fucking rebels. Don't tell me you have gone soft after betraying our village." Suddenly, a grin appeared on Jozo's face. He said, "I don't care about that trash. I have just been asked to collect the bounty on your head." In the next moment, Jozo disappeared from his spot. He appeared behind Mitsuru. A second later, Mitsuru's head flew from his head. He looked at Jozo hatefully as he, a jounin from the Mizukage faction, died. Jozo collected his head while recalling his interaction with Pain. A few days ago, in a hidden base inside the Land of Rain, a silhouette suddenly appeared. 2 pairs of eyes glanced towards the figure. The Deva Path Pain instructed, "Jozo, go to the southern shores of the Land of Hot Water. A large number of Kiri ninjas have infiltrated there and are causing several massacres. You will collect the bounties of the Kiri ninjas that are attacking." A frown formed on Jozo's expression. He said, "I already informed you that I have no intention of dealing with Kirigakure. You can send Kakuzu or Itaka there instead of me." Pain shook his head and replied, "Kakuzu is finding information about the 2 Jinchurikis in Uegakure. However, he had hit a dead end. Itaka will be sent there to cooperate with him. Not to mention, you are more familiar with how the Kiri shinobi operate. For that reason, I have also sent Kisame to that location." Jozo sighed and said, "All right." Pain nodded and instructed, "Both of you will leave right away." His figure disappeared from the base. Soon after, Itaki and Jozo disappeared as well. One moved towards the Land of Earth while the other moved in the opposite direction and entered the Land of Fire. As Jozo stored Mitsuru's head, he thought, though he asked me to collect the bounty, I believe his main concern was the innocent people who were dying due to the actions of the Mizukage. Being soft like that won't be of any help in fulfilling his goal. Regardless, I need to speed up. Once the Kiri ninjas learn about Mitsuru's death, they will escape. I need to find their main base before that happens. That said, I have to admit that they have become far better at hiding. From what I remember, they should have been moving openly in a weak country like this one. I wonder what changed after I left." He sighed and wondered, why couldn't he send Kakuzu here and send me with Itaki instead? Isn't collecting bounties his job? Also, why does Akatsuki need so much money? I don't recall any operations needing money so far. He disappeared from his spot and began looking for the remaining Kiri ninjas. Just like him, another group was searching for the Kiri ninjas near the shores. After searching for almost half a day, Yujao and the rest had gone through every suspected base and had returned empty. With his shoulders dropped, Bunjiro complained, "This Land of Hot Water is completely useless. Not a single base they marked had anyone inside it. Forget people, we didn't even find any signs of the bases being occupied previously. Fumito sighed as well. Since no conflict occurred, he had to do all the work. Though Yujao and Bunjiro were sensors as well, they paled in comparison to Fumito's sensing skills. Since the opponents were suspected to be quite strong, they didn't take any unnecessary risks. Yujao said, "It's already past midnight. Let's take a break. We will begin our investigation again tomorrow." The three of them began looking for a decent place to rest for the night. While looking for it, they found a cave that was very well hidden from sight. They were about to walk towards it when all three suddenly stopped and hid behind trees. A moment later, two ninjas appeared out of the cave. All three Konoha ninjas had a peculiar expression. They cursed in their minds, "We searched for these bastards all day. And just when we were about to quit and take a break, they appeared in front of us by themselves." Of the two ninjas that appeared from the cave, one was a Jounin while the other was a Chunin. The Chunin exclaimed, "Finally, we can move out again. I can't spend any more time in that dull cave." He looked at the Jounin and asked, "Captain, why do we stay so careful? Unless Yugakure mobilizes its entire force, they won't be able to do anything to us." The Jounin frowned and said, "Don't get too overconfident. This isn't the first time we are doing such a mission. The last time we tried it, we suffered heavy losses. That is why we are acting so carefully this time." The Chunin was surprised. He asked, "How could Yugakure have someone who can defeat us?" The Jounin answered, "It wasn't Yugakure ninja. They issued the mission to Konoha, who sent that cowardly swordsman. That coward cut down dozens of our dispersed ninjas one by one. If we hadn't been lucky, we might not have even understood who it was. But, by the time we realized it, our forces had already suffered a heavy loss. When we grouped together, he didn't attack us even once." The incident that he said was before Fujin had become an Anbyo captain and the title of the spectral swordsman wasn't given to him yet. During one assassination during the mission, 3 Kiri Jounins suddenly appeared, forcing Fujin to retreat. It was the first instance of him being seen in action by someone who didn't end up dead. The Chunin was shocked. He said, "I had heard rumors about the spectral swordsman. But I thought they were just rumors. Why would Konoha dare to attack us? We are a major village too." The Jounin replied, "But we are embroiled in a war. At such a time, we can't afford to go to war with Konoha. Besides, we didn't know for sure if it was Konoha back then. But now we do." The Chunin nodded. He said, "That's enough depressing talks. Let's just go and steal from those losers again." The Jounin nodded. Both he and Chunin began moving towards a village. Though Yujao and the others couldn't hear their words, they understood that the Kiri ninjas were moving out to attack the villages. All three exchanged glances. At the same time, all three disappeared from their spots and silently trailed the 2 Kiri ninjas. After moving a sufficient distance away from the cave, they immediately sprung into action. Yujao grabbed her sword. Hazy Moon Night. She flickered and moved towards the Jounin. Though he hadn't sensed the Konoha ninjas, as soon as Yujao made her move, he became alert. He grabbed a kunao and turned around while shouting, "There are enemies." The Chunin also became alert. The Jounin saw Yujao moving rapidly and the afterimages of her sword. A grim expression appeared on his face. Yujao appeared in front of him and swung her sword straight at his neck while utilizing her high speed. To her surprise, the enemy Jounin blocked her sword with his kunao perfectly. Yujao quickly followed up with several dozen high-speed sword attacks. The Kiri Jounin also moved his kunao rapidly and blocked every attack while retreating backwards. The Kiri Chunin was shocked to see such a high-speed battle. He was about to attack Yujao when he noticed another figure from the corner of his eye. Bunjiro appeared and threw 6 shurikens at the Chunin. The Chunin blocked a couple with his kunao and dodged the rest. The Jounin moved towards him and shouted, "Send a signal immediately. I will cover you." The Chunin shouted, "I will." The Jounin couldn't take his attention off Yujao for even a second. He was having difficulty in blocking her sword. And due to her fast-paced attacks, he didn't have any time to weave hand signs. The Jounin blocked another Yujao's sword once again and cursed, "I will make you regret." Ugh! In horror, he turned his head to look behind him. His subordinate had stabbed him with his kunao instead of sending a signal. Before he could understand what was happening, Yujao took advantage of the distraction and beheaded him. He died without understanding why his loyal subordinate had betrayed him. Chapter 383, Chapter 380, Ambushes. Bunjiro flickered next to Yujao. Both of them looked at the Kiri Chunin. The Chunin looked at them and said, "Tie me up as usual." Yujao and Bunjiro nodded. They knew that it was Fumito who was hiding earlier and took over the Chunin's body. In a few seconds, the Chunin was properly tied up. Fumito released his jutsu and returned to his original body. The Chunin had just regained consciousness when he was knocked out by Yujao. Fumito immediately began reading his memories. After around 10 minutes, he said, "There are 23 ninjas inside that cave. All are Kirigaku ninjas and none have gone rogue. Of them, 4 are Jounins while the rest are Chunins." A frown appeared on Yujao's face. She muttered, "We won't be able to take on such numbers in a direct conflict. We will have to sneak into the cave and eliminate them silently one by one. But even that will be very risky." She looked at Fumito and asked, "Did you see the internal layout of the cave from his memories? Is there a way to target the ninjas inside 1 or 2 at a time?" Fumito answered, "I did see the layout. Unfortunately, there is no way to do that as we won't be able to enter the cave without being detected. The cave is covered in numerous seals. They can detect if anyone who isn't a part of their group enters the cave. And there are numerous barriers as well. This man doesn't know which seals were used. I could read the Jounin's memories, but I doubt they would help much either." Yujao nodded and said, "I see. We can't infiltrate in that case. We don't have the same Fuinjutsu skills as Captain." Fumito and Bunjiro nodded. Yujao said, "I guess that leaves us with just one option." Her eyes moved towards the unconscious ninja. She asked, "Where were they planning on going? And will the others inside the cave be moving out as well?" Fumito answered, "These 2 were heading towards a village. Their goal was to steal all the money inside it. As for others, they won't be moving out. They have a rule that only 2 pairs of people can move out at the same time. The rest stay within the cave. The second group is already out. So the others won't move out until the other group returns." Yujao analyzed for a couple of minutes and said, "Read both their memories. Find out who was in the other group that is outside. Find any other information you will need to impersonate them. You will be the one infiltrating inside the cave." Fumito nodded and got to work. He ate a soldier pill and began reading memories of the dead Jounin and the unconscious Chunin. In an hour, he had collected all the information that he wanted. He learnt that Mitsuru had moved out alone a couple of days ago. He stopped reading memories and sat down to relax for a bit while informing Yujao about what he found. Yujao immediately created a basic plan and explained it to Fumito. A few minutes later, the unconscious Chunin finally showed signs of waking up. Fumito got up. He grabbed a pill and swallowed it. Bunjiro and Yujao did the same. Fumito looked towards the Kiri ninja and made a hand seal. Ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. His consciousness turned into spiritual energy and entered the Chunin's body once again. At the same time, his body collapsed. Bunjiro caught Fumito's real body while the Kiri Chunin's eyes snapped open. He looked at Yujao and nodded. Yujao grabbed her sword and cut off his bindings, freeing him. He got up, stretched his body and said, "Look after my body. Keep it at the same location that we were hiding earlier so that I can return to it immediately." Yujao said, "We will move first. Memorize the location properly. I'll leave a clone to watch over your body." He nodded. Yujao and Bunjiro immediately left while carrying Fumito's body. Fumito saw them leave. He waited for a few minutes and got used to the new body. At the same time, he took a kunao and made numerous light cuts on his arms, legs and cheeks. He made a few more preparations. After 5 minutes, a look of panic appeared on his face and he began running towards the cave. Fear could be seen on his face. As he reached the cave, he glanced towards the spot where Yujao and Bunjiro were hiding and saw his body. He continued running, entered the basement and shouted as loudly as he could, "There is trouble." His loud voice immediately woke up every sleeping Kiri ninja. Fumito continued running towards the central room in the cave while breathing roughly. All Kiri ninjas, including the Seal Master, arrived in that room as well. The Kiri ninjas immediately noticed all the blood covering his clothes and the injuries on his body. Everyone immediately became serious. One asked, "What's the situation?" Fumito spoke hurriedly, "Mitsuru-sama was attacked while he was returning here. We saw him fighting with 8 ninjas by himself. So Captain and I jumped in to help him. However, they were too strong for us. They bought an opportunity for me to escape. We have to reinforce them quickly." His words immediately made everyone's expression grim. The seal master immediately said, "We need to se." Suddenly he noticed something odd and took a look at the ninja. His eyes had become unfocused as if he was waking up from a sleep. At the same time, he sensed a bit of chakra emitting from his body. He wasn't the only one. The other jounins also noticed something odd. Before they could say anything, the Kiri Chunin exploded with a massive bang. So the explosion was incredibly powerful. Fire and shockwaves immediately engulfed the surrounding Kiri ninjas, most of whom were completely caught off guard. Only the jounins and a few chunins managed to react in time and retreated backwards. 13 chunins took the full brunt of the explosion. Their bodies were blasted into the walls of the cave. Not a single one survived. Another 4 chunins managed to barely retreat in time. They were still hit by the explosion, which left burns of varying degrees on their bodies. The remaining 2 chunins and the 4 jounins managed to retreat safely. However, everyone had grim expressions. One cursed, "That incompetent bastard." Another said, "How will we explain such losses to the Mizu cage?" The third one asked, "Was he under a genjutsu? But who can cast such a strong genjutsu?" The seal master thought for a bit and said, "It could be genjutsu or the Yamanaka technique. Regardless, we are in danger. The culprit should be waiting outside for us. We need to prepare for a bat." He stopped speaking and suddenly began coughing non-stop. Several drops of blood fell on the ground. Immediately, the others also began coughing. After some time, one of them cursed, "Poison." That explosion also contained poison. The seal master said, "Our health will get worse with time. We need to retreat into the sea." Just after he said it, sounds of explosion were heard once again. Soon, tremors were felt as the cave started collapsing. While running inside the cave, Fumito had discreetly planted a few explosion tags on the floor and walls of the cave. The cave's structure was already damaged heavily due to the earlier explosion. The new explosions immediately caused the cave to collapse. Outside the cave, Bunjiro's clone said, "That was a good explosion. The cave is collapsing." Fumito, who had just returned to his body, said, "It better be. I had stuck 60 explosion tags on that guy's body. I'm surprised that the cave is still standing despite that explosion. I wanted to use the other tags to ambush them while they were escaping." Inside the cave, the surviving ninjas immediately used jutsus to ensure that the cave didn't collapse. Using that time, they began escaping from the cave. As they moved, they prepared themselves for a fight. Everyone had a grim expression as the poison was making it difficult for them to move normally. As soon as they exited the cave, Yujao and Bunjiro along with their clones bombarded them with kunao that had explosion tags attached to them. The Kiri ninjas noticed it and immediately made hand seals. Water release, water wall jutsu. Multiple water walls went up in front of them. The kunaos hit them and exploded. The water walls collapsed but the explosions were stopped. As soon as the water walls collapsed, Yujao appeared next to one of the Kiri ninjas who was injured. He turned his head and his eyes widened as he saw several afterimages of her sword. At the next moment, his head was sent flying in the air. Before the others could react, another head was sent flying. Finally, the Jounins managed to react and counterattacked, forcing Yujao to retreat. However, she was very determined. As Bunjiro and her clones bombarded them with another round of explosion tags, she prepared herself to attack once again. At the same time, Fumito was also looking for an opportunity. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the conflict while standing on a tree branch. He analyzed, that's good. They were heavily outnumbered and outmatched as well. But by killing many of them in a trap and poisoning the rest, they have a complete advantage now. This mission has been completed almost perfectly. The only imperfect factor was that a bit of luck was involved in how they found the cave. Still, both Yujao and Fumito are good enough to be Anbu captains. Not many Anbu captains would be able to replicate such a result. The Kiri ninjas were fighting desperately while retreating to save their lives. They absolutely hated Yujao and the others. But unknown to them, an even stronger enemy was watching them. Actually, not one, but two. Unknown to Fujin, another terrifying ninja was hiding and watching the fight. Jozo watched Yujao cut down 4 Kiri ninjas while thinking, they were supposed to be my targets. But that ninja's sword style. They are from Konoha. I don't know why Akatsuki needs money, but my mission will fail if the Konoha ninjas leave with their bodies. Yujao had just completed her second round of attack and was forced to retreat once again. However, before she could relax, she immediately slashed her sword to her right. A much larger sword clashed with her sword. Chapter 384, Chapter 381, Second Clash with the Akatsuki. Yujao had just completed her second round of attack when she sensed a grave danger. She swung her sword to her right, clashing with a much larger sword coming her way. The force behind Jozo's sword forced Yujao back, but she managed to hold on and not let go of her sword. At the same time, her eyes widened when she saw Jozo's face. She thought, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But hadn't he gone rogue? Don't tell me that it was a lie as well. The Kiri ninjas, who were in a clutch, were surprised as well. They recognized Jozo in an instant. A few of them thought, Jozo. Why is he here to help us? Does he want to take this chance to return to the village? But didn't he hate the village a lot? Fumito and Bunjiro were surprised as well. Neither saw nor sensed Jozo's movements. They wanted to help out Yujao, but the Kiri ninjas attacked and stalled them. A wide grin appeared on Jozo's face as he felt Yujao struggle. Yujao's eyes widened while the others on the battlefield were stunned as they felt Jozo's intense bloodlust. He said, "Not bad. You should be able to keep me entertained for a while." He suddenly applied a lot more pressure on his sword, forcing Yujao to her knees. At the same time, he formed his left hand into a claw and was about to attack Yujao. However, he stopped and leaned backwards. Multiple vacuum bullets tore through the space he was previously occupying. Since he was too close to the bullets tore through his cloak and left a few small cuts on his chest and upper arms. Jozo's eyes widened as he immediately stepped away from Yujao while thinking, vacuum attacks. I didn't even sense them. Who is it? Yujao immediately took the opportunity to move away from Jozo. Jozo, who was now on full alert, turned around and swung his sword behind him. As he did, he noticed chakra flowing through Fujin's sword through the corner of his eyes. In an instant, chakra began flowing through his sword as well. The two swords clashed, producing a loud sound. Both were equally matched. However, instead of engaging in a sword fight, Fujin forced his sword out of the way and punched Jozo with his left hand. Noticing the chakra concentrated in his hand, Jozo concentrated some chakra in his feet. He used the force of Fujin's sword to step away from him and kicked the incoming punch. Unlike the swords that were equally matched, this time Jozo was sent flying for a few meters. He winced as he felt a pain in his foot. However, he ignored it and flipped in the air to land on the ground while staring at Fujin. His entire attention was on Fujin. Seeing Fujin take action, his teammates sighed in relief. They didn't have any confidence in taking on one of the few remaining 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. At the same time, the Kiri ninjas were shocked once again. They were already surprised to see Jozo. But seeing him getting forced back so easily was an even greater surprise. Fujin didn't continue his attack. He was in an even more serious mood as compared to Jozo. He cursed internally, what the hell is Jozo doing here? And since he is here, does that mean Ataki is here as well? Shit. Fujin activated and spread his chakra field over a radius of 3 kilometers. However, other than Jozo, his team, and the Kiri ninjas, he didn't detect anyone. However, a frown existed behind his mask as he analyzed, I can't fully trust my sensory skills. Itaka might be able to stay hidden. Though I will sense him if he uses his chakra. Another one I need to look out for is Zetsu. I can't use the skills I want to keep a secret if he is spying on me. But without them, defeating Jozo would be very challenging. Since Fujin didn't press on the offense, Jozo managed to get a breather. Fujin's team and the Kiri ninjas were on alert as well. The battlefield entered a deadlock as no one made a move. Jozo broke the silence as he chuckled and said, I thought I was only attacking some small fries from Konoha. To think that I would draw out the spectral swordsman. Haha, what a lucky day. Though Fujin was wearing his mask, using the vacuum jutsu gave away his identity easily. Jozo thought, this bastard has a higher bounty than all these Kiri ninjas combined. Kakuzu would be pissed at missing out on such a bounty. Ha ha ha. Hearing the name, the expressions of the Kiri ninjas became grim. However, they soon recovered as they had Jozo who looked to be on their side. But they weren't too sure as everything happened too suddenly. Fujin instructed, leave this guy to me. Hunt down the rest. Yujao, Fumito, and Bunjiro immediately flickered. Jozo didn't move. Unlike what the Kiri ninjas thought, he was here to collect their bounties. It didn't matter to him whether he killed them himself or collected their dead bodies from the Konoha ninjas. The Kiri ninjas immediately retreated, leaving only Fujin and Jozo facing each other. Fujin continued scanning everything in his surroundings properly and talked with Jozo to buy some time. He asked, "Haven't you gone rogue? Why are you getting in the middle of my mission?" Jozo replied, "If you let me kill you, I will let your team complete the mission and go back to Konoha. Otherwise, all of you die." As he said, he once again unleashed his bloodlust. Fujin was unaffected by his bloodlust. He muttered in a soft but audible voice, "Jozo Biwa, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known throughout the world for your inhumane brutality and slaughtering the weak without any reluctance." A grin appeared behind his mask as he unleashed his killing intent as well and said, "It's not often I meet someone with a more intense bloodlust than mine. I wonder whether you live up to your reputation." Though Fujin had killed a lot of people in the past 3 years, it still paled in comparison to someone like Jozo who was known to inhumanely slaughter for a longer time than he spent in this world. Fujin flickered and appeared in front of Jozo, swinging his sword at full power. Jozo replied in the same manner. The two swords clashed. However, the result was different from the earlier clash. Jozo's eyes widened as he noticed the large amount of force behind Fujin's sword. In addition, a crack appeared on his Kyubikurabucha sword. However, even before he could react to that danger, he noticed another grave threat. Instead of engaging in a pure sword fight, Fujin shot a dozen vacuum bullets at a close range. Jozo immediately retreated and barely managed to dodge the incoming vacuum bullets. However, several more cuts appeared on his body. At the same time, he became very serious as he realized, his reputation isn't fake. This will be a tough fight. Fujin didn't give Jozo any time to rest. He flickered behind him and shot a vacuum cannon at Jozo. Jozo immediately got out of the way and counterattacked with water bullets, forcing Fujin to dodge as well. As for the vacuum cannon he dodged, it kept traveling through the forest. Weirdly, it didn't hit a single tree and kept moving in a straight line for 200 meters, as if Fujin had aimed it in a manner to avoid all the trees in its path. Finally, it was about to hit a plant that had a weird shape and was made of 2 distinct colors, unlike every other plant in the forest. In an instant, that plant moved and went underground. As soon as it did, one of its halves exclaimed, "That was scary. That attack nearly killed us. But how did he know that we were here? Or was that attack just a fluke?" The other half, which was completely black, said, "He was sensing the entire area earlier. I felt his chakra field at our location a few times, but he didn't focus on us. So I thought that he couldn't sense us. His information in the bingo book isn't accurate. With such sensing abilities, he is among the best sensors out there." As soon as the Zetsu moved, Fujin sensed their chakra fluctuations. A smile appeared behind his mask as he thought, that area felt a bit off for some reason. My guess was right. That bastard Zetsu is keeping an eye as usual. Jozo didn't notice that Fujin's real attack wasn't aimed at him. He continued attacking. Several water dragons formed in front of him and moved towards Fujin. Fujin moved back and jumped on top of the trees. Several vacuum bullets formed in his mouth and he aimed at the heads of the water dragons. The vacuum bullets pierced through the water dragons and dispersed the jutsu. Jozo ignored them as they weren't heading at him, but they kept traveling and pierced the ground a long distance away. Chapter 385, Chapter 382, A Foreign Chakra. Zetsu, who was hiding underground, instantly felt something drilling through the soil. It immediately went deeper into the ground. A fraction of a second later, the vacuum bullets passed through the space it was in earlier, barely missing its head by a few inches. It pierced through the Venus flytrap-like extensions around its head, tearing away a good chunk of it. White Zetsu looked at the damage and said, "This guy is scary. He almost killed us again. I'm afraid Jozo will have a tough time if he can even find time to attack us while fighting him." Black Zetsu said, "Jozo is strong as well. But we need to inform Tobi and Pain. This fight will be a close one. Let's first ask Kisame to reinforce him." Zetsu immediately left the battlefield. Fujin sensed his movement and wondered, did I scare it away? He dodged Jozo's attack and analyzed, unlikely. Black Zetsu doesn't want to expose its fighting abilities. He should have gone to call in for reinforcements. I will have to end the fight before they arrive. I can't take on 2 ninjas close to the rank S at the same time. I should also consider the possibility of just one half having left and the other half staying back to observe or interrupt. Though I doubt he would want to expose himself, I should maintain my chakra field in case he does so. He turned his attention towards Jozo as he wondered, why is he so determined to kill me? I have given him several opportunities to retreat. Sigh, I didn't want to get on Akatsuki's radar so quickly. Despite being aware of him, Fujin barely had any memories of Jozo. After all, he was barely even shown in the series. Though Fujin did collect all his information available with Konoha, it didn't include any information about how loyal Jozo was to Akatsuki and pain as Hiruzen couldn't make information he received from Itaka public. So Fujin couldn't guess his intentions. As they battled, Fujin felt Jozo's killing intent increasing steadily. He thought, I don't remember who killed him and how, but I know that he will end up dead soon. So I wasn't very interested in killing him. But if he wants to go all out, I can't afford to hold back. A/N, the timeline regarding Jozo's death is very messed up. Without having to monitor Zetsu's location, Fujin became very determined and focused entirely on Jozo. He flickered to dodge the incoming attacks and flickered again to appear next to Jozo and slashed his sword at his waist. However, Jozo flickered away without any seals as well. He appeared behind Fujin and attacked him with his sword. However, Fujin flickered out of the way as well. Jozo immediately followed him. Both Fujin and Jozo flickered continuously, trying to outspeed one another and land a fatal blow. Loud sounds of their blades clashing with each other were heard several times. Several scars were left in the ground and several trees were cut. However, Fujin was unharmed while Jozo didn't take any more damage. Fujin appeared in front of Jozo once again and attacked with his sword. Jozo flickered away to dodge. Fujin stopped swinging his sword and immediately flickered as well. Both appeared close to each other at the same time. Having the initiative, Fujin slashed horizontally, aiming to hack Jozo into two. Jozo raised his sword defensively while building up his chakra. Fujin's sword hit Kyubikaribasho once again. And yet again, a new crack appeared in the sword. This one was the largest yet as it moved almost halfway into the sword. The large Kyubikaribasho had around a dozen cracks in it by now. Though Jozo was also proficient in using chakra flow, his chakra flow didn't have any element to it. Due to Fujin's wind chakra, his sword was much sharper than Jozo's despite the Kyubikaribasho being a better sword. Jozo used the force of Fujin's attack to fly backwards while spitting out a large amount of water towards Fujin. Due to its volume, it built momentum and began collapsing towards Fujin. Fujin stood his ground and built up chakra as well. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled extremely strong winds. The winds directly broke through the water and forced it back. They continued moving towards Jozo, who was quickly backing away while weaving hand signs. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. Jozo expelled a large amount of water from his mouth high into the sky. After reaching high enough, it began cascading down towards the windstorm heading at him. The winds broke into the water and changed its direction back towards Jozo. However, the high volume of water dulled the wind blades in the jutsu and slowed down the jutsu until it was harmless. Fujin didn't attack anymore and just observed Jozo getting hit by his own attack despite knowing that it wouldn't harm him. He analyzed, he is strong. Very strong. Though I have an advantage in chakra reserves and strength, I don't have an advantage in speed. His movement and combat speed are as fast as mine while his reaction speed is even faster. Due to his significantly richer battle experience, he is able to negate my advantage in terms of strength very easily and has no issue dodging my vacuum bullets and blades of wind. Even if I use vacuum slash, I will probably be only able to cut that sword in half while he will flicker away. It will be the same with vacuum gatling. Fujin sighed internally as he thought, these attacks can easily rip into those IWA Jounins trained to counter me. But against Jozo, though I will make things difficult for him, I won't be able to land a killing blow. Not to mention, I doubt this will be my last clash with the Akatsuki. Exposing those skills now would put the entire Akatsuki on guard against those attacks. It will be disadvantageous for me in the future. As Fujin was analyzing, mist began covering the entire region. Fujin stood in his spot as the mist engulfed him. Unknown to Jozo, a glint appeared in Fujin's eyes. Just like Fujin, Jozo was thinking hard as well. He thought, from the reports, he should be barely 15 years old. To be able to give me such a hard time at such a young age. Another fearsome talent has appeared in Konoha. Jozo couldn't help but shudder as he suddenly had a thought. It was, they still have the third Hokage in addition to the two Sunnins who are in their prime. And from Itaka's words, Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy are very impressive as well and live up to their father's reputation. Now this guy. if Konoha still had Uchiha Fugaku and Itaki in addition to them. Jozo felt a chill at that thought. Once Fujin, Kakashi, and Guy reached rank S, Konoha could have had a greater number of rank S ninjas than Akatsuki. Jozo stopped thinking about such a hypothetical scenario and turned his attention back to Fujin, who was being engulfed by the mist. He was confused as he wondered, why didn't he push on the attack? Is he afraid of fighting me when there is a lot of water around me? But that doesn't explain why he is letting the mist engulf him and not blowing it away. Jozo had expected Fujin to use a wind jutsu to blow the mist away. He intended to take action at that time and create an opening. However, Fujin's inaction made his tactic pointless. So Jozo decided to make use of the mist and made a hand seal. Water release, water clone jutsu. 4 water clones appeared around him. They immediately moved silently towards Fujin's location. Jozo looked at the cracks in his blade and thought, I will have to let Kyubikaribasho drink some blood now. He disappeared and began moving through the mist. Not a single sound was heard as he moved. The 4 water clones arrived where Fujin was standing. To their surprise, he was still standing in his spot with his eyes closed. They observed him for some time, but Fujin didn't make any movements at all and stayed like a statue. All 4 clones wondered, what scheme is he cooking? In order to not let him bide time, 2 of the water clones moved towards him. One appeared behind him and another appeared in front of him. Both swung their swords at the same time. Fujin's eyes snapped open and gazed into the eyes of the water clone in front of him. Despite the attack, he didn't move. The 2 swords cleaved him into 3 pieces. However, no blood was spilled. Instead, the 2 clones felt a breeze. At the very next moment, Fujin exploded, launching wind blades around him. Both the water clones were too close to react and were hit by the blades. Though the attack wasn't extremely fatal, it was enough to dispel them both. Jozo's remaining 2 water clones were surprised. They realized, a wind clone. Jozo, who was hiding not too far away, was shocked as well. He thought, impossible. I didn't feel him move at all. Where is he? I can't feel him at all in this mist. Jozo and his clones became very alert. Not being able to find Fujin in the mist made Jozo nervous for the first time. He stayed on alert, but his eyes suddenly widened. He thought, the mist is mixed with some foreign chakra. Shit. Chapter 386, Chapter 383, Clash of Swords. Jozo felt a chill in his heart. He turned around while swinging his sword with full strength. Fujin chuckled internally while attacking with his sword as well. He thought, though the hiding in mist assassination technique is impressive, how can it compare to Tobirama's Bringer of Darkness? It even counters the Mangekyo Sharingan to a certain extent. In order to prepare myself for any future fights with Itaki, Obito, or Madara, I have trained a lot in that darkness. Compared to it, fighting in this mist is a child's play. The 2 swords clashed. Fujin's sword hit the largest crack in Kyubikaribasho. The crack immediately began enlarging and moving across the blade. At the same time, Fujin shot several vacuum bullets at Jozo. To his surprise, Jozo didn't flicker away like before and instead dodged them without using any jutsu. At the same time, he disrupted his own chakra flow. Due to the close distance and being taken by surprise, Jozo couldn't dodge by a large distance. In fact, 1 vacuum bullet grazed past the right side of his abdomen. Several new and deeper cuts opened up on his arms and legs. The vacuum bullet that grazed past his abdomen took out a large chunk of flesh as it passed him, causing it to bleed profusely. However, despite injuring him, Fujin wasn't happy. He thought, he realized that my wind chakra was infiltrating into his body and hence didn't flicker. Tisk, so much for keeping it a secret. I was hoping to kill him or at least fatally injure him. Jozo flickered away and disappeared within the mist. Though Fujin couldn't see him, he could hear Jozo's voice from all directions. Jozo said, you know Susumu's wind-style genjutsu? So you were the one who made that mess in the land of wind. Though Akatsuki wasn't interested in the affairs of Tsunagakuer, they were forced to look into it when they received the news that Tsuna's Jinchuriki was injured. So Jozo was aware of the events that occurred back then despite not interfering in it. Jozo's remaining 2 water clones moved towards Fujin. 2 wind clones formed around Fujin and moved to intercept them. As for Fujin, a dense wind chakra began flowing through his sword once again. Suddenly, a sound of metal hitting the ground was heard. In an instant, Fujin flickered to that spot. The large crack that he had created in Kyubikaribasho expanded along the length of the sword as it snapped into 2. Though Jozo was aware of his sword's state, his attention was more towards the injury on his abdomen. This created a temporary opening. As soon as Fujin appeared, he attacked with his sword while preparing more rounds of vacuum bullet. Despite having just half of his sword, it was still larger than Fujin's sword. Jozo's chakra flowed through Kyubikaribasho as he used it to block Fujin's sword and flickered away to dodge the vacuum bullets. At the same time, he constantly disrupted his chakra to not be affected by any genjutsu. Fujin gave chase and the two engaged in high-speed combat once again. The two water clones were dispelled by kamikaze attacks by the wind clones. Due to how evenly they were matched, Fujin knew that the clones would be in a deadlock as well. So Fujin chose to explode his clones to finish their battles in a rush and gain an advantage. After all, if both of them consumed their chakra at an equal speed, he would get the advantage. While Fujin and Jozo were fighting, Yujao and the rest chased down the Kiri ninjas. Though the Kiri ninjas put up a good resistance, the poisoning kept worse as time passed on. So they kept on getting weaker and had difficulty in dodging and controlling their chakra. Eventually, despite reaching the sea, they were still all killed by Fujin's team. As they sealed and stored the bodies, Bunjiro said, "Getting poisoned with an unknown poison before a battle is extremely disadvantageous." Fumito nodded and said, "We would have lost easily and the captain would have to step in if they weren't poisoned." But the situation was completely reversed. Yujao sealed the last body and said, "We still have to help our captain. Jozo is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He is incredibly strong. Though we have to be careful about not getting in his way." Fumito thought for a bit and replied, "I don't think mind-body switch will work on him if we can't pin him down first. Even if I succeed, maintaining it will be very difficult." Yujao nodded and said, "Yes. Let's go back and observe the situation first." What happened? As Yujao was talking, she noticed Fumito's eyes widening all of a sudden. A look of shock appeared on his face. Fumito looked towards the sea and thought, "What an immense chakra. Who is it?" He quickly said, "Retreat." In an instant, all three flickered and began moving towards Fujin. En route, Fumito explained what he had sensed. Fujin and Jozo continued fighting without any external interference. As the two fought, Fujin's expression became grim. Despite his injuries, the only effect it had was that Jozo became more and more bloodthirsty. He became far more aggressive in his fighting style. Fujin didn't mind that and wanted to take advantage of any opening he might get due to overaggression. However, Jozo didn't give him a single opening. Fujin analyzed, his resilience is mind-blowing. Despite those injuries and the blood loss, he is fighting as if he hasn't been injured at all. He is also constantly disrupting his own chakra to eliminate any chances of me casting genjutsu on him. Despite the bloodlust he was projecting on Fujin, Jozo's mind was calm and serious. He analyzed, not good. Despite having an advantage, this kid isn't getting cocky and seems content to slowly whittle me down. I can't deal him a fatal blow if he maintains such a guard the entire time. More importantly, my sword is almost completely ruined. Jozo was no longer uncaring about his sword. Due to their frequent clashes, it was completely covered in cracks and it was only a matter of time before it crumbled entirely. Though he could repair his sword later, Jozo understood that he would be in deep trouble against Fujin without his sword. As they were fighting, Fujin's eyes suddenly widened. Jozo noticed that and instantly attacked Fujin's wrist with his free hand as their swords clashed once again. Fujin saw the attack and hardened his right arm with the iron skin jutsu while kicking Jozo's elbow. Despite hardening his arm, the strike on his wrist caused Fujin to open his hand and lose his sword. Fujin's kick did the same. It knocked the sword from Jozo's hand and worsened the cuts on his right arm. Fujin ignored his dropped sword and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Jozo. Fujin knew that if he concentrated chakra in his fists, Jozo would run away. So he didn't bother doing it and focused entirely on the speed of his punches. As he didn't sense any chakra concentrated on his fists, Jozo fought back as well. However, to his surprise, he was outmatched once again. Though he defended himself well, Fujin's fists landed on his chest and abdomen several times. He had to use his bleeding arms to defend himself several times, especially because Fujin kept targeting the injury on his abdomen. Even though none of the hits were fatal, Jozo felt the impact of every punch, causing him to cough blood as he fought. Finally, he raised his leg to block Fujin's kick and used it to get away from him. At that moment, Yujao and the rest arrived and landed next to Fujin and shouted, "Captain!" However, Fujin ignored them and fired a few vacuum bullets at Jozo who was still in the air. Jozo immediately shot water from his mouth into the air and used the force to fall back to the ground. He barely managed to avoid the bullets, but he crashed into the ground and was dragged due to his speed. Fujin flickered and summoned his other sword in his left hand. Jozo quickly recovered and got onto his feet. He saw Fujin appearing in front of him and swinging his sword vertically, aiming to hack him in two. Without his sword, he had no method of defending against the sword. He moved back while building up his chakra and weaving hand signs. Water release, water prison jutsu. A water bubble began covering Yozu in order to provide him with some defense. At the same time, he concentrated chakra on his chest, neck, and head to slow down Fujin's sword. Despite the dense water, Fujin's sword easily pierced into the water prison. Jozo gritted his teeth and weaved hand signs. He thought, I'll endure this hit and use my body to slow him down. Once his sword lands on me, I'll kill him. Fujin understood Jozo's thought, but he wasn't concerned about his counterattack. He was confident in cutting him in two before Jozo could attack. He kept going. However, at that very moment, another figure broke into the water prison and appeared in front of Jozo. A large white sword blocked Fujin's sword and began sucking the chakra flowing through it. Chapter 387, Chapter 384, Explosions. As Fujin's sword slashed into the water prison, a tall, muscular ninja with a shark-like appearance appeared in front of him and blocked his sword with a large sword that was wrapped in a white cloth. Even before the two swords clashed, the wind chakra flowing along Fujin's sword was sucked by the sword. As their swords clashed, both Fujin and Kisame stared into each other's eyes. However, their confrontation was cut short as Jozo completed his hand seals. Water release, water bullets jutsu. He shot several water bullets at Fujin. Fujin pulled back and flickered out of the line of attack and appeared next to his sword that was knocked out earlier. He picked it up and flickered next to his team while storing the other sword back in the storage seal on his bracer. Fujin's squad had very grim expressions. Just taking on one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was already an extremely difficult task. If not for Fujin, they would have retreated after just seeing Jozo. So facing two was just too much for them to think about. Kisame didn't press on the attack immediately and checked on Jozo first instead. On seeing that his injuries weren't fatal, he chuckled and asked in a taunting tone, "Looks like the kids roughed you up pretty badly. Can you still fight?" Jozo gathered himself and stood up. He replied annoyingly, "Stop mocking me. Of course, I can." His tone became serious as he warned, "Don't underestimate that spectral swordsman brat. He is strong." While Kisame was checking up on Jozo, Fujin instructed, "Prepare to fight. Also, be ready to retreat in case more of them appear." Fujin's teammates were surprised. They had expected Fujin to focus on retreating. With his summons, none of them felt that retreating would be difficult. Yojeo said softly, "Captain, we need to retreat. We can't take on two swordsmen." Fujin cut her off and commanded, "It's fine. Focus on the fight. When you get a chance, help me distract one of them." Yojeo had a bitter smile behind her mask. She couldn't help but recall Hiruzen's words to her before she joined Fujin's squad. She recalled his warning about Fujin's tendencies to take the missions to an extreme. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything she could do in that situation. Fujin was insistent on facing the enemies and she didn't have any time to logically argue against him. Kisame nodded on hearing Jozo's warning. He turned his attention to Fujin and said, "The spectral swordsman of Konoha. Do you think that you can increase your reputation by taking on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist?" Fujin ignored his question and said, "Biwa Jozo and Hoshigaki Kisame." 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist joined Akatsuki. Jozo and Kisame were surprised to hear the name of their organization. Akatsuki wasn't very active around Konoha. Kisame said, "I'm surprised that someone from the mighty Konoha knows about me and the Akatsuki." Unlike Jozo, Kisame hadn't gained much fame in the world. After all, he had joined Akatsuki immediately after getting one of the 7 swords. And despite being strong, he didn't have much fame as he hadn't accomplished anything spectacular. Fujin ignored him once again and continued, "I had heard that your group was active around the land of Earth and the smaller countries around there. But by showing here and assisting Kirigakuer, are you two also fake rogue ninjas who keep serving the Mizu Cage obediently? Or is Akatsuki secretly controlled by the Mizu Cage? Regardless, it is impressive. Every other village considers Kirigakuer to be very weak right now. But now, everyone will need to reconsider Kirigakuer's forces." Fujin was very careful with his words. He said nothing about the Jinchurikis like Kakashi had. If he did, he didn't doubt the fact that returning to Konoha would be an incredibly difficult task. Kisame was amused by Fujin's analysis. He had no reason to correct Fujin. However, Jozo was offended. He snorted and asked loudly, "Do you think I'll work for those scumbags?" Fujin asked, "So why did you stop us? Why are you even fighting and risking your life?" Jozo answered in an annoyed tone, "I already told you. I want your bounty. Just hand over your head obediently and I'll let your subordinates escape." Both Kisame and Jozo began charging up their chakra. Though they had the advantage and had a confident expression, both were very alert towards Fujin. After all, his vacuum attacks still posed a great danger to them. One careless moment could cost them their lives. At the same time, Zetsu spectated the fight once again. This time, Fujin couldn't detect his presence. On seeing them charge their chakras, Yujao, Fumito, and Bunjiro grabbed their weapons and took a fighting stance. Fujin, holding his sword in his right hand, also began exerting his chakra. However, instead of attacking, he looked at Kisame and said, "Why would I want to take on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to enhance my reputation? A group that was claimed to have the capability of hunting a cage but was annihilated by a mere genin. If I was a part of your little playgroup, I would have long killed myself from shame." Jozo's expression immediately became dark. Kisame was a bit offended as well. It was truly as Fujin said. Might Do had dragged the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist through the dirt. Even though Do had power beyond the cage level, he was only a genin officially. Once the news regarding their defeat spread in Kirigakure, their reputation hit rock bottom. The 7 ninjas, who were treated as the heroes in Kirigakure, became the butt of all jokes. Though none of them committed suicide, their situation was far worse than Hotaki Sakumo's. It was one of the main reasons why 2 of the remaining 3 betrayed Kiri. Of course, Fujin didn't care about that. Instead, he was one of the very few who knew about Might Do and admired him. He had only said those words for one reason. A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes as soon as their expressions became dark. He just wanted a momentary distraction. In an instant, 12 wind clones appeared around Fujin. Kisame and Jozo immediately became alert. However, that moment's delay was sufficient for Fujin. All his clones flickered and surrounded Kisame and Jozo on all sides. At the same time, all 12 blasted infinite breakthrough jutsu from all directions. The process of creating 12 clones, surrounding the 2 Akatsuki members and blasting them with infinite breakthrough jutsu from all sides took merely a fraction of a second. So Jozo and Kisame barely had any time to react. They quickly stood with their backs to each other while weaving hand signs rapidly. They completed their hand seals at the same moment and expelled a massive amount of water from their mouths. The water surrounded them on all sides and began rushing out and hit the intense winds, acting as a barrier for the 2 swordsmen. Fujin's teammates were surprised by the quick attack. Fujin didn't pay any attention to them as his entire attention was on Kisame and Jozo, who were trapped at the center while surrounded by water and intense winds. Though the situation was temporary, Fujin thought, this is sufficient. Chakra flowed through Fujin's sword once again as he took a step forward. Jozo shouted as he controlled the water around him, "Look out for vacuum bullets. They are very fast." Suddenly, both Jozo and Kisame felt danger. Jozo looked at his body while Kisame turned his eyes towards Jozo. Jozo immediately tried to cover his own body with chakra. But it was too late. With multiple loud booms, a series of explosions went off on Jozo's body as if his body was covered in explosive tags. A/N, not sure what I should be saying after the comments in the last chapter. No offense to anyone, but if reading a story frustrates you instead of relaxing you, you are better off not reading it. There are lots of other good works to read. I'm pretty sure web novel has 100k and stories. Just see what you enjoy and have fun with it instead of trying to take out your anger on me. While I do generally like criticism and I try to improve my writing based on it, it holds true just in case of constructive criticism. Though I enjoy writing, it is difficult and very demotivating by itself. Spending several hours writing to just have some people take out their frustration/anger on me doesn't by any means makes it easier for me to keep writing. While I do aspire to make this story as good as I can, I don't claim that I'll satisfy everyone's expectations. As for the fights, I do plan out the fights before starting them. It is a practice I have been following ever since the first fight I wrote. There can be twists and turns. There can be external interferences. There can be intentional holding back by any of the parties involved depending on what their goal is. And, there can be schemes set up to gain an advantage later, be it in the fight or the story, which may or may not be explained up front. If you want everything to be explained at the start of the fight, then once again, this book is probably not the one for you. Irrespective of whether you decide to continue this story or drop it, I hope you have a nice weekend and thank you for all your love and support so far. Smiley face. Chapter 388, Chapter 385, the number keeps decreasing. First, an explosion went off on Jozo's right foot. Immediately after, around a couple of dozen explosions went off on his chest, abdomen, and arms. Each explosion was just slightly weaker than the explosions from an explosive tag. Kisame, due to being very close to Jozo, was caught off guard. He was caught in some explosions. Fortunately, he was facing Jozo's back, so the explosions didn't harm him much. Only his cloak was badly damaged. He immediately moved away from Jozo and looked at him with a frown on his face. He wondered, what the hell? Why did so many explosions go off on Jozo's body? He turned his attention towards Fujin and wondered, did he do it? But how could he set up Jozo? As Jozo was hit and Kisame was distracted, their control over the water defending them from the winds was lost. So the wind immediately began piercing through the water. Noticing the danger, Kisame took control of the water around them. It gathered around him, forming a protective barrier. At the same time, 12 powerful jets of water were launched at the 12 wind clones who were still blasting them with infinite breakthrough jutsu. In addition, Kisame also launched water towards the winds to reduce their momentum and dull its sharpness. Though it consumed a high amount of chakra, Kisame's quick action forced the wind clones to stop attacking and take evasive actions. It also dealt with the winds trapping him and Jozo. Having caught a breather, Kisame looked towards Jozo. His eyes widened and his pupils dilated as he saw Jozo's condition. The smoke around Jozo due to the explosion had finally cleared. Despite the explosions, Jozo still stood straight. However, his condition was terrible. The skin on his right foot's sole was torn off due to the explosion. Attempting to walk on it would be worse than any physical torture. His arms were in a similar state. The explosions were even worse here due to pre-existing cuts on his arms. In some spots, the impact was so bad that all skin and muscles had been blown off and his bones were exposed to the air. However, they weren't visible due to being covered with blood. The worst was his chest and abdomen. They were a complete mess. Despite having already seen a lot, Fujin's teammates were still affected by the gory state of his chest and abdomen. It was a shock that Jozo could still keep standing. Kisame was shocked as well by the sudden change in the situation. So was Zetsu, who was observing the fight from some distance. Only one person was unaffected by it. It was Fujin, who was observing without any emotion behind his mask. The entire situation played out exactly like he had pictured it in his mind. Kisame's breather was short-lived. As per the plan, the wind clones turned their attention towards Kisame and fired multiple vacuum bullets at him. Despite being much stronger than the clones, Kisame had no choice but to give those attacks all his attention and take evasive actions. Fujin's teammates also understood Fujin's intentions behind his actions and words earlier and moved. All three attacked Kisame from range to keep him occupied. With Kisame occupied, Fujin made a move. He shot a vacuum cannon at Jozo while moving towards him. The vacuum cannon easily pierced through the water surrounding Jozo and moved towards him. At the last moment, Jozo snapped his eyes open and moved out of the way. His resilience shocked Fujin once again. Despite such lethal injuries, Jozo moved as if he wasn't injured at all. However, it wasn't going to be enough to survive. After all, Fujin wouldn't take pity on someone who tried to kill him. Fujin swung his sword to blow away all the water around Jozo and appeared in front of him. Jozo looked at Fujin and asked in a coarse voice, "You are a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster?" Fujin didn't answer. However, Jozo knew he was right. But he was still confused. He wondered, why couldn't I sense the explosive seals he placed on my body? Though I wasn't expecting him to be able to do this, I should have sensed it after he placed one on me and taken the required precaution. Fujin could easily guess what Jozo was thinking. The answer to it was the break Fujin had taken earlier. During his vacation, Fujin created seal imprints for the explosive seal. His idea was to simply put these seals on enemies when engaging them in taijutsu or even touching them in general and blow them up after he had accumulated sufficient seals on the enemy's body. But he faced one major issue. It was that the seal could easily be detected when a ninja circulated their chakra. so using them to surprise his enemies on the battlefield wasn't viable. Understanding the danger, any ninja would cut off that part of their skin in order to survive. Only Chunin level and weaker or indecisive ninjas would fall prey to it. While it would still give Fujin an advantage, he wasn't satisfied with it. In order to make it usable, Fujin's clones worked for several days in order to mix components of various stealth seals into the explosive seal. That was why Fujin took longer to master all the seals in the library. After spending more than the equivalent of a year, Fujin's clones finally succeeded. The result was a seal that was very difficult to detect unless the opponent was a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu as well or had incredible sensor skills. The only drawbacks were that the power of the explosion was reduced a bit and the seal was far more complicated. However, thanks to seal imprints, that wasn't an issue. Fujin immediately removed the earlier seal imprint and created new ones. And he hadn't created just one but instead created 4 of them. 2 on his palms and 2 more on his knuckles. So every time Fujin's punch landed or he used his hands to block his enemy, he could create 1 explosive seal on the enemy's body. Against an opponent of Jozo's caliber, Fujin wasn't sure if his new vacuum jutsus would have much impact on the battle. So he decided to keep them hidden and instead decided to expose his Fuinjutsu. As luck would have it, Akatsuki wasn't aware of Fujin's capabilities in Fuinjutsu. Oniki hadn't exposed Fujin's expertise in Fuinjutsu to anyone other than Kumagakure, who had paid a large price, hoping that he would be able to take out some of the ninjas, especially from Akatsuki, who tried to hunt him before going down. Oniki's little scheme succeeded on this battlefield. Jozo didn't even consider that Fujin had put a seal on his foot right at the beginning of their fight. Instead, he was more focused towards Fujin's ability to concentrate large amounts of chakra easily. Later, when Jozo tried to unarm Fujin, Fujin gladly accepted the exchange because he wanted to engage in a taijutsu to fight to put more seals on Jozo's body. As a result, Fujin managed to put several seals on Jozo without him even suspecting Fujin. Of course, Fujin had no intention of explaining this to Jozo. He moved forward. Kisame noticed it and wanted to interfere, however, the vacuum bullets made it extremely difficult for him to interfere directly. He muttered to himself, so annoying. Having to keep an eye on 12 ninjas who are ridiculously fast and keep spamming jutsus that I can't block or afford to take is a headache. And then there is also that ninja who uses lightning jutsus into the water I am controlling. He turned his gaze back to Jozo and thought, you will have to hang on for a few seconds, Jozo. Suddenly, everyone in the battle felt a massive amount of chakra emanating from Kisame. The chakra was incredibly intense and massive. It was as if a tailed beast had arrived on the battlefield. A massive amount of water appeared around Kisame and began flowing in all directions. Fujin's team became nervous but kept attacking from a distance. As for Fujin and his clones, they knew that even with a large amount of chakra, Kisame still wouldn't want to get hit by the vacuum bullets. So they weren't concerned. Seeing Fujin rushing towards him with a sword in his hand and sensing Kisame's massive chakra and the water he released, Jozo's hands moved to weave a hand seal. However, his right hand suddenly stopped. Dark markings suddenly appeared on Jozo's body, paralyzing him. Shock could be seen in Jozo's eyes as he realized, the self-cursing seal. When did he put it on me? And why didn't he use it until now? Just like the explosive seals, Fujin had placed the seal on his body when they had engaged in a taijutsu. Fujin had used his left palm to stop an incoming punch and had put the seal on his at that instant. Fujin didn't activate it earlier as Jozo could try and break through it with his chakra, but in his current exhausted state, he stood no chance. Before he could get any answer, he saw Fujin's sword flash past his neck. Unable to move or resist or get any help, he was beheaded and his head was sent flying away from his body. Jozo, one of the last 2 surviving members of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, died at the hands of Suzuki Fujin in the land of hot water. The number of the swordsmen from the mist kept decreasing. Chapter 389, Chapter 386, Testing Kisame. The act of beheading Jozo immediately gained everyone's attention. Despite working with him for over a year, Fujin's squad were still surprised to see Fujin kill off such a fearsome ninja so quickly. After all, though Fujin had fought with Rashi and Kitsuki in the past, he hadn't succeeded in killing any of them. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was Kisame. He couldn't help but exclaim, impossible. Had Jozo managed to hold on for a few seconds, Kisame would have been able to rescue him and force Fujin to retreat. However, to Kisame's disbelief, Jozo didn't last for even a short while. Some distance away, White Zetsu said, he is indeed scary. Poor Jozo was so helpless. Black Zetsu agreed and added, yet. He also used him as a trap to hit Kisame. Had Kisame not been careful, he would have been hit by the explosions as well. In that case, he could have tried to kill them both. Black Zetsu's mind quickly began calculating why Jozo suffered a loss so quickly. Despite the achievement of killing such a high-level ninja, Fujin didn't get lost in it. Instead, at the very next moment, he opened up a scroll, sealed Jozo's body and quickly moved towards his head. However, multiple jets of water were launched at him suddenly. At the same time, water was moving towards him like a tsunami. Fujin's team and his clones were already retreating. Fujin was about to seal Jozo's head when a water jet hit Jozo's head and pierced into his brain, destroying it from the inside. Fujin frowned and retreated. He looked at Kisame. Annoyance could be seen in his eyes, but it was just an act. Though taking Jozo's head would seem like Konoha would get a lot of information and would benefit heavily, it was actually extremely counterproductive. Itake was a spy Hiruzen sent to Akatsuki. So he already had a lot of information about the Akatsuki without the Akatsuki, except Obito, knowing about it. As for Fujin, he was the person who was the most clear about what Akatsuki was, who their members were and what their goals were. So any information that Jozo might have was borderline useless for both Fujin and Konoha. On the contrary, Akatsuki would know that Konoha had a lot of information about them. So they could be forced to make a move on Konoha and effectively change the future to a large degree. It was something that Fujin didn't want to see. That is why he first sealed Jozo's body and used a storage scroll to seal his body instead of one of the many storage seals on his bracer to waste some time without making anyone suspicious of his actions. It warned Kisame and gave him an opportunity to destroy Jozo's head. As they retreated, the massive amount of water kept following them like a tsunami. Fujin said softly, "Back me up." He immediately began building up his chakra. His clones and teammates immediately felt a massive amount of chakra from him. While his teammates would usually be very impressed, at that moment, the chakra that Fujin built up was much less than Kisame's. Regardless, everyone prepared themselves to Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Wind Release, Air Bullet Jutsu. Fire Release, Searing Migraine Jutsu. Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu. Almost at the same time, Fujin and his team launched their attacks. Fujin led with a massive Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Bunjiro couldn't use water jutsus while his wind jutsus were far weaker than Fujin's. So he just shot a few air bullets in his attack. Yujao shot her fireball on one side of the Infinite Breakthrough while Fumito launched his lightning jutsu on the other side. They were followed up by Fujin's wind clones who exhausted all their remaining chakra and launched vacuum jutsus into the combination attack. The massive combination attack combined seamlessly and hit the incoming tsunami that Kisame had started. The intense winds put a stop to the water's momentum temporarily and even forced some of it backwards. Some sharp winds pierced into the water but couldn't travel far within it. The fire evaporated a lot of water but wasn't very effective considering the large amount of water. Only Fumito's lightning spears managed to enter the water and electrify it. However, Kisame created layers within the water and controlled their flow to keep the electrified water away. The vacuum jutsus shot by Fujin's clones pierced into the water easily and moved towards Kisame. However, due to the disturbance they caused in the water, Kisame could easily see and dodge them. Sweat gathered behind Fujin and his team's masks. Despite the four of them attacking together, they were only evenly matched with Kisame. In fact, some water had already begun moving towards them through the intense winds. Fujin analyzed, "This guy is nuts. Kiri was crazy to use him merely to kill his teammates. He is already in a whole different league as compared to someone like Jozo." Though Fujin was already aware of how strong Kisame would be by the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was interested in checking how strong he already was. His observation made him very unwilling to fight Kisame so far away from Konoha. Fujin decided, "It's time to retreat. But running away from him will be difficult if he doesn't intend to let us off. Even though I'm faster at escaping, the other three won't be able to shake him off. Sigh, I'll have to expose my summons as well." Fujin was about to summon Kaito when he suddenly sensed something. A look of surprise appeared behind his mask as he wondered, "What are they doing here?" He suddenly put over 10% of his chakra into the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The sudden infusion of chakra into the jutsu powered it up considerably, causing it to force its way through the water Kisame was controlling. His actions surprised Kisame and his teammates. Kisame retreated backwards while wondering, what is he intending? Though he forced me back, such a chakra expenditure will be very disadvantageous for him. Suddenly, 3 shadow clones, each with 10% of his maximum chakra, appeared around Fujin. At the same time, a seal lit up on his bracer and 600 explosive tags appeared in front of him. He said, "Retreat." Fujin's teammates, who weren't able to understand the reason behind his actions, immediately flickered in the opposite direction along with Fujin. They finally guessed the reason behind Fujin's actions and wondered, does he intend to delay Kisame long enough that we escape his detection range? But why is he still keeping his chakra field active? And why did we fight first if he wanted to withdraw? Unlike Fujin, his teammates weren't aware of Zetsu's existence and his abilities. Due to Zetsu, Fujin knew that escaping like usual wasn't possible. The only way to escape was by either deterring Kisame from chasing them or flying away. Unfortunately for them, Fujin didn't bother clearing their doubts. He consumed a soldier pill and said, "We will keep running until we reach Konoha. No breaks. And at least one of us will keep chakra fields active at any given time. If any more strong enemies appear, we will avoid them." His teammates nodded and kept moving at a fast speed. Back on the battlefield, Fujin's shadow clones controlled the explosive tags and rained them down towards Kisame in waves. Kisame immediately spat out more water to douse those explosions. As he did, he realized, despite having so many tags, he is only using a few in every wave. He wants to delay me until he can get out of the range. It looks like he doesn't know about Zetsu's abilities. Kisame didn't mind wasting some time to defeat the shadow clones. He could find Fujin easily with Zetsu's aid. He blocked all the waves of the explosive tags and then rode a water wave to move closer to Fujin's clones. Fujin's clones analyzed, this might be a good time to test some of Kisame's abilities. For instance, would contact with the sword immediately pop up a shadow clone due to its ability to suck chakra? One of the clones flickered and appeared on top of Kisame. Chakra concentrated on his fist as he punched Kisame. Kisame immediately raised his sword to block the punch. The chakra gathered around the clone's fist was easily absorbed by the sword. Despite that, when the clone's punch landed on the sword, Kisame felt an intense force. Had he been weaker, he would have been forced under the water. As soon as his fist landed on the sword began absorbing his chakra. The clone analyzed, so the clone won't be dispelled in an instant. I guess it will only happen after it sucks away enough energy. As he was analyzing, sharp scales broke through the bandages and hit the clone's hand. Fujin's clone immediately used iron skin jutsu to harden his fist, however, the chakra the sword absorbed caused his jutsu to fade away instantly and created deep cuts in his arm, dispelling him. Chapter 390, Chapter 387, Swordsman of the Mist Clash. Zetsu, who was observing the fight, felt something and turned its head around. Its eyes immediately widened as it thought, not good. We can't stay here. Kisame turned his attention towards the remaining 2 clones as all the bandages around his sword were torn apart by Same Hada. Neither clone had made any move. He wondered, why are they just observing like they want to test out my abilities? I thought that he wanted to buy some time. The clones received the memories of the dispelled clone and realized, it looks like the Senjo Taijutsu style is ineffective on him. No, rather, it benefits him instead of harming him. And he also absorbs the chakra flow from my swords. Sigh, what an annoying fighter. Apart from those annoying Manjakyu and Rinnegan users, Kisame might be the toughest opponent for me. Immediately, a sword appeared in each clone's hands as they prepared for another clash with Kisame. Kisame weaved hand signs rapidly. Water release, shark bomb jutsu. Immediately, the water around Kisame transformed into 5 sharks and moved towards the clones rapidly. Both clones just slashed their swords, generating wind slashes that destroyed the sharks. At the same time, both flickered away from Kisame as a lot of water was flooding towards them from behind the sharks. Kisame riled up his chakra and was about to attack when he suddenly stopped and looked behind. From the ground, 2 Venus flytrap-like extensions emerged before Zetsu became visible. Immediately, the eyes of Fujin's clones began glowing as they observed Zetsu, or more specifically, Black Zetsu. One of the clones muttered aloud, "What kind of freaks do you have in this organization? What is that?" "A Venus flytrap." Zetsu ignored Fujin and said in an urgent tone, "Kisame, you need to retreat. A large number of Kirigakure ninjas are rushing towards us." Meanwhile, Fujin's clones observed, "He has such a strange body. I can barely detect anything from him. I wonder if the Sharingan or the Byagyoken can see more." probably not considering how much Madara trusted him and that no Hyuga mentioned anything odd about him. I'll need someone like Orochimaru to dissect him and study him properly. Kisame was surprised. He looked at Fujin's clones and said, I see. So you retreated on sensing them. Kisame had felt Fujin's chakra field while approaching that place. So, he was aware of how large the range of his sensor ability was. One of Fujin's clones nodded and answered, yes. Though I wasn't sure who it was, I guessed it was Kiri. However, I'm surprised that you want to retreat so quickly. Aren't you just an undercover Kiri ninja? I thought that you would ally with them and outnumber us. Kisame understood that Fujin's clone was talking because he wanted to waste time and keep Kisame there until the Kiri ninjas arrived. He said, I will remember you. Next time, you won't escape so easily. Fujin's clone chuckled and replied, if there is a next time, that is. Do you think that escaping will be so easy? Immediately, both clones flickered and peppered Kisame with vacuum bullets. They had only one goal, and that was to delay Kisame. Though they were just shadow clones, Kisame couldn't dispel them easily as they kept their distance from him and dodged all attacks. He tried escaping in other directions, but the clones would always follow him and slow him down. Half a minute later, another figure appeared on the battlefield. He observed, Kisame. What is he doing here? Didn't Mitsuru say that Jozo was the one attacking him? Where are he and Jozo? And who is that masked ninja making Kisame retreat? Zetsu had already disappeared under the ground. So he wasn't seen by the newcomer. His appearance immediately attracted Kisame and Fujin's clones' attention. Fujin's clones thought, ah, he is the one leading them. Not bad, he is quite strong. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Meanwhile, Kisame had a serious face as he muttered, Hojiki Mangetsu. Fujin's clones immediately flickered and moved to a location such that Kisame would be between them and Mangetsu. They launched supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at Kisame, cutting his path off and forcing him to defend. As Kisame defended, Fujin's clones observed Mangetsu. To their disappointment, Mangetsu didn't make a move to attack Kisame and instead observed the situation carefully from a distance. The clones realized, I see. He is unclear about what the situation is. Or perhaps he wants us to fight it out and then take advantage of our weakened state. They understood Mangetsu's thoughts as Fujin would have had similar thoughts had he been in Mangetsu's place. Immediately, one clone looked at Kisame and loudly declared, you are lucky that your allies have arrived. Next time, I will kill you and take your sword. In an instant, both clones disappeared by using wind instantaneous body jutsu and escaped in opposite directions. Kisame was incredibly annoyed. He thought, what an annoying piece of shit. Kill me my ass. Had he stayed, he would have been the one to die. He just wants to force a conflict between me and Mangetsu and reap benefits without risking anything. Mangetsu heard his words and thought, so my presence forced him away. No matter. Seeing his speed, catching him would be impossible anyway. And without an unknown factor, Kisame wouldn't be able to escape me. Mangetsu flickered and appeared behind Kisame in the blink of an eye. Unlike Fujin, he wasn't wary of stepping into the water while fighting Kisame. He was more proficient than Kisame in fighting on water. Kisame immediately turned around and swung his blade to block the incoming strike. A large sword hit the same hata and immediately a series of explosions took place, forcing Kisame to retreat. Both Mangetsu and Kisame moved away from each other. Kisame looked at Mangetsu and the Shibuki sword he was holding. He said, Mangetsu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Mangetsu looked at Kisame and said, I didn't expect to meet you here either. I know Fugyuki was a traitor. So I won't hold you to his murder. But I want the same hata back. Give it up and you can go. Kisame grinned and asked, do you think you can take it from me? A massive amount of chakra was released from Kisame. The chakra was so intense that even Mangetsu was surprised for a moment. His expression changed to normal immediately as he threatened, if you don't hand it over obediently, then I will have to take it from your corpse. As soon as Mangetsu finished his statement, several figures appeared. In a second, they became visible. Kisame became serious as he observed, 2400 ninjas. Though Kisame's display of his chakra surprised Mangetsu, he wasn't worried about taking him on due to the backup he had. Both sides immediately entered into an intense conflict. The two sides battled for about half an hour before the battle concluded. Unknown to any of the parties involved, a pair of eyes observed their entire battle. Fujin's squad kept moving rapidly through the land of hot water. As everyone had eaten soldier pills and frequently used the body flicker jutsu, they moved very quickly. They weren't too far away from the border with the land of fire. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he received new memories. He realized, I see, so they were all hunter nins from Kiri and were led by Mangetsu. Still, Kisame still managed to escape. And he also killed 7 hunter nins before getting away. Fujin analyzed, that was expected though. I don't see Kisame being killed so easily. I am surprised that he had to face as much trouble as he did. Mangetsu is quite strong. And, he also has several of the 7 swords. Even without the reinforcements, he would have managed to hold Kisame back for a long time. Kisame's performance was surprisingly underwhelming against the Kiri ninjas as compared to me though. But it is probably due to our fighting styles. My taijutsu and sword skills were completely nullified by him. And, the large amount of water allowed him to create sufficient distance from me, giving him plenty of time to dodge or stop my wind attacks. By comparison, Kiri ninjas who weren't afraid of stepping into that water were able to give him a tougher fight. And since they don't use chakra flow or supercharged jutsus, they don't provide Kisame with a lot of opportunities to absorb their chakra. Of course, the biggest factor was Mangetsu himself. He has mastered all 7 swords. So it is likely that he has raised special forces to target the 7 ninja swordsman members who went rogue, kind of like what IWA did against me. This fight also made me realize I completely overlooked an important aspect during my training. Now that I think about it, I was lucky that I didn't manage to kill Jozo quickly and hence got to fight Kisame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of it even though it was so obvious. Chapter 391, Chapter 388, Double Blow. Back on the battlefield, Mangetsu stood along with 17 hunter ninjas. They were treating the wounded and sealing the dead. One ninja approached Mangetsu and hatefully said, Kisame managed to escape. We need to organize more hunting parties to trap and kill him. However, Mangetsu shook his head and said, no. His words surprised his subordinates who were around him. Mangetsu explained, it's pointless. Kisame was already in a battle before we found him. And despite outnumbering him so much, we weren't able to kill him. So any hunting squads we send will be killed by him. Even if they manage to inform us, what's the use if we can't kill him? Only Mizukichi-sama can kill him, but he can't move around so lightly. The hunter ninjas sighed on hearing the explanations. None of them argued against him. They had just fought Kisame. And his strength was far beyond their expectations. Suddenly, a hunter ninja approached Mangetsu with excitement and said, Captain, look what I found. Mangetsu immediately looked at the ninja. His eyes widened as he saw what the hunter ninja was holding. He immediately grabbed it and observed it properly. After a couple of minutes, he nodded and said, there is no mistake. This is the hilt of Kyubikaribasho. But his voice became a bit unsteady as he asked, who damaged it to this extent? There is almost nothing left of the sword. Also, where is Jozo? No one answered him. Mangetsu instructed, search this battlefield. See if you can find any pieces of the blade. Also, see if you can find any dead bodies. The hunter ninjas nodded. The ones who weren't gravely injured immediately got to work. Due to the high intensity of the battle, neither Fujin nor Kisame had any time to pay attention to and pick up Jozo's sword. In addition, the entire battlefield was flooded by Kisame. So, the sword was a few meters under the water. Even if they had time, neither Fujin nor Kisame were very interested in that sword. Only Zetsu could collect the sword, but it didn't see any point in doing that as Jozo was dead. As the ones who managed to hold on to the battlefield until the end, the sword landed in the hands of the Kiri ninjas. They quickly found some of the shattered pieces of Kyubikaribasho. Mangetsu observed them and concluded, it looks like they were cut by wind. The masked ninja that Kisame was fighting was using wind jutsus. Did he defeat Jozo before fighting Kisame? While Mangetsu was storing the pieces of Kyubikaribasho, a ninja appeared holding the damaged head of Jozo. The head was very damaged. Kisame's attack had poked a hole through Jozo's head and destroyed his brain. A large part of his face was unrecognizable. So the hunter nins weren't able to identify him. However, having fought alongside Jozo for so long, Mangetsu had no doubts. He sighed and muttered, Biwa Jozo was killed by that masked ninja who was engaged with Kisame in a fight. From our reports, Kisame and Jozo had joined the same organization. It looks like they came in a conflict. His words silenced the ninjas around him. Though they were trained to hunt them down, everyone knew how difficult that task was. To see that one of their famed swordsmen was killed left them with a complicated feeling. Finally, one ninja asked, who could that masked man be? To first kill Jozo and then fight Kisame. Mangetsu muttered, he used wind vacuum jutsus and wielded swords. From the recent rumors, there is only one such person who is very active. The expressions of all the hunter nins became serious. Finally, one hatefully said, the spectral swordsman. Mangetsu nodded and said, yet. Though I suppose we need to be thankful to him for once. He killed Jozo and didn't even take the sword away. In addition, he also allowed us to attack Kisame and understand how strong he is. The hunter nins weren't sure what to say. After clearing the battlefield, they looked for the base they had created. Unfortunately, the base was in ruins. They could only collect the dead bodies buried under the cave and retreated from the land of hot water. The high losses forced them to call off their operations in that country. While the Kiri ninjas were retreating, Fujin was wrecking his mind trying to find a solution to an issue he had realized. He analyzed, though my plans for creating a wind domain are excellent, I overlooked one important aspect. That is ninjas who can absorb chakra. If I just emit chakra and let it form a domain around me so that I can control winds, doesn't that mean someone like Kisame can just absorb it? Granted that there aren't many ninjas with this ability, but the ones who do are absolutely broken. Pain, Madara, and later Obito and Sasuke would all be able to directly absorb the chakra I emit. If I can't use my main fighting style against them, then my chances of victory would drop hard. How do I counter that? The only thing I can think of so far is to directly convert all the chakra I emit into wind. This way, they can't absorb wind. No, Rinnegan might still be able to absorb it, but there is nothing I can do about that. Regardless, I won't be able to make the winds sharper or concentrate them in one place without chakra. Though I could create sharp winds out of their absorption range, it will lose effect as they will have sufficient time to dodge. Fujin thought for several hours, but he couldn't come up with any ideas he could implement at that time. He sighed internally and thought, the only way I could stop them or make them pay is if the chakra I emit is nature chakra. But I haven't learned senjutsu yet. Sigh, there is no other way I can think of currently. If I can't think of a good way, I'll have to be very careful while fighting any of them. Without the wind domain, I won't have much of an advantage against them. Fortunately, Madara is dead while Obito and Sasuke won't have that ability for quite some time. Nagato won't expose himself and I can escape from Kisame. Not to mention, I still have a long time before I master my wind domain. If I can learn the Flying Thunder God by then I can escape easily even if I encounter Nagato and create an alternative fighting style that is equally dangerous. While Fujin was wrecking his brain and the Kiri ninjas were returning to Kirigakure, a meeting between 8 rank S ninjas was taking place. In a cave, the illusionary bodies of the Akatsuki members appeared. As soon as they did, Orochimaru joked, we seem to be missing some members. No one joined in his joke. Pain informed the group, Biwajozo is dead. In the last 3 days, we have lost 2 members. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Kakuzu, whose partner was missing as well. Sasori asked, how did they die? Zetsu answered, Jozo was killed by Konoha's spectral swordsman during a mission. The other one died in friendly fire. Once again, everyone stared at Kakuzu who replied unapologetically, he was too slow. Orochimaru asked, you attacked him, didn't you? Kakuzu didn't bother replying. Orochimaru turned his attention to Itaki and asked, Jozo was your partner, wasn't he? I wonder who you would team up with next. Itaka didn't respond. Pain offered Kakuzu and Itaka to team up, however, both refused. So, Pain announced that they would begin looking for new members. Kakuzu looked at Zetsu and asked, Spectral Swordsman is on my hit list for his bounty. How strong is he and what are his abilities? Quite a few Akatsuki members were interested in the answer. Though Fujin had gained a lot of fame recently, none of them expected him to kill an Akatsuki member. White Zetsu answered, he is very strong and dangerous. His vacuum jutsus are far more lethal than what the bingo book mentions. His sensor skills are top-notch as well. He nearly killed us a couple of times. Black Zetsu added, he is a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and can apply explosive and paralysis seals stealthily. Jozo died because he wasn't aware of those seals being applied on his body. In addition, his chakra reserves and speed can be categorized as rank S. More importantly, he is very cunning and schemes continuously. Even Kisame fell into a tough spot due to him. Don't underestimate him or you might lose a few hearts. Zetsu's words weren't too much of a surprise for the Akatsuki members. After all, Fujin wouldn't have been able to kill Jozo had he been weak. Still, no one was too alarmed as Jozo was one of the weakest members of Akatsuki. Since no one had anything else to add, Pain said, "We will be taking the first step towards our goal soon. Our target is Han, the Jinchuriki of 5 tails." Chapter 392, Chapter 389, A Sense of Freedom. Fujin was unaware of the developments taking place inside Akatsuki. But he wasn't very concerned about them as Akatsuki didn't have any record of taking revenge for their fallen comrades. He kept thinking about more ways to counter ninjas who could absorb ninjutsu until Konoha appeared in their sight. Fujin looked at the village and thought, "Leave it, I'll think about it after I develop it completely. Anyway, this mission wasn't bad. I kind of expected things to go south when Akatsuki got involved. Fortunately, everything went well. I managed to collect some information on Zetsu and Kisame and got to see Kisame and Mangetsu in action. And the only loss I suffered was that my Fuinjutsu mastery was revealed to them. But that is fine. Even if they are aware of it, Fuinjutsu will be a big pain in their ass. Though I also used the wind-style genjutsu, I doubt they would be aware of it. Zetsu had probably gone to call Kisame and we were covered by mist. But, even if that stays a secret, it won't be very effective against rank S ninjas. All of them are too sensitive towards such chakra. More importantly, I got an opportunity to fight 2 very strong ninjas. It showed me a lot of my weaknesses. The new range of vacuum jutsus that I developed, though effective, won't have any chance of killing a rank S ninja or ninjas close to that level. But, it's fine. I created them to cut through jounins who were trained to counter my previous fighting style. And if killing rank S was so easy, then they would have already been dead. Besides, even if they can dodge them, it will create a lot of pressure on them. Especially when I use them along with wind-style genjutsu and fuinjutsu. Hehe, they will be incredibly annoyed to face me when I go all out. One small mistake will cost them their lives. A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes as he thought, of course, my biggest gain was Jozo's death. Though he wasn't a rank S ninja, Jozo was very close to that level. To be able to kill such a ninja, especially in the presence of another rank S ninja, I can be considered as a rank S ninja. A 15-year-old rank S ninja, he. Who would have thought that the thing that would help me breach the gap between rank A and rank S level would be Fuinjutsu? When I first arrived in this world, this was the step I wanted to reach. At this level, killing me would be incredibly difficult. I no longer have to worry about offending anyone or being targeted by someone with malicious intentions. A smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. Though he had long gained the ability to face and escape from rank S ninjas, finally reaching that level gave him an entirely different feeling. It was as if he was no longer bound by anything. As he stepped into Konoha, he felt a sense of freedom like never before. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in either of his lifetimes. Fujin looked at his teammates and said, "I will report to Lord Hokage. You guys can go back home if you want, but meet me in our room in half an hour for a meeting." Yujiro, Fumito, and Bunjiro were a bit surprised by the sudden meeting. They nodded and went their separate ways. Fujin continued forward to Hiruzen's office. He flickered directly outside Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen, who was busy with paperwork, looked above and noticed Fujin. A bit of confusion appeared in his eyes as he thought, he feels a bit different. He said, "Come in." At the same time, he looked at the ceiling at the hidden Anbu guards. They immediately left the room and closed all doors and windows. Hiruzen made a hand seal, activated the seals and said, "You are back early. Eagle informed me that you took the rank S mission to the land of hot water. Was the mission successful?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yes. It was as you calculated. They were ninjas from Kirigakura who were creating trouble. All were eliminated." Hiruzen said, "Good. Send me the report later." Thanks to his previous record, Hiruzen wasn't surprised that Fujin managed to complete the mission with just his squad. Unfortunately, Hiruzen was completely oblivious to the several shocks he would receive very soon. He went through his drawers and grabbed a scroll. He tossed it to Fujin and said with a gentle smile on his face and a hint of tiredness, "I copied all the details regarding the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in this scroll. It has insights from both the second and fourth Hokage. The rest will be on you. I hope you learn this jutsu." Fujin grabbed the scroll and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, sweet. Even though he fakes a smile and tiredness to invoke sympathy, he is truly magnanimous. Now, how do I break the news to him? Fujin stored the scroll and looked at Hiruzen. He said, the missions had a few complications. You might still need to send a couple of squads led by elite jounins to sweep that place. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and wondered, you couldn't say that before I gave you the scroll. Why does it feel like I was baited into giving him this scroll? Also, what is this different feeling I am getting from Fujin? It's as if something about him has changed. He asked, what complications? Fujin said, I didn't do the mission and left it to my subordinates to complete it. Yujao acted as the leader. They encountered 25 Kiri ninjas, 5 jounins, and 20 chunins. All were eliminated by the 3 of them. Hiruzen was surprised to hear that. He had thought that Fujin was the one to cut down most of the Kiri ninjas. He thought, I didn't expect Yujao and the rest to kill 5 jounins and 20 chunins by themselves. Such efficiency. They have already exceeded the requirements of becoming an Anbyo captain. Fujin continued, unfortunately, while they were fighting, Yujao was ambushed by Biwajozo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He asked, has he also gone rogue just in name? And is Yujao fine? At the same time, he wondered, why was Akatsuki there? Did he encounter Itaki as well? Fujin answered, I had thought the same as well. But that wasn't the case. Yujao and others are fine. I confronted Jozo while they eliminated the Kiri ninjas. I asked his intentions of fighting us several times. But he only said one thing. He said that he wanted the bounty on my head. From his actions, that seems to be the case. Hiruzen knew that Akatsuki was looking for funds. So he wasn't surprised by what Fujin said. He asked, all right. How did you manage to get away from him? Also, did he have any allies? Hiruzen hadn't heard about Itaki in a long while. So he was curious as to how he was doing. At the same time, there was some sorrow inside him due to what they had forced Itaki to do. Fujin nodded and said, yeah, he had 2 allies. While we clashed, I sensed a being hiding in the forest and later underground. When I attacked it, it escaped. Some time later, Hoshigaki Kisame arrived to reinforce Jozo. That being who escaped showed itself later. I am not sure what it was. It looked like a Venus flytrap plant. It had a humanoid body inside, one half of it was white while the other half was completely black. It certainly didn't look like a human. Hiruzen analyzed, that sounds like the Akatsuki member called Zetsu. To Hiruzen's surprise, Fujin tossed him a scroll. Hiruzen caught it and asked, what is this? Fujin answered, it contains Jozo's headless body. I tried to seal his head as well, but it was some distance away from me and Kisame destroyed it. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He instantly realized, I understand why I am getting this feeling from Fujin. Fujin continued, I managed to catch Jozo off guard thanks to Fuinjutsu. He wasn't aware of my expertise in it. Unfortunately, that is leaked now. I clashed with Kisame as well. Our information regarding him is incorrect. This guy is incredibly strong. His chakra is insanely high. He was in a whole different league as compared to Jozo. I didn't see any way of defeating him. Thankfully, I received some aid and managed to escape. Hojiki Mangetsu arrived with 24 hunter ninjas. I am not sure who informed him or why they were there. Anyways, in the fight, Kisame managed to kill 7 hunter ninjas before escaping. I am not sure what Mangetsu did later. But considering that we killed 25 Kiri ninjas and Kisame killed 7 more, they should have retreated from the land of hot water. The squads you send will just have to confirm that they did. Hiruzen nodded and said, the mission was indeed very complicated. It's good that everything went well. Fujin handed him a few scrolls and said, these scrolls have the dead bodies of the ninjas my teammates killed. Their memories can still be checked to understand what their mission was. Hiruzen nodded and replied, all right. Anything else? Fujin nodded and replied, yes. Seeing the performance of Ozuki Yujao and Yamanaka Fumito in this mission, I recommend both of them be promoted to the Anbyo captain ranks. Handa Bunjiro is growing strong as well, but he still needs some time before he is ready to be promoted to the Anbyo captain rank. I will send a report later highlighting their performance in this mission. Hiruzen had expected Fujin to say that as he had made them complete the mission by themselves. He nodded and replied, I will have them take an Anbu promotion mission. Good work in ensuring that they become capable enough to reach this level. Fujin replied, I didn't do much. All three of them are highly motivated. They have grown stronger rapidly and are very well versed in Anbu's strategies and tactics. I'm sure they will become capable captains in the future. As he spoke, Fujin removed his mask. He looked into Hiruzen's eyes and said with a smile on his face, just one more thing. I'm retiring from Anbu. Chapter 393, Chapter 390, Hiruzen's headache. Hiruzen was stunned. His eyes widened. In the last few minutes, Fujin had given him one surprise after another. Be it the unfamiliar feeling, his team's performance or the involvement of Akatsuki. Chozo's death had shocked him the most, but he had still managed to hold it together. However, the sudden announcement of retirement completely shocked him. It was important to remember that Fujin had just turned 15. It was the age when most joined the Anbu. In all the decades that Hiruzen had been the Hokage, this was the first time anyone asked to retire from Anbu at such a young age. No, Fujin didn't even ask him. Fujin chuckled internally and thought, I don't know why, but seeing Hiruzen rattled is so exciting and satisfying. Hiruzen finally composed himself and asked, what do you mean? Fujin tilted his head and asked in a confused tone, what else can it mean? Hiruzen shook his head and asked, no. I mean, why do you want to retire? Fujin was an integral part of Hiruzen's plans. He wanted Fujin to take over the route or even become the Hokage depending on the situation. But for that to happen, Fujin needed a lot of accomplishments. And the Anbu was the perfect place to gain such achievements and to prove himself. Hiruzen even planned to replace his eldest son with Fujin as the commander of the Anbu to give him more exposure and experience. So Hiruzen didn't want Fujin to leave the Anbu. Taking inspiration from Hiruzen, Fujin faked a sigh full of tiredness and exhaustion and answered, for the last 3 years, I have been running around the elemental nations killing one guy after another. During this time, I have frequently encountered ninjas who were far stronger than me and would kill me had I made just one mistake. I am exhausted from all this killing and fighting on the edge. My recent clashes, be it with Rashi, Iwa or Kisame, all show me that I need to work on my jutsus a lot. But I barely have any time to train to make myself stronger while the enemies I face keep getting stronger. And between my training and missions, my schedule has become very hectic, leaving me little or no time to rest. So, I want to retire from the Anbu and take a long break to learn new techniques and rest my mind. Hiruzen was speechless. He thought, hectic. He is the only Anbu who regularly asks for vacations. I just gave him a 3-month-long vacation. And I rarely gave him a mission that required killing in the last year. Don't tell me he is complaining about not getting enough time to meditate in the training rooms. After nearly emptying all our wind crystal reserves, he is complaining about it. Hiruzen said, if you quit, you won't be able to train in the Anbu training facility. Fujin asked in a pleading tone, not even for a little while, Grandpa. Hiruzen said in a strict tone, no. The tactics he could use as a kid had long lost their effect on Hiruzen. Fujin sighed and said, that's unfortunate, but I expected as much. He thought, the wind crystals don't have any effect on me anymore. As for fire and earth, my affinity for them isn't very impressive. So the absorption speed is too slow for it to be of much help. So the elemental crystals are no longer of any help to me. Hiruzen was surprised. He analyzed, so it wasn't because he wanted more crystals. But why does he want to retire? It can't be because of exhaustion. Kakashi took missions non-stop for years without needing a break. So did I when I was younger. In fact, there has never been an elite jounin in Konoha who retired due to the workload. He asked, why don't you just take training breaks and continue being in the Anbu? Hiruzen sighed internally and thought, why does everyone keep giving me headaches? This kid barely ever socializes with anyone. He has almost no connections. I was planning to give him Anbu ninjas who are already ready to become Anbu captains and increase his influence through them. But he wants to quit after influencing just 2? How will I even increase his reputation enough to make him a possible candidate for Hokage? Hiruzen couldn't directly tell Fujin that he wanted to raise him to become the next Hokage. After all, he couldn't guarantee that Fujin would become the Hokage. Not to mention, telling something like that or even hinting it would create various complications. So, Fujin was unaware of Hiruzen's plans to make him the Hokage. In fact, the thought of competing for the Hokage position didn't even cross his mind. Despite his impressive talent, Fujin had no connection to any of the Hokage. The first and second Hokage were brothers. The third Hokage was a student of the second Hokage. The fourth Hokage was Jiraiya's student, who was the third Hokage's student. In the future, the fifth Hokage would be the student of the third Hokage, the sixth Hokage would be a student of the fourth Hokage, while the seventh Hokage would be the student of the sixth Hokage and the son of the fourth Hokage. Fujin didn't have any such connections. Though he took advantage of Hiruzen's weird obsession to become every kid's grandpa, he was well aware that their relationship wasn't as deep as Hiruzen's relations with his students. Of course, the most important factor was that Fujin was aware of the future. Had Hiruzen known how strong Naruto and Sasuke would grow in the future, he wouldn't have bothered spending so much effort on nurturing Fujin. So Fujin was in a weird spot. At the present time, due to his young age, he had no way of becoming the Hokage. If anything were to happen to Hiruzen, both the Sunnins and Kakashi had a much higher chance of becoming Hokage than him. His name might not even be brought up by the council, and even Shikaku would be preferred over him despite being weaker than him. Even if he kept becoming stronger and gained a lot of achievements, 6 years later, Naruto's reputation would reach a level far beyond any other ninja in history. So Fujin didn't see much hope of becoming the Hokage. Even if he did, he wasn't particularly interested in the post. Though he did see some benefits of becoming the Hokage, such as getting access to all the forbidden jutsus, holding on to that post for a long time was something he wasn't interested in. Being a Hokage was a selfless and thankless job. While he did enjoy playing mind games, he wasn't particularly interested in doing that all the time. After all, it was fun to do so when Hiruzen and Shikaku had to deal with all the consequences. It won't be the same when he would have to deal with such situations on a regular basis and clear up messes that others create. So, on this topic, Fujin and Hiruzen weren't on the same page and both were completely unaware of each other's thoughts. Fujin didn't think much and replied, "No, I think I am done with the Anbu." "Sorry grandpa." Hiruzen was lost for words. His last offer would have allowed Fujin to use the training rooms as much as he wanted. And still, Fujin rejected him. He understood that Fujin had already made up his mind. He sighed and said, "All right. Let me know if you change your mind." Fujin nodded and said, "I will." "Thank you, grandpa." He left the room and shut the door behind him. Hiruzen let out another sigh and muttered, "They are all the same." He thought, "The weird feeling I got from Fujin earlier is the same one I got from Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru and Minato. By killing Jozo, he should have understood that he is a rank S ninja. This realization brings about a change in mindset that is hard to determine. When Jiraiya reached this level, he left Konoha and began touring around the world to fulfill his prophecy. When Orochimaru did, he began doing experiments. Tsunade didn't change much on the surface, but she became willful enough to try to forcefully revamp Konoha's medical ninjas in the middle of a war. By comparison, Minato didn't change much other than becoming very confident in himself. I never imagined that Fujin would reach this level at such a young age, and the changes he would experience would lead him to quitting Anbu. According to my estimates, I had thought that he would have needed at least 4 to 5 more years before reaching this level. That would have been enough for me to increase his reputation by several levels in Konoha. But now, Hiruzen had a massive headache. Chapter 394, Chapter 391, a new chapter in Fujin's life. Hiruzen grabbed his smoking pipe and got up from his seat. He looked outside the window, staring at the Hokage faces as he thought, "This brat is indeed good at giving headaches. No wonder Shikaku was so annoyed by him. So many plans I had made. All are useless now." His mind rapidly calculated what he could do next. After a few minutes, he concluded, "Without him being in the Anbu, I can't increase his influence among the younger generation." And from his words, it looks like he doesn't intend to take missions unless they are compulsory to take. The only way I can increase his reputation now is if I tell everyone what his achievements are. But a frown appeared on Hiruzen's face as he continued thinking, "But he wants to keep all his achievements a secret. Exposing them could make him resent me. And I can't casually say that he is the spectral swordsman without facing a diplomatic disaster." Even though everyone knew and believed that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, the smaller countries around Konoha didn't act against Konoha. They were already facing threats from other major villages, and if they offended Konoha as well, they would face a lot of problems. So they wanted to bury the whole thing as much as Konoha did. As long as the spectral swordsman didn't act openly against them, they wouldn't say a word. But, if Hiruzen was to openly admit that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, then those smaller countries would have no choice but to act against Konoha and restrict their ties with Konoha due to pressure from their own nobles and ninjas. So Hiruzen couldn't do that. He sighed again and muttered, the only way for him to become popular quickly now would be a war. As long as he kills several ninjas at Jozo's level in a war or kills hundreds of enemy ninjas in an open battle, his reputation would increase in no time at all. But until such a war happens, he won't be able to compete with Kakashi for my seat even if he becomes stronger than Kakashi. Leave it. Until a few years ago, I hadn't expected Fujin to become so strong. By killing Jozo, he has pretty much announced that he is a rank S ninja. As long as he doesn't completely slack off, he will reach around my level by the time he grows up. Having such a ninja is very beneficial for Konoha, irrespective of how reputed he is or which post he has. And with his strength, gaining reputation won't take a long time once he decides to build some. Hiruzen decided to stop worrying about Fujin. He knew that strength was far more important than reputation. Though Fujin foiled his plans by quitting Anbu, Hiruzen could still make use of his strength when needed. In fact, he had already thought of one method to increase Fujin's fame within Konoha immediately. He deactivated the seals and got back to work. As for the person who had just given Hiruzen a lot of headaches, he was chilling in his Anbu room, waiting for his teammates. Since he had nothing to do, he wondered, why was Hiruzen so desperate to keep me in the Anbu? My first guess was that he just wanted someone who could keep taking missions non-stop like how I was doing and how Kakashi was doing before me. But that last offer gave me a lot of advantages. To take long training breaks while in Anbu would have allowed me to go through the reserves of elemental crystals. Did he have any other intentions? Fujin thought for a bit, but couldn't think of any good reason. So he just kept thinking while waiting for his subordinates to arrive. In a few minutes, Yujao, Fumito, and Bunjiro arrived and saw Fujin sitting without his mask and in deep thought. Fujin looked up and noticed them. He smiled and said, "You guys are finally here. Sit down. I have a few important announcements." Yujao and Fumito immediately guessed what it would have been about. After all, their last mission was a bit strange. They immediately sat down. As they expected, Fujin said, "We have been working as a team for the last year. During this time, I have carefully observed your progress. And, I am very impressed by it. Especially you, Bunjiro. Your abilities and mission awareness have improved several times over the last year. You are now a full-fledged Anbu ninja. However, you still need more experience and still need to improve the speed and scale of your wind and water jutsus." Bunjiro nodded and replied, "Thank you, Captain. I will keep working on it." Fujin looked at Yujao and Fumito and said, "Both of you were already very close to the Anbu captain level a year ago. I have judged that both of you are ready to be the Anbu captain right now. I have already talked with Lord Hokage. Both of you will be given Anbu promotion missions soon." Yujao and Fumito were immediately excited by the news. They said in unison, "Thank you, Captain." Fujin nodded, looked at Bunjiro and said, "Don't be discouraged. I'm sure you'll be able to take this mission in less than 2 years." Bunjiro replied, "I understand, Captain. Don't worry, I will keep training under you." However, Fujin shook his head and said, "Our team will be disbanded. I am quitting Anbu. Eagle will assign you a new squad." Fujin's words shocked his 3 subordinates. Just like Hiruzen, they didn't see any signs of Fujin retiring from the Anbu. In fact, they had the front row seats as they saw Fujin fight with opponents who were famed throughout the world and create one trouble after another. So this sudden announcement caught them off guard. Bunjiro asked, "Why?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "I had some time to think about what I wanted to do during our training break. After thinking for a while, I decided to quit." All 3 were left speechless and looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Though Fujin had answered, it was equivalent to not saying anything. Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Take care of yourselves. Next time, I won't be around to back you up." Everyone nodded. Knowing that they won't be meeting very frequently in the future, Yujao, Fumito, and Bunjiro asked all the queries they had. Fujin answered all of them patiently. Around half an hour later, no one had anything more to say. Fujin said, "Though we won't meet up much in the future, you all know where I live. Feel free to visit if you need anything. Good luck with your future missions." Yujao, Fumito, and Bunjiro said their farewells and thanked Fujin once again. All 3 took their leave. As he left, Bunjiro thought, I was dreaming about becoming Anbu captain before I turned 16. To think that Fujin would quit Anbu at my age. Did he quit because the Anbu missions weren't challenging him? Bunjiro had a lot of excitement in following Fujin's footsteps and becoming an Anbu captain. But he wasn't sure about it anymore. However, he still had the determination to become as strong as Fujin. Fujin packed up all his stuff from the room and thought, 3 years. I spent 3 years in the Anbu. During this period, my strength has increased from Jounin level to rank S. Though fighting other rank S ninjas will be fun, I have some things to do before that. Fujin left the Anbu headquarters and walked on the streets as he decided, now that I am rank S and have also become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, I can start implementing my ideas one by one. How successful I am in implementing them will indicate how much farther I can go. Once I am successful, I can begin taking advantage of the future events that I know will happen. Even though I did mess up with Suna badly, which could have some effect on Konoha Crush, the events regarding Akatsuki shouldn't be influenced much. Though I did kill Jozo, he was supposed to die anyway. Kisame should join up with Itaki. Unless the one who killed Jozo can also kill Kisame, it won't have any effect on their activities. Anyways, for now. Fujin looked at the Ichiraku ramen stall and entered. He thought, though I don't need to eat due to the soldier pill, there is no harm in eating to treat myself. As soon as he entered, Ayam noticed him and said, Fujin, come in. What do you want to eat? Fujin sat down and replied, just the usual 3 bowls. Ayam said, coming right up. She immediately went to assist her father in making the ramen. Within a few minutes, the first bowl was ready. Ayam delivered it and Fujin began eating. Fujin ate, enjoying the delicious taste and the peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a certain someone came running into the stall and sat on the stool next to Fujin's and shouted, 2 miso ramens for me. Chapter 395, Chapter 392, Easy Mode. Ayam heard Naruto's shout and said, wait for a few minutes, Naruto. I'll prepare it right away. She and Toki got to work while Fujin enjoyed his meal and Naruto impatiently waited for his. A few minutes later, Ayam brought out 2 bowls and placed them in front of Naruto and Fujin. Naruto immediately said loudly, thank you. And dived into his bowl. Despite sounding happy, Ayam could clearly make out the annoyance in Naruto's voice. She asked, did something happen in the academy, Naruto? Naruto replied, humph, Iruka-sensei failed me once again. I have to keep studying until next year. Ayam consoled him and said, oh, don't worry Naruto. I am sure you will pass with flying colors next year. Naruto replied enthusiastically, of course I will. I will become the Hokage. Believe it. Ayam smiled noticing that Naruto wasn't depressed. Suddenly, she remembered that Fujin was sitting next to Naruto and realized, now that I think about it, I don't think Fujin and Naruto have ever met. That's weird. Both of them come here so frequently. It is strange that they never showed up at the same time. Despite finding it odd, Ayam didn't dwell on it for long. After all, her mind couldn't comprehend the fact that Fujin purposefully avoided Naruto until that day. She cheerfully said, Fujin, you haven't met with Naruto yet, right? Fujin looked up at her and asked in a questioning tone, Naruto. He looked at Naruto sitting beside him and asked, him. Naruto, who was busy eating, immediately looked up as he realized that Ayam was talking about him. He looked back at Fujin who was looking at him. Ayam introduced Fujin by saying, Naruto, he is Fujin. He is a very strong ninja. Though Ayam didn't know much about Fujin, she knew that he graduated at 10 and became a Chunin at 11. Though there were a few other ninjas who became Chunin at that age, their number was very low. So despite not knowing Fujin's real strength, her words were spot on. Hearing that Fujin was very strong from Ayam's mouth, Naruto was surprised. He looked back at Fujin to see that he was still staring at him without saying anything. He introduced himself, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will become the Hokage. Believe it. Fujin replied, the Hokage, hey. Naruto looked into Fujin's eyes. Ayam noticed it and suddenly became nervous. She thought, ugh. I forgot that most villagers avoid Naruto for some reason. I hope Fujin isn't one of them. Toki also looked at Fujin. Though he liked Fujin, he didn't want anyone to mistreat Naruto. Fujin stared at Naruto just like the rest of the villagers. However, Naruto noticed some differences. The most important difference was that Fujin's gaze wasn't cold. Naruto was surprised and wondered, though he is staring at me, it doesn't feel like he hates me or wants me to disappear. But what is this look? Naruto had never seen someone looking at him in this manner. So he didn't understand that Fujin's gaze was full of curiosity and amusement. As someone who had seen Naruto several times, it was natural for Fujin to be curious towards him. Though he has observed Naruto several times, this was the first time he was interacting with him. This curiosity was something that no other person in Konoha had. As for the amusement part, Fujin couldn't help but think, in my previous world, we debated several times about who was the best manipulator in Naruto. The normal choices for the same would be Danzo, Orochimaru, or even Black Zetsu at times. But, they don't come anywhere close to Hiruzen. How the hell does someone, whose existence is not acknowledged, who has to hear things terrible enough to leave mental trauma on a daily basis for years, and who is pretty much hated by everyone, want to do nothing but look after and care for the very people who put him through such torture and be willing to give up his life for them? Fujin couldn't make any sense of it. He could only marvel at how capable Hiruzen was. He even wondered whether the reason Hiruzen kept Naruto in such circumstances was to fuel his dream of becoming the Hokage even further. However, even if that was the case, Fujin didn't agree with the method. He chuckled and said, "Sure. And I will become the god of this world. Believe it." Fujin's reply left Ayame, Toki, and Naruto speechless. None of them had expected such a reply. Soon, a smile appeared on Toki's face and Ayame began giggling. Naruto's face immediately became red in embarrassment. He immediately jumped from his stool and shouted, "Don't mock me. I will become the Hokage, believe it." Fujin chuckled and asked, "Do you know of a Hokage that failed the graduation exam?" Naruto immediately became a bit nervous and argued back, "No. But I only failed in the clone jutsu. I can perform the substitution and the transformation jutsu perfectly." Fujin still maintained a sly smile and asked, "Do you know of any Hokage that know only 2 jutsus?" Lord Third is said to know every single jutsu in Konoha. Getting constantly berated by Fujin annoyed Naruto. He slammed his hand on the table while claiming, "I will learn even more jutsus tha." Suddenly, his eyes moved towards the table. His hand hit his ramen bowl causing it to move and fall. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the ramen bowl turn over and his precious ramen falling towards the ground. However, suddenly, it felt like a miracle took place. The ramen, which was falling towards the ground, suddenly stopped. Wines flowed around the falling ramen and the bowl. Naruto, Ayame, and Toki saw in astonishment as all the falling ramen went back into the bowl and the bowl moved back to the table and floated around an inch above the table. Slowly, the bowl landed on the table and the wines moving around it dispersed. The entire room was quiet due to the sudden display. None of them had ever seen something like that. Naruto turned his attention towards Fujin and thought, how did he do that? I haven't even seen Iruka-sensei do something like this. To see someone, who just said his dream was impossible, do something so crazy shocked him. However, his shock soon turned into excitement. His eyes almost sparkled as he said in excitement, "That was so cool. How did you do that?" Fujin replied, "It's a basic application of wind nature manipulation." Naruto exclaimed, "Wind nature manipulation? That sounds cool. Can you teach it to me?" Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Teach you?" He continued eating noodles as he said, "It might be basic, but it is still very complicated. To learn, you will have to train for hours daily for months. Do you think you can focus on training that long?" Naruto was surprised. This wasn't the first time he had asked anyone to teach him jutsus. He had asked nearly all teachers in the academy and had also bugged Hiruzen when he met him. But this was the first time his request wasn't denied right away. Naruto said, "Of course I can. I will train non-stop until I learn it. Believe it." Fujin asked, "Do you know where training ground 23 is?" Naruto replied, "No, but I can find it in no time, believe it." Fujin said, "All right. Show up there at 5 in the morning tomorrow. If you can learn how to control the wind as I can, then I'll believe that you can become the Hokage." Naruto was immediately elated. It was the first time anyone had agreed to teach him. He immediately shouted in excitement, "I will be there and learn it in no time. Believe it." Naruto's reactions were completely like Fujin aspects. All his words to Naruto were well measured. He first made Naruto agitated by saying that his dream was impossible, then blew his mind with the sudden display and finally agreed to Naruto's request of teaching him and gave him a way of making him convince Fujin that he could become the Hokage. As a result, Fujin's impression in Naruto's eyes skyrocketed. Considering how few people treated Naruto well, Fujin's favorability immediately rose near the top in Naruto's eyes. Fujin sighed internally and thought, this is too easy. After engaging in mind games with Hiruzen, trying to manipulate Naruto is like going from insane difficulty mode to baby mode. He is lucky that I have no ill intentions. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, now that I think about it, doesn't Hiruzen always target little kids? Most of his will of fire speeches are given in the academy. He has influenced Naruto since he was young. The same could be said about Itachi. If Naruto and Itachi were older like me, would they have fallen for his manipulations? Toki and Ayam weren't aware of what was going through Fujin's mind. They just smiled. Though neither were ninjas, both were happy to see Naruto being treated well. Having interacted with Fujin for so long, they knew that he wouldn't harm Naruto or leave him hanging. Toki said, your ramen is getting cold, Naruto. Eat it quickly. Naruto immediately began eating while Toki brought out the last 2 bowls of ramen. Chapter 396, Chapter 393, Confrontation. Fujin finished up his bowls of ramen before Naruto. He got up and said, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Naruto quickly swallowed the noodles and said, I will be there on time. Believe it. Fujin nodded and left. As he left, he heard Naruto talking to Ayam in excitement claiming that he would be able to control winds like Fujin in no time. Naruto seemed to have already forgotten about failing the graduation exam. Fujin ignored it and began walking home. He sighed and thought, I forgot how much of a punk Naruto was. Even though it's understandable considering his situation, it'll be rather annoying to deal with all the time. Should I curtail it? Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, leave it. It's a thankless job and will require a lot of time and effort. I'll just have him act properly in front of me and compensate for that by filling his head with more prank ideas. As long as I'm not the one he annoys, I don't care. Besides, considering the amount of trauma he has, it will be better for him to let some of it out through pranks rather than bottling it all up. Fujin then began thinking about what to train Naruto in. Since Hiruzen had handed him the Flying Thunder God peacefully, he didn't intend to create much trouble for him. He thought, training Naruto. It is something I have contemplated for a long time. He recalled his analysis, the advantage of doing so is very simple. Naruto's stocks are set to explode in the future. And no one, including Naruto himself, knows about this. Investing in him at this time, when very few others have, will make him feel indebted to me and make him take my side or support me as long as I don't do anything that is totally against his morals. No, even if I do something evil, he will still fight for my forgiveness. So, if some of my future plans go horribly wrong and put me in a dangerous situation or make me an enemy of the elemental nations, I will always have a path of retreating. Regardless, if things happen just as in the canon, there are only benefits in doing this. Even if things don't pan out the same, having a rank S ninja that I can easily influence is something invaluable. However, there is a big problem with this. If I train Naruto, and if that helps him become stronger quicker than the canon timeline, then the story could change in ways that I might not be able to calculate, costing my advantage of future knowledge. And the changes start at a very basic level. For instance, if my training somehow makes him competent enough to learn the clone jutsu, then he will graduate and Mizuki won't be able to make him steal the scroll. That would mean that Naruto wouldn't learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu until the sun rises from the west and Kakashi or Jiraiya decides to teach him the jutsu that is tailor-made for him. And I have no idea how much that would impact his ability to fight or even survive in his future fights. Luckily, this change is easy to see and fix. I can just teach him the multi-shadow clone jutsu myself as a gift for graduating. Though I will lose my chance to sneak a peek at the contents of the Forbidden Scroll, I doubt the scroll he stole was the actual Forbidden Scroll. There's no way the Hiruzen I know would be this careless. But regardless, such changes will happen in the future. At least the events during the Chunin exams will change. Fortunately, the major events, like Akatsuki's movements, shouldn't be affected by the increase in his strength. Suna and Oto's invasion might be affected, but that's more due to me rather than Naruto. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, so many complications. What do you want? As Fujin walked, he reached a street that was completely deserted. In an instant, a masked ninja, wearing the Anbu outfit, appeared behind Fujin. The masked ninja heard Fujin's question and said in a monotonous tone, "Stay away from Uzumaki Naruto." Without turning around to face him, Fujin asked in a plain tone, "Why?" The ninja answered, Lord Hokage's orders. Fujin replied, that's funny. I don't recall him passing such orders. So why don't you stop beating around the bush and say the real reason? The ninja was surprised. He didn't expect someone to actually question him back. After all, very few ever questioned the Anbu. He said, UCA. However, Fujin cut him off and said, I thought root was dissolved. What are you doing keeping an eye on the citizens of Konoha? Fujin was very well aware of Anbu's operating style. During the last 3 years, he had gone on combined missions with several teams. So it was very easy for him to realize that the ninja behind him wasn't from Anbu. The root ninja was shocked once again. Not only did the youngster in front of him not obey him, but he also revealed his identity. Not knowing how to handle the situation, he released a bit of his killing intent at Fujin and said, do as you are told. For the first time, Fujin turned his head and looked into the eyes of the root ninja. In the next second, the root ninja immediately jumped away. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as sweat appeared behind his mask. He wondered, who is he? And how many people did he kill? Instead of backing out, Fujin had unleashed his own killing intent at the root ninja. As someone who had spent the better part of the last 3 years killing a large number of ninjas and nobles, the amount of people he killed far exceeded what the root ninja had. Though Fujin couldn't compare to Jizo in this regard, a root ninja, who wasn't even at the Jounin level, wasn't his match. Since the entire killing intent was focused on him, the root ninja couldn't endure it. He felt that he would lose his life if he didn't move away from Fujin. Fujin muttered, the next time you or any other root ninja sneaks up on me, I won't be polite. Without looking back, Fujin walked away. The root ninja was still in shock. It was his first time seeing someone from Konoha who had no regard for either the Anbu or the root. He wondered, who is that guy? All ninjas are very polite towards the Anbu. If they know that I am from root, they become even more polite and slightly fearful. But he directly threatened me and other root ninjas. He quickly retreated and rushed towards the underground root base. Fujin ignored him and continued walking home. He thought, that's weird. I thought all root ninjas would be aware of me. Even if Danzo didn't tell them, do they not read the bingo book? That said, he felt quite weak and was probably only at the Chunin level. Maybe Danzo kept him busy for some mission. Regardless, Danzo has gone completely silent. I had expected him to do something after spying on me. Though I didn't sense anyone later, I am sure that he still kept an eye on me. But it's been nearly 3 months. And I also went out on a mission. It is strange that he hasn't tried anything. The main reason why I was so provocative in this little interaction is to see what Danzo would do now. If he has some malicious intentions, then this would provide him a good excuse to take action. Even if he doesn't take any action, I'll be able to get some clues on his intentions. Fujin was very interested in seeing Danzo's schemes. If Danzo hadn't tried spying on him, Fujin would have ignored his existence until it was the right time. But since Danzo displayed some intentions against him, Fujin knew that just waiting passively would give all initiative to Danzo. Once he ascertained Danzo's intentions, he would have a better idea of how to proceed forward. Fujin reached his home and entered the basement. He finally took out the scroll and opened it as he muttered in excitement, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Finally, I can learn it. He immediately began reading all the information regarding it. While Fujin began studying, a figure appeared in the underground base of Root. He was the same Root ninja who tried warning Fujin. He went straight to Danzo and after getting permission, entered it. He bowed respectfully and said in a hurry, Danzo-sama, there is an issue. A shinobi interacted with Uzumaki Naruto and promised to train him. I warned him and asked him to stay away from Naruto, but he refused to do so. Danzo was surprised. He asked, didn't you threaten him? Sweat gathered behind the Root ninja's mask as he recalled how his threat went. Chapter 397, Chapter 394, Flying Thunder God. The Root ninja nervously reported, I tried, but he arrogantly claimed that the Hokage didn't tell him to stay away from Uzumaki Naruto. Then he somehow recognized that I was from the Root and asked what I was doing keeping an eye on the citizens of Konoha. When I tried to threaten him, he unleashed his killing intent and forced me to retreat. I'm not sure who it was, but that ninja has killed a lot of ninjas. Danzo was surprised. He wondered, who did he encounter? And since when did someone start threatening Root ninjas? He asked, who was it? The Root ninja replied, I didn't identify him, but when he was inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, I overheard that he was called Fujin. Danzo's eyes immediately widened before going back to their usual size. He wondered, Suzuki Fujin. Hasn't he gone to the land of waterfall? The 2 squads I sent to the land of earth even made Uegaku send Kitsuki and a few dozen jounins to set a trap for him there. Why is he still here? The root ninja was surprised to not receive any response from Danzo. He looked up and asked, Danzo-sama. Danzo replied, I will look into it. For now, stay away from him. Continue spying on Uzumaki Naruto, but maintain distance. The root ninja nodded and left. Unlike his steady voice, Danzo's mind was in a mess. He calmed himself down and analyzed, did Tiger make a mistake in identifying him? No, that's unlikely. So why is Suzuki Fujin back in Konoha? Or could it be possible that he never left? Danzo analyzed for a few minutes and concluded, no, he should have left the village. Otherwise, Torun would have informed me. The mistake I made should be in assuming the mission he took. He should have taken a different mission that allowed him to return so quickly. But which mission did he take? While Danzo was aware of the mission issued by the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water, he wasn't informed that Fujin's squad had taken that mission. Hiruzen and Eagle didn't have any reason to inform him, and they continued creating a strong squad to send to that mission in spite of the fact that Fujin's squad had taken the mission. So Danzo was completely clueless. He continued thinking, I will find that out later. For now, the important question is why he wants to teach the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto was someone who Danzo wanted to control. Unfortunately, Hiruzen never allowed him that. However, Danzo used the political situation in Konoha and Hiruzen's worries perfectly to ensure that no one else managed to gain control over Naruto either. For Fujin to suddenly take an interest in Naruto baffled Danzo. He analyzed, that ramen shop. Torun said that Fujin visits it frequently. And so does Uzumaki Naruto. That is the only common point between the two of them. But if that's the case, why did he wait for so long before taking an interest in him? And what gives him the confidence to offend root for that boy? He realized, it feels like I am missing something. Something important should have happened in these last 3 to 4 days. I need to gather sufficient information to understand what the situation is. Only then I can decide what move to make. Danzo immediately understood that he was missing a lot of information. So despite Fujin's provocation, he decided to not respond and decided to wait until he had a better picture of the situation. Inside his basement, Fujin had gone through all the information inside the scroll. He thought, of all the scrolls I have seen in this world, this one is the most detailed one. It contains the optimal method of learning this jutsu. It contains a ridiculous amount of theory on space-time ninjutsu. It also contains Tobirama's research leading to the creation of this jutsu and how Minato improved upon it. And despite saying that he doesn't have any talent in this field, Hiruzen has still added his thoughts and tips in this scroll. Fujin took a deep breath and recalled the method of learning the Flying Thunder God. He summarized, the process of learning the Flying Thunder God jutsu is divided into several steps. And each of these steps is extremely difficult. The first step is learning to make the seal required for this jutsu. In terms of complexity, this seal can be considered to be at a higher level than the 4-symbol seal. This means that if the ninja isn't a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu or close to that level, it will be impossible to even complete the first step of this jutsu. However, there is one shortcut Minato created so that seal masters who show some affinity to space-time ninjutsu could learn this seal as well. Of course, its effect isn't as good as learning the seal yourself. Regardless, for me, this step should be the easiest. The second step is sensing the space coordinates of the seals I create. Sensing space coordinates is different from normal sensing. I can't use my chakra field. Instead, I will have to use a space-time sensing technique to sense its location. This step is very difficult. According to what Hiruzen wrote, he failed at this step. Almost everyone who tried learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu fails at this stage. This step shows whether you have an affinity for space-time ninjutsu or not. I suspect that the reason why Genma and the other two were selected by Minato is that they should have shown some talent in this step. Though they aren't grandmasters in Fuinjutsu, the scroll states that Minato developed a simpler version of this jutsu. The Thunder God Formation Technique. I suspect that he somehow created the seals himself for the 3 of them to sense. It's likely that Minato tested every eligible ninja and found just the 3 of them. Or perhaps there were more but they couldn't complete the last step. Sigh, I hope I am able to complete this step. Fortunately, Minato made this step a bit simpler by improving the structure of the seal slightly. It decreases the time needed to sense the seals and makes sensing over longer distances easier. According to what Hiruzen added, it was only due to these improvements done by Minato that Konoha began discovering more ninjas who have talent for space-time ninjutsu. The third and final step is the main step. After sensing the seal, I have to move to that location. It sounds a bit similar to the summoning jutsu, or rather, the reverse summoning jutsu. Basically, I have to be summoned to the location of the seal. Only, there is one big issue. During reverse summoning, the one who does the reverse summoning uses his or her chakra to do so. But here, there is no one to do that at the seal. Another issue is that reverse summoning needs a lot of chakra. To do that a few times will be fine. But doing that hundreds or even thousands of times repeatedly like how Minato would do, would use up all the chakra in an instant. The initial form of this jutsu that Tobirama created actually used this concept. Minato's Thunder God formation technique also uses this principle. So, the initial form of this jutsu couldn't actually be considered teleportation. It was a long-distance movement jutsu that Tobirama created by using numerous existing concepts and techniques. Though it was still remarkable, it wasn't very usable in battle. Understanding the drawbacks, Tobirama improved this step to actually moving through space-time and arriving at the location of the seal in an instant. This consumes far less chakra and is much faster, making it viable to use in combat. However, it is far more difficult to learn. Regardless, as long as I succeed in step 2, even if I fail in this step, I could still copy the reverse summoning trick and use this jutsu for traveling long distances. Of course, if I manage to master step 3 as well. A wide grin appeared on Fujin's face. His speed was already ridiculously high. Apart from the top-tier ninjas, no one could keep up with him at his current level. His vacuum jutsus and fuinjutsu further restricted his opponents. However, if he were to add the Flying Thunder God jutsu to his arsenal, he would become the fastest ninja alive in a heartbeat. Even the fourth Raikage and Obito would struggle to keep up with him. Fujin calmed himself and muttered, "I need to learn this first. I can get excited later." In an instant, 100 shadow clones appeared in the basement. Everyone began learning the Flying Thunder God seal. While Fujin occupied himself in learning the Flying Thunder God seal, Shikaku entered Hiruzen's office and asked, "What is the matter this time?" Hiruzen looked at Shikaku and said seriously, "Fujin took the mission in the Land of Hot Water with his squad. He returned some time ago." Shikaku immediately had a dark expression. He sighed and thought, "I will miss my next few months' sleep." Chapter 398, Chapter 395, A Seat on the Council. Hiruzen noticed Shikaku's expressions. Though he was amused, his mind was still occupied by Fujin's resignation. He thought, without Fujin creating trouble, Shikaku will become lazy again. "I need to think of something to keep him busy now." Shikaku muttered, "Say it. What upheaval did that boy cause this time?" Sorrow could be heard in Shikaku's tone. It was as if someone was about to steal his most precious belongings and he could do nothing but see it happening with his eyes. Hiruzen looked at his Anbyo guards, who immediately left the room and locked all the doors and windows. Hiruzen activated the seals and said, he encountered the Akatsuki organization as well as the Mizukage faction during the mission. Shikaku was puzzled. He asked, "What was that mercenary organization doing there? Aren't they active in the West?" Hiruzen replied, "Fujin couldn't figure that out. Our only guess right now is that they received a mission in the Land of Hot Water and encountered them fighting. Regardless, Biwa Jozo wanted to collect his bounty and was killed by Fujin." Shikaku was shocked. He asked, "He killed Jozo?" Hiruzen nodded. Shikaku immediately became serious as he analyzed the implications. He said, "Killing Jozo will imply that Fujin is a rank S ninja. And he is merely 15 years old." Shikaku was stunned. Knowing all the shit Fujin pulled over the last year, Shikaku expected Fujin to reach that stage. But he didn't expect him to reach it so quickly. Hiruzen nodded and said, his victory wasn't a fluke. He also found out more information. Hiruzen informed Shikaku about Fujin's analysis of Kisame and mentioned Zetsu's abilities. He even told him about the actions of the Mizukage faction. Shikaku analyzed everything thoroughly and said, "The Mizukage faction is getting desperate. If the fourth Mizukage falls, then their faction will collapse in no time. Kisame's power is a surprise. But we didn't hear much about him after the end of the last war. For his strength to rise significantly over the last decade, though difficult, isn't impossible. That plant-like creature sounds like it will be good at spying and infiltration." We may need to upgrade our barriers considering that it was able to hide within Fujin's chakra field. The more important question is, would the mercenary organization retaliate? Hiruzen shook his head and answered, unlikely. It's not a hidden village. So they don't have the same sense of camaraderie. And this isn't the first time one of them has been killed. So it is very unlikely. Shikaku didn't have much information about Akatsuki's movements and actions. He was worried about such high-level ninjas ambushing Konoha ninjas on the field. But since Hiruzen wasn't worried, Shikaku stopped thinking about it. However, he was puzzled. He asked, everything sounds well. Why did you call me? Shikaku thought, I was expecting a lot of work, but so far, he has only given me good news. The Mizukage faction will retreat from the land of hot water. One deadly rogue ninja is dead and no one will avenge him. And, Konoha has a new and young rank S ninja. This would make the village's position very stable. Did he call me here to just give me good news? Hiruzen sighed and said, Fujin resigned from the Anbu. He will be taking a long break to train and rest. Shikaku's eyes widened. He exclaimed in shock, he resigned. Almost immediately, his shock changed into delight. He thought, Fujin retired from Anbu and will take a long break. Unbelievable. He indeed called me to give me good news. Fujin had been a huge headache for Shikaku. In fact, Suna was still sending ninjas to the fire capital occasionally. In addition, the situation with Uegakure was continuously getting tense ever since Fujin and Rashi clashed. Though nothing happened on the ground, the tensions always existed. So Shikaku was always very busy. He had to move around Konoha ninjas several times and had to recalibrate Konoha's strategy very frequently. Considering Fujin's age, Shikaku had mentally prepared himself to be continuously tortured for at least a decade. This sudden news was like an unexpected blessing for him. With Fujin no longer taking missions actively, Shikaku felt like a large amount of pressure was lifted from his shoulders. Hiruzen said, you could at least act to not be so pleased. Shikaku coughed and said, I am just happy that our village has a new rank S ninja. It will make planning much simpler in the future. Kakashi and Guy should be close to or at the same level as Fujin as well. In a few more years, Konoha will regain the influence lost due to Minato's death and Orochimaru's betrayal. Hiruzen nodded. What Shikaku said was completely true. He had increased the number of Konoha ninjas as well as the number of Jounins aggressively in the last few years. Once Konoha gained 3 new rank S ninjas, it would bring them closer to the strength they had during the previous war. However, he clearly knew that it wasn't the reason for Shikaku's happiness. Hiruzen said, I called you here because I need your opinion on a matter. Shikaku became serious and asked, what is it? Hiruzen said, with Fujin no longer a part of Anbu, I can't use my previous method to increase his reputation. Shikaku recalled the conversation he had with Hiruzen a year ago. He nodded. Hiruzen continued, so I have decided to do that using 2 methods. The first one is promoting him to elite Jounin officially. That shouldn't be an issue. However, I'm not sure what the impact would be of the second method. I want your opinion on it. Shikaku listened carefully. Despite his intelligence, Hiruzen's next words surprised him. Hiruzen said, I am planning to create a new seat in the council. A council member who will represent the civilian ninjas. And I want to give that to Fujin. Shikaku hadn't expected Hiruzen to think of such a thing. He immediately began analyzing if it was feasible. After some time, he said, until now, civilian ninjas don't have a seat on the council. Though Jiraiya and Orochimaru participated at times, it was due to their status as the Sunnins. Fujin doesn't have the same reputation and influence as they did. But if you create a new seat, that won't be an issue. Creating a new seat should be fine as well as there are already a few non-ninja civilians on the council to handle the civilian matters. The only issue is Fujin himself. He is still too young. And, we clan leaders represent our clans. But, can Fujin really represent all the civilian ninjas? Currently, the number of civilian ninjas far exceeds that of any clan. Since he doesn't have any fame here apart from his bounty and his title, it will raise a lot of questions and perhaps some dissatisfaction from the civilian ninjas. Do you need to give him that post so impatiently? There is no harm in waiting for a few more years. Hiruzen replied, I have been sending him on almost all negotiations. If I don't give him a seat on the council, then other countries will think that I am sending the spectral swordsman to intimidate them during negotiations. But if he is an official council member, then it sends an entirely different message. At the same time, it gives him the authority to close deals. As for his reputation and dissatisfaction from others, it isn't an issue. With time, as his strength gets slowly exposed, his reputation will grow by itself and the voices of dissatisfaction will disappear as well. Shikaku nodded and said, "That's true. All right, go ahead. I'll ask Inoichi and Choza to support your proposal. The civilians will support you easily as well. So there shouldn't be any trouble in passing the proposal to create a new seat even if some clan leaders or elders oppose that. Though Fujin's appointment might face some opposition, it can be easily resolved by informing the clan leaders about Jozo's death. None of the clan leaders would oppose him in that case." Hiruzen nodded. He discussed a bit more with Shikaku before letting him go. As Shikaku appeared back in his office, a smile appeared on his face. He thought, that troublemaker finally quit. This was a good surprise. I can finally sleep now. Suddenly Shikaku's eyes widened as he realized something. He thought, wait a minute. Why did Hiruzen allow Fujin to retire? Does that mean anyone can retire? Why does he keep blocking my retirement plans then? I need to know how Fujin convinced Hiruzen to let him go. Fujin was unaware of Hiruzen's plans. He was more concerned about Hiruzen's friend instead. He worked on the seal all night until an alarm rang. Fujin shut the alarm and thought, I lost track of time. It is 4:45 in the morning. Naruto should arrive soon. Chapter 399, Chapter 396, Indiscipline. Fujin freshened up and went to the training ground opposite his house while his shadow clones continued working on the seal. As he walked, Fujin analyzed, though the seal is quite complicated, I should be able to learn it faster than the 4-symbol seal. Without having to worry about any missions, I can keep training this non-stop alongside my wind domain. He soon saw Naruto who was waiting restlessly inside the training ground. As soon as Naruto saw Fujin, he immediately became excited. He thought, he came. Fujin noticed his restlessness and excitement and realized, he was worried that I wouldn't show up. Sigh, so much mental trauma. I wonder whether Minato would have given up his life if he knew how Naruto would be treated. Even though the answer seemed simple, Fujin wasn't sure. The will of fire burned intensely within some ninjas. Those ninjas would still choose to serve the village even if the village harmed their friends and family. Their decisions were difficult for someone like Fujin, who gave the highest priority to himself, to comprehend. He asked, how long have you been waiting here? Naruto replied, only 25 minutes. Fujin said, you don't need to show up too early. Just come at the exact moment. If I'm ever late, just knock on the house opposite the training ground. Naruto asked, that large house is yours? Fujin nodded and said, let's start. Before we begin, show me the jutsus you can perform. Naruto nodded and immediately showed Fujin the 3 basic ninjutsus. While he performed the jutsus, Fujin's chakra field spread out and covered the entire training ground. Immediately, 2 figures escaped from the training ground and flickered outside. Both had a frown behind their masks. One of the 2 was the same root ninja whom Fujin had threatened the day before. Due to Denzo's instructions, he obediently left and stood outside the training ground. The other one was an Anbu assigned by Hiruzen to keep an eye on Naruto. After leaving the training ground, he wondered, Anbu Captain Suzuki Fujin. Though he met up with Naruto yesterday, I didn't think that he would actually show up today. But is he doing it by himself or did Lord Hokage ask him to? He thought for a bit and decided, Lord Hokage should have told me if he assigned him this job. I should inform him to be safe. He created Shadow Clone which immediately flickered away. Unlike the root ninja, he didn't bother confronting Fujin. He was aware of Fujin's Anbu captain rank and knew that he couldn't command him. So he decided to stay back and wait for Hiruzen's response. Fujin analyzed Naruto's jutsus, not bad. His substitution jutsu and transformation jutsu are very well mastered. The clones are horrible though. But, it's not exactly his fault. Failing at the clone jutsu wasn't uncommon. However, in almost every case, that would happen because the academy student couldn't infuse enough chakra to create a good clone. However, with Naruto, it was the complete opposite. The chakra he infused into the clones was too high. In addition, his chakra control was terrible. Fujin thought, even if his chakra control becomes very good, it is unlikely that he can create a clone. Unless he decided to create something like 100,000 clones, but that has its own set of challenges. Fujin wasn't particularly interested in helping Naruto learn the clone jutsu. While he wanted Naruto to view him favorably, he wanted to do so while minimizing the impact on future events. Though some changes would invariably happen, as long as they weren't too drastic, Fujin could take advantage of his knowledge. Seeing Fujin in thought, Naruto asked, "What do you think?" Fujin nodded and said, "Except for the clone jutsu, you can perform the remaining two well. So you might have some chance to learn what I am planning to teach you." Naruto immediately became excited and asked, "Will you teach me the jutsu to control ramen using the wind like you did?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "That wasn't a jutsu. It was just the application of a few jutsus." Naruto became confused. He interrupted Fujin and asked, "What does that mean?" Fujin explained patiently, "The method of using a jutsu isn't limited to one. Once you properly master a jutsu, you can use it in several different ways. It is only restricted by your creativity. You will understand it soon. For now, I will teach you 4 jutsus that will help you control the wind." Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled. He exclaimed, "4 jutsus?" Fujin ignored his excitement, extended his palm in another direction and said, "Watch carefully. This jutsu is called the gale jutsu." Naruto focused his attention on Fujin's hand. Soon, a small amount of wind was released from Fujin's palm. It created a small wind flow and blew away all the fallen leaves and some soil in its path. Fujin explained, "This is the most basic jutsu in wind nature manipulation. Once you learn this, I will teach you 3 more jutsus." Fujin taught Naruto the hand seals for the jutsu and explained the inner workings of the jutsu in a language that Naruto could understand. He asked, "Did you understand?" Naruto nodded his head repeatedly and said, "I got it. I will create the strongest wind, believe it." Naruto weaved hand signs and shouted, "Gale jutsu." As he shouted, he moved his right palm forward forcefully as if he was pushing the air and then maintained that form. Unfortunately for Naruto, no wind flowed from his palm. As he stood, a gentle breeze flowed in the opposite direction and blew a leaf into his face, making him look incredibly stupid. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression, "This kid. His ability to manipulate chakra is horrible." No, even horrible is too kind of a word. Had it been someone else watching, they would have questioned Naruto's talent. Not being able to do something so basic usually showed that the ninja had little to no talent in ninjutsu, something that was for a ninja like Rock Lee. In fact, every teacher in the academy believed that to be the case for Naruto. Had Fujin not known about Naruto's future achievements, he might have thought the same as well. But Fujin was very clear about how monstrous Naruto's talent was. What he was seeing was just a result of the indiscipline of the highest grade. Naruto asked in an awkward voice, "Why didn't any wind blow?" He looked at Fujin nervously and said, "Don't worry, I will do it this time." He quickly weaved his hand signs, shouted the name of the jutsu and pushed his palm out again. Obviously, the result wasn't any different. Of course, Naruto wouldn't quit. He continued trying the jutsu again and again non-stop. Fujin didn't say anything and just observed Naruto. He analyzed, though he has a massive amount of chakra, he is barely even able to manipulate him. The reason why he is able to perform the substitution and transformation jutsu so well should be due to working on them for an extremely long time. But if he has to learn a new jutsu, especially one that needs the user to need chakra inside his body, he will struggle a lot. The reason for this is very simple. He just has rarely trained in this aspect. Unlike me, who went systematically, he is directly trying to learn the jutsus despite not having the basics down. Fujin observed Naruto, who was getting more desperate, and wondered, "It has only been 5 years since I left the academy. How did the quality of teachers drop so much? Or rather, why did the academy stop being strict? Even if I assume that Naruto was the only one being ignored, why didn't Hiruzen assign him a teacher who could ensure that Naruto had the basics right? After all, even if I ignore his parents, he is the Jinchuriki. How can a Jinchuriki be allowed to be so terrible at basics?" Fujin couldn't make any sense of it. Though he normally marveled at Hiruzen's schemes, his decisions in regard to Naruto confused him. Had he been in his place, raising the Jinchuriki to be strong and creating more bonds for him in the village had been his first move. He didn't understand why Hiruzen didn't do that and why no one, be it the elders or the clan leaders, pushed him to do it. After trying unsuccessfully a few hundred times, Naruto walked back to Fujin with his head down. He said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. But I promise that I will learn it quickly. Believe it." Fujin sighed and raised his arm. Naruto was fearful but didn't move. In the next moment, a karate chop landed on Naruto's head. Naruto immediately held his head but quickly realized, that didn't hurt. Of course, Fujin didn't intend to hurt Naruto. That was just an action to calm him down and stop Naruto from being too fidgety. Fujin asked, "Did you forget what I said yesterday?" Chapter 400, Chapter 397, Temptation. Naruto looked up and asked, "What did you say?" Fujin replied, "I said that you will have to work for hours daily for a few months to learn that. Why are you thinking that you will learn it in 15 minutes? And what are you so upset about? I needed more than a month to learn this jutsu perfectly. Others need around 3 months to learn it. I will ask you again. Can you put in the hard work needed to learn this jutsu? If not, you can quit now and save yourself from a lot of trouble." Naruto immediately responded, "I will train until I learn the jutsu." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. For the next 3 hours, keep practicing seriously. Even if it seems like you aren't making any progress, in truth, you will be. So don't get restless." Naruto nodded and started his practice again. He was very grateful that Fujin continued teaching him and didn't abandon him because he was slow at learning. As for Fujin, he just observed while thinking, though my words were a lie, it will give him some hope. If he knew that I learned it within a few days, he would be very discouraged. That said, I am not sure if that's a bad thing considering his never give up attitude. Still, I should give him some tips slowly. That chakra control needs to improve, even if just slightly. However, asking him to meditate would likely lead nowhere. I recall him saying to had never taken that seriously. Guess I'll have to make up some bullshit. And maybe I should introduce him to the leaf cutting exercise as well. Though training wind affinity isn't needed for a low-level jutsu like this one, it won't be any harm. And, it will give him something to do to spend time. Fujin sat down with his back against a tree while Naruto practiced. Though he kept an eye on Naruto, his mind began thinking about the frying thunder god seal. He had 100 shadow clones working on it, so he didn't need to practice it himself. Instead, he recalled the various theories in the scroll. Though practicing the seal was important, studying and analyzing it was equally important in Fujin's eyes. Unlike Fujin, whose day was going as planned, a certain someone had a strange start to his day. Hiruzen had just reached his office when he saw an envoy waiting for him. He immediately informed him about Fujin's actions. With a confused expression, Hiruzen sat on his chair and grabbed his crystal ball. He thought, first he leaves the envoy and then he suddenly takes an interest in Naruto. What is Fujin up to? He began watching in the crystal ball. Soon, the scene of Naruto practicing Gale's jutsu and Fujin monitoring him appeared in the crystal ball. Hiruzen observed for a few minutes, but nothing else happened. That confused Hiruzen even more. He wondered, why is Fujin teaching Naruto Ranki wind jutsus? Does he intend to guide him like he did for those 5 orphans? But why Naruto? And, he should know that Naruto has 9 tails sealed inside him. Hiruzen analyzed and had a few guesses, but he had a feeling that none of his guesses were right. He decided, I'll need to keep an eye on him. Fujin seems to have a soft spot for orphans, so he won't harm Naruto. On the contrary, this might be good for him. But I need to monitor him. He rarely does things that are completely selfless. Besides, a smile formed on Hiruzen's face as he realized, I doubt Danzo would want someone to gain influence on Naruto. Fujin's current actions might force him out. It will be interesting to see a confrontation between these two. Regardless, if he crosses any lines, I will get a reasonable excuse to take away the kids he recruited from the Land of Water. Though it would result in him pulling the root out of the Land of Water, it won't be a loss. Both rebels and the Mizukage factions have realized that their next generation is being kidnapped and have started taking action. Getting any more kids out of that country will be very difficult. However, this will spoil my idea of having Danzo rebuild root and handing it over to Fujin or Kakashi. Hiruzen thought for a bit before letting out a sigh. He decided, leave it. Becoming the shinobi of darkness isn't easy. And there is always the possibility of losing yourself to the darkness like Danzo has. I have a feeling that the next generation might not need the darkness that we needed. If they do, they can always recreate it. Hiruzen grabbed a few files and thought, I was planning to do this after a few days, but now I want to talk with Fujin to see if I can understand his intentions behind training Naruto. He immediately began working on the paperwork needed to promote Fujin to the elite Jounin rank officially. Naruto trained for 3 hours straight. He hadn't made any progress but still had the same enthusiasm as earlier. He finally started getting tired. However, Fujin couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of envy after observing Naruto properly. He observed, he isn't tired because his chakra is getting depleted. Instead, he is tired due to thrusting his palm forward again and again for 3 hours straight. Sigh, what insane chakra reserves. Fujin couldn't help but think, I began training at the age of 5. After joining the academy at 6, I created proper training plans and followed them rigorously without taking a day off for years. It still took me more than 5 years to go from the level of an academy student to Jounin. And, it took me 2 more years from there to reach the level of elite Jounin and another 2 years to reach the rank S. But Naruto. If I were to teach him seriously, I could easily raise him from his current weak self to a Jounin even before he graduates. Heck, he might even reach the elite Jounin level by then. I will just need to teach him the Shadow Clone Jutsu, then improve his chakra control to an acceptable level and let the magic happen. He can easily master the wind element within a few weeks and learn most of my wind jutsus thanks to the broken combination of Shadow Clone Jutsu and insane chakra reserves. Once he learns to supercharge jutsus, he will have a stronger offense than most Jounins. And with his chakra, he can keep spamming them until the other side runs dry and escapes or dies. Going to rank S from there won't be very difficult either. Perhaps in just 1 more year, he could reach that. Fujin couldn't help but sigh at the unfairness. At the same time, he had a temptation in his heart. A temptation to teach Naruto seriously and make him ridiculously overpowered. However, after a few minutes, Fujin shook his head and decided, unfortunately, doing that has the potential to completely ruin any knowledge of the future I have. Would Hiruzen put Naruto on the same squad as Sasuke and under Kakashi if he is already close to the elite Jounin level? If he does, how would it impact their clash with Zabuza? How will his relationship with Sasuke be if he is so much stronger than him even before graduating? And, if Naruto reaches close to rank S by the time the Chunin exams take place, his encounter with Orochimaru will turn out to be very different. With his unpredictability, he might even prevent Orochimaru from putting the cursed seal on Sasuke. And, it is possible that Akatsuki might take him very seriously and attack preemptively. After all, unlike the rest of the ninjas, rank S would merely be a starting point for Naruto. As he continuously keeps growing stronger, even Obito and Nagato, despite their arrogance, might not want to risk seeing Naruto getting stronger. Irrespective of what happens, my advantage will be completely ruined. Though I would still be a rank S ninja and my life won't be threatened easily, I'll lose out on a lot of critical opportunities. Fujin could only shake his head and give up on that idea. Though he pitied Naruto's situation and could fully explore his potential, Fujin's gains just didn't match up with the horrendous losses he would incur due to the opportunities he would have given up. Naruto was oblivious to the opportunity he just lost. Of course, even without Fujin's help, his future would still be very bright. Though Fujin decided against helping Naruto too much, he didn't intend to block his path to rank S and even planned on assisting him a bit and making his path slightly easier. As he trained, Naruto's breathing became rougher. He wanted to stop but thought, I have to keep going. I have to show that I am serious about learning this jutsu. He weaved hand signs, thrusted his palm forward and once again shouted, Gale Jutsu.
Thanks for listening.